have discussed the deal with the Scottish Fishermen's Federation. We will continue that close engagement as negotiations progress, and we're committed to supporting businesses, providing clear guidance so that they are ready to benefit from the agreement from day one.
Mr. Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Scottish White Fish Producers Association are concerned that the worst elements of the Common Fisheries Policy could reappear in these negotiations. For exporters, time is everything. Even small delays at the border can mean lost value for highly perishable goods. The SPS agreement must deliver faster, more streamlined export processes, because without that, the benefits will not be felt by fishermen, processors or coastal communities who rely on trade with the EU. So can I ask the Minister to guarantee that as the current negotiations continue, Scottish fishing communities and their representatives will be listened to during the process? And can I repeat my very warm invitation to her to visit the north east of Scotland? Thank you.
Well, now certain democratic processes have taken place. I'm looking forward to being able to come north of the border, and I can assure him that I'm very well aware that 65% of all UK seafood is exported to the EU, and therefore the more friction we can take away from that border crossing, the more certainty, the more values that those exports have. And given that as a nation we tend to export a lot of the fish we catch rather than eat it ourselves, this is clearly a very important issue.
Tynal Hudson, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As more and more fishermen and women in Scotland and across the UK are struggling to keep their businesses afloat due to soaring fuel costs, they are marking the one-year anniversary since the government sold our fishing industry down the river in its negotiations with the EU. 12 years access for EU boats to UK waters was signed away as part of that deal, and in return, still no access to the EU Defence Fund. Fishermen and women yet to see a penny from the Fishing and Coastal Growth Fund, and we remain in the dark whether we will get a gene-editing carve-out and practical transition period in the SPS agreement. A year ago, we Conservatives warned that Labour were trading away our precious UK fishing waters for little or nothing in return. 12 months on, the evidence speaks for itself. We were right, weren't we?
Yeah. Well, we are cleaning up the party opposite's mess from its botched Brexit deal, which reduced exports by 22%. So I'm not going to take any lessons from the honourable gentleman.
A question leave 3, please. Question number 3.
Mr. Speaker, the Government is taking decisive action to support our farming sector, with farmers in Wales benefiting from measures such as cutting the duty on red diesel to its lowest rate in over 20 years. I look forward to meeting Wales's new Rural Resilience and Sustainability Minister and working closely with him, I think, to support the farming sector.
Davis.
Thank you. Global instability and the war in Iran are taking their tolls on farmers in Wales, and we've heard already about the diesel and fertiliser prices. The consequent impacts of farming business viability and future food supply chains are really serious. The new Plaid Cymru Welsh Government is determined to work in partnership with Welsh farmers. So will the UK Government use its powers to do the same and support farming sector withstand these major pressures?
Well, obviously farming has devolved, and so the first port of call, Mr. Speaker, for Welsh farmers is the Welsh Government. But as I said in my response to her first question, I'm looking forward to meeting the new Minister, and of course I'll do my best to work with all of the devolved administrations, including that in Wales.
I'm not sure about this. Perrin Moon.
Mr. Speaker, in Wales, horticulture plays a significant part in their farming economy, as it does in the Celtic Cousins in Cornwall. But the seasonal workers scheme is only announced at the end of the year, when the horticultural industry begins picking in.
Poor effort, to be honest with you. James Well.
Yeah.
Number 5, I think, sir.
That was funny.
We are working across government to respond to the pressures created by the Middle East conflict. I've asked the Competition and Markets Authority to consider industry concerns about fertiliser, and we've increased the frequency of official fertiliser price reporting, which is now published weekly by the Agriculture and Horticulture Development Board, which gives farmers faster and more transparent information.
James Weld.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. North West Norfolk is home to the leading UK producer of liquid fertilisers, whose production depends on urea ammonium nitrate. With no domestic supply and conflict in the Middle East constraining global markets, the US is our primary reliable source. So will the Minister urge the Department for Business to suspend the 6% import tariff on US origin UAE in order to protect farmers and food prices?
I may point out that our production of fertiliser using those processors in the UK was made reliant on America because the last government decided to close the ammonia factory. But certainly, in looking at resilience, the Chancellor has announced a business engagement exercise to consider whether targeting tariff cuts on fertiliser would be of assistance, and so that is currently an ongoing issue.
Colin Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, Buckinghamshire farmers are also hugely exposed to the global volatility in fertiliser market, and many farmers in my constituency have faced increased costs of over 14%. So can the Minister update the House on what other efforts the government will be taking to support the supply chains for farmers in Buckinghamshire so that they can be competitive and to stay domestic food production?
The government's committed to making sure fertiliser markets work fairly for farmers and also strengthening resilience in the supply chain, also ensuring that we can have a more reliable source of fertiliser and more efficient use in our own country. So we're doing a lot of work on this as we speak.
Welcome, Gaffer Brownrigg, to the front bench.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I regularly hear from farmers in my constituency of Chester South and Edinburgh, and today the Shadow Farming Minister is at the Royal Cornwall Show, where he will no doubt be hearing about the challenges farmers face as a direct result of this government's damaging policies. Add to this soaring energy and fertiliser costs, it's no wonder food prices continue to rise under this government. So will the Minister demonstrate that she understands the urgency of this issue for farmers and for consumers, and urge the Chancellor to follow the Conservative plan to scrap the fertiliser tax, CBAM, so that we can keep food affordable and back British farmers?
Well, I'm in close contact with domestic fertiliser suppliers. I held a ministerial roundtable with them and industry leaders across food, farming and the supply chain to hear about the pressures and confirm our readiness to act when required. So she can be assured that we will do that. And I'd like to take this opportunity of welcoming her, because she's sort of a neighbour, really, to her front bench role.
Dr. Danny Chambers.
Number 6, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government is serious about holding water companies to account and maintaining high drinking water standards. Just this week, South West Water has rightly been fined £1.85 million, which is a record fine for a drinking water offence, for failures that led to cryptosporidium outbreak in the Brixham area of Devon. We will keep taking action so communities can have safe, clean and reliable drinking water.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's own Veterinary Medicines Directorate is really concerned that pet flea treatments sold in supermarkets are washing pesticides into Britain's lakes and waterways and chalk streams, and it's killing aquatic life. Mr. Speaker, these treatments include ingredients like fipronil and imipramod, which is banned from agricultural use to protect bees. Now, millions of pets are blanket treated every month, whether they need it or not. And we already require professional advice before selling similar products to treat parasites in farm animals. So will the Minister commit to reclassifying these products so they can no longer be sold off a supermarket shelf without professional advice, because a chemical too dangerous for use in agriculture probably shouldn't be available over a counter?
I thank the honourable gentleman and pay tribute to his expertise in this area. This is a serious issue. It is something that a scientific group is looking at, and which will then give advice to ministers on what the best course of action is to take.
Good job.
Mr. Speaker. I recently joined Surfers Against Sewage on the River Ouse, where the consequences of the failure of Yorkshire Water were plain to see. So does the Minister agree with me that we should be compelling water bosses to personally clean up excessive pollution, and that they should be sent into the river with some overalls, a pair of wellies, to have the opportunity to get reacquainted with their product?
I think it'd be difficult to identify whose product in the water it was, but I'm sure that's not quite what he meant. But on the issue of making water bosses clean up the mess that has been created, I wholeheartedly agreed with him, and that's why we passed the Water Special Measures Act, which introduced tough accountability measures, which has been sadly lacking for the last decade.
Samras.
7, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As set out in our welfare strategy, we're working with the farming and food industry, vets and scientists to explore how improved animal welfare labelling could improve consumer transparency, support farmers and promote better animal welfare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I like to buy British because I know that our farmers have some of the best quality and welfare standards in the world, and I know that my constituents feel the same. But it's difficult when everything is labelled with union flags and fake farm names. And so could I invite the Minister to meet with members of the Labour Rural Research Group to discuss this issue around honest food labelling, which we're campaigning for?
Yes, I'm happy to meet the Rural Research Group to talk about these very important issues. But I have to say that under UK food labelling rules, food that is not of UK origin cannot be labelled with a British flag. And if the primary ingredient isn't British, it can't be labelled as such without pointing out that the primary ingredient isn't British. So I hope that we can ensure that if he has any examples of where that is happening, I'd like to see it.
Andrew George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the concern about this is not solely that of Labour members, and I hope that the Minister will be prepared to meet a cross-party group of MPs, because the problem which we face in this country is not just the use of the Union Jack, but the fact is that there is a high risk that we're actually sucking in imports that don't meet the same animal welfare standards which we rightly are seeking to even now improve in this country.
I'm more than happy to meet with the honourable gentleman as well if he so desires to talk about this very important issue. I point out to him that in the recent trade deals, both with the Gulf Cooperation Council and India, we have protected both poultry, eggs and meat sectors from the kind of approach that would have happened with the trade deal that the party opposite did with Australia. But I'm more than happy to meet with a group of cross-party MPs if this is what he wishes.
Number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for all the work that he did for us during his time with us in DEFRA. This government is transforming access to nature in this country, delivering 3 new national forests and 9 new national river walks, as well as launching the Wainwright Coast to Coast Walk as a national trail in March. East Worthing and Shoreham is benefiting from this, and it's home to a spectacular section of the recently launched King Charles III England Coast Path at 2,700 miles, the longest waymarked and maintained coastal walking route in the world.
Rutland.
I thank the Minister for her kind words and her answer. The recently inaugurated King Charles III England Coast Path winds its way through my constituency, passing Lancing's wonderful Widewater Lagoon Nature Reserve that I worked with the community, including the World of Widewater Committee, to save when it was drying up last summer. Can the Minister set out what health and tourism benefits the newly inaugurated path will bring to coastal communities like mine?
Well, I pay tribute to the work that he did on the protection of Widewater Lagoon. This is one of the challenges, to hold the water on the land when it's raining and to make sure that it's there when we have a very dry spell. The coastal path will boost everybody's mental and physical health and will bring significant opportunity to his businesses in Worthing. We know that visitors to England's coastal paths already generate £350 million in spending in local coastal economies each year and support nearly 6,000 jobs.
Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, children from Panel Primary School went to their forest school in Sandybank Woods only to find the path cordoned off and trees been felled. I wondered if the Minister might be able to outline what steps she's taking with her colleagues in Department for Education and MHCLG to make sure primary schools have access to forest schools all year round.
Well, I'm very happy to look into the case that he's mentioned. It depends on the ownership of the land. Sometimes there is legitimate tree felling that has to be done at a certain time of year, normally before the bird nesting season. But if he gets in touch with me, I'll be happy to look into that issue. Thank you.
Jim Ramsey.
Question 9, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
It's a bit of a workout this morning, Mr. Speaker. Popping up and down. The Nature Security Assessment is a cross-government strategic analysis designed to inform planning for potential shocks. It does not make predictions or set policy. It drives a more joined-up approach across government by identifying climate and nature-related risks so they can be managed and anticipated early.
Jim Ramsey.
Mr. Speaker, turning to a second report setting out grave risks to our national security, DEFRA civil servants have set out there's a realistic possibility that by 2030 our food, water and natural ecosystems are at risk of collapse. This could not be more stark. An article in The Times states that this was the conclusion of a 2024 report commissioned to inform the new government, but it was not included in handover briefings. So can the Minister confirm if she has seen this second report and what action is her department taking to address its stark findings?
I have not seen the report that he's talking about. I believe my right honourable friend, the Minister for Farming, has seen it. But let me say that in December we have published the 2025 Environmental Improvement Plan, which sets out our ambition over the next 5 years to accelerate progress towards our Environment Act targets, and that includes the ecosystem protection, the wildlife reintroductions, the species abundance, the species reducing species extinction risk, and creating more than 500,000 hectares of wildlife-rich habitat, which are going to provide critical ecosystems services. And we're delivering our international commitment to protect 30% of the UK's land and sea by 2030, and we will be making more announcements this summer about that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the department is already gearing up for the biodiversity COP in Armenia later this year. But can I ask what discussions they will be having with the Foreign Office about the equally important desertification COP that is taking place in Mongolia, where there's really important issues about water shortages, degradation of land, and much more that will be on the agenda?
I know that there will be attendance from Foreign Office officials on that, and I agree with her that the Mongolian COP in August is equally important. It's really important that these COPs are not, we don't look at climate, desertification and nature in separately, and that we actually bring the 3 Rio conventions much closer together so that we get the synergies. Desertification is not something that has traditionally been seen as a problem in this country, but as the planet warms and our climate changes, we do need to take this issue seriously.
Please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are taking decisive action to clean up waterways in the Thames Valley, tackling pollution from water companies, agriculture and urban runoff. The EA carried out over 800 inspections of Thames water assets this year, holding water companies to account and improving water quality for local communities.
Swallow.
Mr. Speaker, last week there was a major fire in Bracknell, and I pay tribute to the emergency services, Bracknell Forest Council, local businesses and the community who all came together to respond. Alongside the Honourable Member for Maidenhead, I have since contacted the Environment Agency to raise residents' concerns about the environmental impact of the fire, including on Bracknell's waterways. Can I thank them for their ongoing work to mitigate this impact and ask what policies are in place to help support nature and waterway recovery following incidents like this?
Yes.
I thank my honourable friend for bringing this important issue to the House. I'd like to join him in paying tribute to the Environment Agency, all the emergency responders and everybody who's been working so hard. Public health advice has been issued, including precautionary guidance to avoid contact with potentially contaminated material. The incident is currently under investigation to assess regulatory compliance and to determine whether enforcement action is required. And I'm very happy to meet with him in the future to see whether or not it has been dealt with to his satisfaction and see if there's any more help I could give him.
Lincoln John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the sources of waste or contamination which the Minister didn't mention is human waste being discharged over the side from slum boats on EA land. The EA claimed that their statutory obligation is only to register boats on their land when an application is received, and that it's discretionary. So they basically don't police slum boats on their land. So will the Minister have a look at this and discuss with the Environment Agency so that slum boats on Environment Agency land can either be registered properly and policed or moved on?
The honourable gentleman raises an important point, and yes, I'd be happy to look at it with the Environment Agency.
Rundone.
Number 11, please, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I met with NFU Scotland on the 6th of May for a constructive discussion about the impact of the Middle East conflict on input costs, food security and supply chains, alongside wider farming issues in Scotland, and we remain in active ongoing engagement with them.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Given many of the key pressures facing farmers in Scotland, like food security, input costs, trade policy, are determined on a UK-wide basis, will she commit to continuing that contact she's having with a regular, structured and direct engagement with NFU Scotland, as well as other devolved unions, to ensure that their expertise and the distinct needs of Scottish agriculture are properly reflected in UK decision-making?
The short answer is yes. The longer answer is yes, that obviously myself and my colleague, the Farming Minister, meet frequently with NFU Scotland and other representatives in Scotland, and we continue that ongoing dialogue. As he said, it is devolved, but there are issues that we deal with that are UK-wide.
Please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Our recent Waste Crime Action Plan delivers the toughest crackdown on criminality in the waste sector ever and fixes the broken system that the Conservatives left behind. We've closed the loopholes that criminals relied on, boosted the Environment Agency with an extra £45 million for enforcement, and launched a national Crime Stoppers campaign so we can root out the waste criminals and protect communities from their harm.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the new powers for councils to seize vehicles involved in fly tipping and the government's action to further tackle waste criminals, including guidance on covert surveillance and CCTV and drones, something I've campaigned on behalf of my constituents in Rugby. But there have been several incidents of illegal waste sites and fly tipping in and around Rugby, and I commend the Environment Agency's work for clearing it up. But can the Minister confirm how the powers used, how the councils will be supported, and how, if they don't enforce action against waste criminals, they will be helped to do so?
Friend and neighbour for those questions, and I know about the issues around Coventry and Rugby. I share his frustration at fly tippers. We know that now that courts now have powers to issue up to 9 penalty points on fly tippers' driving licences to ensure that they think twice before they do a job for their mates on the weekend. We expect these powers to be used consistently. We have the National Fly Tipping Prevention Group, and the Environment Agency is stepping in on the serious cases by increased funding, stronger powers and joint action.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. First of all, can I thank the Honourable Lady very much for her commitment and response to the answers to the Honourable Gentleman. It's good to have a policy that seems to be working, and here in the United Kingdom and the mainland, it's very obvious that it is. My ask of the Minister, I know the Minister is off to visit Northern Ireland, and it's one of those things. We have similar problems in Northern Ireland, but there doesn't seem to be the same drive or the same action taken. So can I ask the Minister, would she involve herself with the Dear Minister of Northern Ireland, Andrew Muir, to ensure that he is proactive as well?
Well, I'm always happy to visit Northern Ireland, not least because I have relatives there in Maherafelt. I can tell him about what we're doing in terms of digital waste tracking, so that now it will be impossible to register a cow, as happened under the legacy system that we have. We're going to have identity checks, criminal record checks and competency checks. So it's not going to be a free-for-all. And we can also say that if you are a waste carrier, you will have to show your permit number on your advertising and on the vehicle.
We come to Topsfield, Britain.
Mr Speaker, I would like to congratulate David Attenborough on his recent 100th birthday. A national treasure. I would also like to congratulate the Hawkstone Farmers Choir on winning Britain's Got Talent. Since the last oral questions, Mr Speaker, the Farming and Food Partnership Board has met twice, commissioning sector growth plans for horticulture and poultry. Our landmark trade deal with the GCC is cutting tariffs for farmers and British producers. I'm sure others will be doing the same as me this weekend and visiting a local farm for the 20th anniversary of Open Farm Sunday. I visited the Balmoral Agricultural Yorkshire show in Northern Ireland recently and met local businesses about the SBS deal. Our Clean Water Bill was announced in the King's Speech. And finally, Mr Speaker, I am proud that we have reintroduced white-tailed eagles to southern England for the first time in centuries. And as you know, Mr Speaker, the British people love nature and love rewilding.
Phil Bretchell.
Speaker, the Secretary of State may know that I'm a passionate whitewater kayaker and a firm believer in the healing powers of time spent in, on and around water. Yet England and Wales have some of the most restrictive rights of access anywhere in the world, with fewer than 4% of inland waterways having an uncontested public right of navigation. Can the Secretary of State therefore say a bit more about when her department will be bringing forward the Green Paper on access to nature?
Hear, hear.
I thank him, and I was aware of his love of kayaking. And like him, I'm not such a kayaker, but I am passionate about improving people's access to nature. Earlier this year, for example, I was with the King when we opened the King Charles III Coastal Path, and last month we launched the first national river walk. But as he said, we're also committed to publishing an access to nature green paper soon.
Secretary of State Victoria Atkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and may I also wish Sir David Attenborough a belated 100th birthday and congratulate Hawkstone Farmers Choir on winning Britain's Got Talent. They are both best in show. Now, after a year of dither, delay and record farm closures, the new SFI scheme will finally start at the end of this month. How much money has the Secretary of State budgeted for the June and the September phases of her scheme?
We'll be making that clear at the time of opening.
Sorry, they've just published the documentation for the scheme that starts in 3 weeks' time, and the Secretary of State can't tell us how much of her budget is being spent on this. But then we know that Labour is the party of who can we tax in order to pay benefits to others. From the family farm and the family business taxes to the fertiliser tax, business rates and national insurance hikes, why should hard-working farmers, pub landlords, rural businesses and communities be pushed to the brink to pay for Labour's ballooning benefits bill?
I will take no lectures from the Right Honourable Lady, given that under the Conservatives they couldn't even be bothered to spend their own farming budget. We have a record farming budget during this Parliament, and unlike them, we have protected our farmers in trade deals, whereas they sold them down the river with their trade deals with New Zealand and Australia. And we have simplified the SFI in cooperation with the NFU, and farmers have welcomed that.
Donate.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Farmers in my constituency are concerned about tariff suspensions and the government's need to strike a balance between, quite rightly, reducing costs and protecting and actively encouraging domestic production capacity. Can the Minister say what discussions she's having with Treasury colleagues about the principles and direction of travel of future tariff suspensions to ensure domestic production is not harmed and is in fact encouraged?
Well, robust, I think, would probably be my summary. But to help pressure on food prices, we're planning to cut tariffs on over 100 everyday food products, like olive oil, biscuits and chocolate, saving consumers more than 150 million a year. But we've ensured that items selected for tariff suspension have little to no production in the UK, so we'll protect and secure our vital domestic production.
Richie Lamb. Not here, no law.
Speaker, even ahead of the global instability this spring, the Labour Rural Research Group was calling for a spring push on farm profitability. And since then, our government has announced a review of the regulation farmers face. It's brought the Groceries Code adjudicator back in-house to DEFRA to help level the playing field for British farmers. So can the Minister tell me what's next for our mission to get British farmers' operating profitability back to where it should be?
Well, the Farming and Food Board is looking at profitability and the sector growth plans for horticulture and poultry, which have already been announced. We've reduced red duty, we'll open the reformed SFI and we'll shortly publish our 25-year farming roadmap, which is our response to the Batters farming profitability route.
Well, Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In Dewsbury and Batley, so far this year, Yorkshire Water have dumped over 1,597 hours of sewage, exceeding the 2025's confirmed total sewage pollution. Yet the Environment Agency has not completed any prosecutions against water companies for sewage dumping committed in the past 5 years. What exactly in this system constitutes effective enforcement and accountability? And what is this government doing right now to strengthen it?
Well, the answer is a huge amount. The EA has carried out over 10,000 inspections of water company sites from 25 to 26. This compares to the 4,000 that happened before Labour actually came into power. And we provided a record £189 million to fund hundreds of enforcement officers, because under this government we're actually taking action on this issue.
Rebecca.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Cleaning up PFAS, or forever chemicals, costs water companies and bill payers huge amounts every year. Does the Minister agree that the polluters should foot the bill for remediation? And can we see the polluter pays principle included in the Clean Water Bill?
I thank my honourable friend, and I'm really proud that our country has world-leading drinking water quality, and in fact our PFAS standards of 0.1 micrograms of PFAS per litre are among the tightest in the whole world. But I completely accept the principle of the polluter pays. It's quite challenging when it comes to PFAS, because much of PFAS is historic contamination, but it's something we're sort of trying to work through now to make it work effectively in practice, while also acknowledging that sometimes when it comes to PFAS it is very difficult to identify the original source.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Agriculture offers enormous growth sector opportunities in the UK. And when it comes to precision breeding and plant protection, it is vital that the SPS deal maintains the right for the UK to diverge on the basis of its own scientific assessments, particularly with respect to those sectors. What reassurance can the Minister give these growth sectors in agriculture that that autonomy will be retained in any future deal?
I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question. We are well aware of the concerns of the farming sector, and I can reassure him that we are taking their very strong views and concerns into account. I can't give him a running commentary on the negotiations. I'm sure he'll understand that.
Julie.
It's estimated that illegal waste dumping costs the taxpayer over £1 billion. Given that this activity can and does happen at permitted sites, can the Minister assure the House that the Waste Crime Unit has access to both the permit return data to the EA and the landfill tax returns to HMRC, so that that fraudulent activity can be identified? And will she meet me to discuss the Hespin Wood landfill site in my constituency?
I'm always happy to meet my honourable friend, and she's right to draw attention to the loss to the Exchequer from landfill tax, fraud and evasion. Our joint unit for waste crime is made up of Environment Agency and HMRC staff, as well as other arms of law enforcement, to ensure all intelligence sources are tapped in to disrupt waste criminals. So the Waste Crime Action Plan I mentioned earlier will see that unit strengthened by £45 million over the next 3 years, so more boots on the ground, more drones in the air.
Neera Wilson.
Mr Speaker, following the brilliant news that the River Thames at Ham and Kingston is to be designated as bathing water status, does the Secretary of State think that Thames Water's proposals to pump treated sewage into the river just a few metres further downstream at Teddington are compatible?
I thank the honourable lady for her question and her excitement about becoming the first ever bathing water designation in the City of London. There will obviously be extremely high standards when it comes to any sort of wastewater that comes from any treatment plant. One of the things we're doing through the white paper, and in fact I met with Sir Chris Whitty yesterday, is looking really seriously at public health and wastewater and what we can do to make sure we have the highest possible standards so it is safe for people to enjoy all designated bathing areas.
Okay. Parry Moon. I'll do it.
Whereas Hamilton, Mr Speaker, 80% of the world's cut daffodils come from Cornwall. The horticultural industry is totally reliant on the seasonal workers scheme, the numbers for which are only announced annually at the end of the year, when the daffodil harvest begins in Cornwall in January. Can ministers help me lobby the Home Office for a rolling 2-year scheme announced no later than October each year?
I lobby the Home Office on quite a lot of things constantly, and I'll certainly make sure that daffodils are also taken into account.
Ganga Mahendra.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Given that estimated 1,446 species in our chalk streams will go extinct without conservation efforts, will the Minister outline what steps the Department is taking to ensure that biodiversity loss is protected against?
Well, we've just announced our largest budget ever for species protection and restoration, and we've got lots of exciting plans to introduce iconic species and to reintroduce things. I'm particularly excited about the glutinous snail, which is extinct in England, exists in a Welsh lake, in Bala Lake, so there'll be all sorts of exciting reintroductions from rare seagrasses to exciting snails.
Question to Adjournment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The great work by my honourable friends to clean up our rivers, lakes and seas risks being undermined, particularly in the eastern region, where a biomass-fuelled power station is at risk of closure due to the end of government support. More than 500,000 tonnes of poultry litter risks being spread onto the land, impacting our water networks. Could I ask my honourable friend to meet with me to discuss how we can prevent this from happening?
We are working on successor schemes to the green gas scheme. It is imperative that that poultry litter does not get spread on land and has an alternative source, and I'm very happy to meet with them to discuss this topic.
Point of order, Mr.
Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the point of order. As long ago as September 2024, the Department of the Environment was notified of the most serious category of pollution incidents, a Category 1 incident, that occurred near Whittlesea in my constituency. And despite raising this on the floor of the House in March, where no prosecution occurred following that incident, the Minister promised to write to me. Yet when no response was received, I escalated that after a number of weeks, Mr. Speaker, to you in a letter at the end of April. And the Department committed to a reply by the 8th of May. We're now a further month on from that, and still there has been no reply. So if the government has changed its policy and no longer is prosecuting the most serious water incidents, Category 1 incidents, then should that change of policy not be notified to the House? Or is it that ministers simply, despite repeated requests, have no idea what is happening in their own department?
Does the Minister want to respond?
Yeah, happy to. And can I use this opportunity to apologise to the right honourable gentleman for the lack of response? So it's something I'll follow up immediately with the department, and I'm very happy to meet with him personally. I'll ensure that happens within the next couple of weeks, and I am sorry that that has happened. It's not acceptable, and we'll make changes to put it right.
Right, that completes. Let's let the front bench change over. Before we come to the Solicitor General question, I should note that the Foreign Bridge rape cases have been referred to the Court of Appeal. The matter is therefore sub judice. I am granting a limited waiver so that the case can be discussed, but members should not speculate about sentencing issues and they should not criticise judges except on a substantive motion. We now come to Andrew Peggs. The General, take your vote.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 1 and 3 together. The Victims' Right to Review pilot gives rape victims the opportunity for their case to be reviewed by another lawyer if the CPS is considering dropping the prosecution. I have personally pushed for its rollout as it helps ensure victims are given fairness, dignity and are heard. In April, the pilot was extended to a 4th area, CPS Wales, and I'm determined to see national rollout before the end of the summer.
Andrew Peggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I put on record my thanks for the personal commitment and dedication of my right honourable friend to this scheme and its work. She will know, as well as any of us as constituency MPs, some of these cases are the most heartbreaking and difficult families deal with, but we support as MPs. This is a really important scheme. Could you tell us more what she's doing to promote it so that families and those involved are aware of its existence?
I thank my honourable friend for those comments and for highlighting the importance of this scheme for victims. We've already seen evidence of cases continuing that would otherwise have been stopped because of the pilot scheme. He is right, it's essential that victims are made aware of their right to request a review when it is in a scheme, and that the CPS will provide information about the scheme and how to access it. And as I said before, I hope we will see further rollout of the scheme as soon as possible.
John Whitman.
Mr Speaker. I welcome the steps the government's taken to improve the conviction rates for rape and other serious sexual offences, including announcing a new independent legal advice service for rape victims, changes to stamp out rape myths in court, and expanding victims' right to review scheme, which is particularly significant given that only around 3% of recorded offences result in a suspect being charged or summoned. Could she therefore provide an update on the progress of the Victims' Right to Review scheme pilot for victims of rape and give an indication of when the scheme might be rolled out nationally?
I thank my honourable friend for highlighting some of the steps already taken to support victims of rape and serious sexual violence. I'm particularly proud of the introduction of independent legal advisers. This is something I personally worked on in opposition. It was a manifesto commitment, and I'm pleased to see the government deliver on it. In relation to the Victims' Right to Review pilot, it has now been rolled out in 4 CPS areas, and I hope to see a national rollout before the end of the summer so that victims across the country get the benefit of it.
Joy Franklin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers to the previous questions. And further to them, I have been contacted by constituents whose son was among the 79 British victims formally recognised in the Canadian proceedings against Kenneth Law. While families welcome that their loved ones have been finally acknowledged in court, many are devastated there will be no prosecution in the UK following the decision not to pursue extradition, particularly as they were only informed of this just before the decision was made public, leaving very little time to process that. What assessment has the Attorney-General made of the potential merits of extending the Victims' Right to Review scheme to cases involving bereaved families affected by major cross-border prosecutions such as this?
I thank the Honourable Lady for raising this incredibly harrowing case. As she will be aware, Kenneth Laws pleaded guilty in Canada to 14 counts of aiding and abetting suicide. Every one of the 73 victims who died in England and Wales has been formally named and recognised as part of those proceedings. Extradition proceedings carry significant legal risk and ran the risk of the victims in England and Wales not being involved in proceedings. As I understand it, the victim impact statements from those affected in England and Wales will now form part of the sentencing procedure in Canada, and I know that the CPS are working with victims' families and the Canadian authorities to make sure that the victims' bereaved families in England and Wales are at the heart of that process in Canada.
Tom Gordon.
Question to Mr Speaker.
Solicitor General.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 2 and 6 together. Mr Speaker, may I first pay tribute to the work done by former Ministers Jess Phillips and Alex Davies-Jones for all their work in tackling violence against women and girls. Last month at the CPS Crown Advocacy Conference, I highlighted the steps being taken to increase the volume of advocates available to prosecute rape. Since the summer of 2024, that group has grown by over 50%, meaning more rape cases can be heard with less vacated or abandoned. Alongside this, the government has set aside £6 million over the next 2 years to introduce independent legal advisers for victims of adult rape to help ensure cases make it to prosecution.
Just for future reference, we're meant to name MPs by constituencies, not by name. But not to worry. Sean Woodcock.
Question number 6, Mr Speaker.
Oh. Apologies, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Solicitor General agree that public confidence in the justice system and supporting victims is crucial to improving prosecution rates for violence against women and girls? And what further actions is she taking with the CPS to reassure victims that sexual offences such as those of rape and other crimes are robustly prosecuted, treated with the gravity they deserve, and justice will be delivered for victims?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. The CPS have introduced an enhanced service for victims of rape and serious sexual violence. All victims of rape and serious sexual violence are now offered a meeting with the prosecution team before the case gets to trial, as well as being allocated a dedicated victim liaison officer in the CPS to support them through that process. And as I said, we're also introducing the independent legal advisors. I have secured £5 million worth of funding to pilot that enhanced service in terms of the prosecution meeting and victim liaison officers to victims of domestic abuse in the Crown Courts. I want to assure the honourable gentleman that we are doing everything at our disposal to tackle violence against women and girls from within the CPS.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We know that 60% of victims drop out of rape cases before they go to trial, so I'd appreciate if the Solicitor General can set out what she's doing to ensure that victims remain central to the work of the Crown Prosecution Service.
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and I will point him to the measures that are set out in relation to that enhanced offer for victims of rape and serious sexual violence, and the pilot to extend that to victims of domestic abuse in the Crown Court. It's really important that we do everything that we can to meet our ambition to halve violence against women and girls within a decade. That's why we've introduced things like Reneem's law, embedding domestic abuse specialists in 999 call centres, as well as rolling out domestic abuse protection orders. We need to do everything we can to tackle the scourge of violence against women and girls.
Speaker, too many abusers are escaping justice in family courts. My constituents have suffered as a result. Kaleidoscopic UK in my constituency of Wokingham have long called for independent experts to help spot and advise against manipulative tactics used by the abuser in family courts. When will the Minister commit to implementing independent domestic violence advisors in family courts?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question and commend the work of Kaleidoscopic in his constituency. I know how hard many organisations are working to tackle these issues. The government is committed to rolling out child-focused courts nationally in the next 3 years and is investing £17 million to fund the next expansion. But I'd happily pass on his comments to colleagues in the Ministry of Justice who specifically deal with the issue of the family courts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first time I met the Prime Minister was when, as DPP, he came to Parliament to meet with a group of MPs to outline his 10-point plan for tackling FGM. Since then, we've had hundreds of reports of FGM cases, but very few prosecutions. Can I ask what she's doing, whether it's through prosecutions or through a multi-agency approach, to try to rescue young girls from this horrific mutilation?
I thank my honourable friend for that really important question. There has been 3 successful prosecutions for FGM in this country. It's not good enough. Last month, I hosted the first ever FGM summit, bringing together cross-government colleagues to discuss how we can tackle FGM, working with not just the justice system, but also with health, education, communities and local government. It is really important that we tackle FGM. It is a form of violence against women and girls and it must be stopped.
Ben Maguire, Liberal Democrats spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recent CPS data shows a welcome reduction in victim attrition in domestic abuse cases where the defendant was charged. However, the same CPS dataset shows little evidence of corresponding improvements in charging rates, timeliness, or wider prosecution performance? By what metrics will the Solicitor General measure the success of the recent £5 million investment in CPS pre-trial support for victims of domestic abuse across pilot regions, alongside the CPS's Violence Against Women and Girls Strategy 25 to 30? And what specific outcomes does the government expect to see in order to determine whether they're delivering meaningful improvements for victims and the wider criminal justice system?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for that question, and I know he is a huge champion on these issues. I'm really pleased that I was able to secure that £5 million worth of funding so that victims of domestic abuse in the Crown Court can start to be offered a meeting with the prosecution team before the case gets to trial and have the benefit of a dedicated victim liaison officer. We know that attrition rates in these cases are still too high. That's why we're doing everything we can to bring them down. In Wales, for example, there is a domestic abuse charging pilot going on, which enables the police to charge in some domestic abuse cases. What we're seeing is that is significantly shortening the amount of time it takes to get the case into court. And we know the quicker that a case gets into court, the lower the attrition rate is likely to be. So this is something that we are doing everything we can to tackle.
Dr. Neil Shaftesbury-Hurst.
Question number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. General.
Mr. Speaker, this government inherited a justice system in crisis with a backlog of 80,000 criminal cases in the Crown Court. That's why we are investing over £2.5 billion in our courts. This will fund unlimited sitting days, boost legal aid and ultimately speed up justice for victims. Let me be clear, jury trials will remain a cornerstone of our justice system, but justice delayed is justice denied.
Dr. Neil Shaftesbury-Hurst.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Imagine the scenario where two individuals are both charged with the same offence. The factual matrix of each case is identical. However, the first defendant has a string of previous convictions. The second has none. Under the government's proposal, the first defendant would be able to elect for a jury trial, depending on the length of potential sentence. The second would not. How does that align with the Solicitor General's assessment of the rule of law?
Access to a jury trial is determined by the seriousness of the alleged offending, not by who the defendant is. The use of likely sentence, as the honourable gentleman will know, is already used to determine court allocation and is a feature of our system. Every defendant in the Crown Court will receive a fair trial, and that is not affected by the mode of trial decision.
Jonathan Brash.
Speaker, there is considerable scepticism across this House as to whether restricting jury trials will actually make any impact on the backlog, and also by experts outside this place like the Criminal Bar Association. Does the Solicitor General therefore understand the confusion of many members as to why we simply don't make the changes temporary, followed by a review to find out if it actually works?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. The impact assessment taken with the investment in the system suggests that around 27,000 Crown Court sitting days a year will be saved from 2028 to 29, speeding up justice for victims. The Institute for Government has agreed that that modelling is sound and is likely to save time in the region of 20%.
Shadow Solicitor General Helen Grant.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Sir Brian Leveson recommended removing the right to elect a jury trial. This was to apply to offences carrying a maximum sentence of up to 2 years. Cases would be heard by a judge sitting alongside two magistrates in a Crown Court bench division. The government's proposals go much further. They seek to remove the right to a jury trial for offences carrying a maximum sentence of up to 3 years. Cases would be heard by a judge sitting alone. So why has the government departed from Sir Brian's recommendations in two important respects, both of which make serious inroads into the right to be heard before a jury trial?
Thank the Honourable Lady for her question. As I set out, we inherited a court system in crisis with victims waiting years for their cases to get to court. We've all heard the stories of rape victims waiting 3 or 4 years for their cases to get to court. It's unacceptable, and that's why inaction is not an option. It's why we've invested over £2.5 billion into our court system. Jury trials will remain a cornerstone of our justice system, but it is right, given the backlog that we are facing, and given that Sir Brian said that investment alone won't shift the dial, that we look at the jury system, which hasn't been looked at since the 1970s, to see what more we can do to make sure that cases get to court quicker and are heard, giving justice to both victims and defendants.
Helen.
Thank you. Given the Justice Minister's conflicting remarks at the committee stage of the Courts and Tribunals Bill, and given the Solicitor General's responsibility for upholding the rule of law, can she confirm whether a decision requiring a defendant to face a judge sitting alone at trial will be subject to judicial review?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. I will take away her comments and discuss with MOJ ministers and confirm to her position in writing.
To Danny Chambers.
Number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Domestic abuse has a significant impact on victims and their families, and those who are brave enough to come forward deserve to have their cases resolved quickly. Earlier this year, as I've set out, I secured an additional £5 million of funding so that victims of domestic abuse in the Crown Court get a pre-trial meeting with prosecution team. I also visited CPS Wales, where the police and CPS are piloting police-led charging decisions in some domestic abuse cases to speed up decision making and get justice for victims quickly.
Danny Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, one form of domestic abuse is financial abuse and coercion. And I've been made aware of a case from my constituency where a child maintenance service case has been repeatedly dropped at the magistrate level due to one parent failing to attend a hearing. Mr. Speaker, this means the CMS withdraws the case, not prosecuting the parent who refuses to attend, leaving the other one trapped and without any means of escaping the loop of financial abuse. Will the Minister agree with me that it's deeply troubling that a case is simply dropped without any repercussions if a parent does not attend their hearing?
Hear, hear. I thank the Honourable Gentleman for raising that case on behalf of his constituent, and he is right to highlight the fact that many people do use financial abuse as a form of coercive, controlling behaviour and a form of domestic abuse, and we should call it what it is. I commend the bravery of any victims that come forward. If he wants to write to me about the specific case, then I would be happy to look into it for him.
Joe Powell.
Number 7, please, Mr. Speaker.
Solicitor General.
Mr. Speaker, I know my honourable friend has been a tireless campaigner on behalf of the 72 victims of the Grenfell tragedy and their families. I'm sure that the whole House will want to join me when I say my thoughts remain with the bereaved families, survivors and those affected. Introducing corporate manslaughter legislation was one of the great achievements of the last Labour government. cases involving allegations of corporate manslaughter are considered by specialist prosecutors in the CPS Special Crime Division, which deals with some of the most complex and sensitive cases.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we approach the 9th anniversary next Sunday of the fire, the Metropolitan Police have advised that they will hand over files to the Crown Prosecution Service by the end of September, and the CPS are expected to make charging decisions, including on corporate manslaughter, by the time of the 10th anniversary of the fire in 2027. Bereaved and survivors have already been waiting nearly a decade for justice. So can the Minister please provide whatever reassurance she can that the government will work with the judiciary and the CPS to ensure court capacity is in place and we're able to deliver as swift as possible justice from this point?
I recognise that all those affected by the Grenfell Tower fire have faced a long and deeply painful wait for answers. Justice needs to be delivered as swiftly as possible. I understand that my colleagues in the Ministry of Justice have been working for months with police, prosecutors and courts to ensure that the system is ready to hear complex cases without further delay.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Solicitor General very much for that reply. In Northern Ireland, the last period of time, they have successfully concluded 2 corporate manslaughter cases in a positive fashion, as they were both concluded with a guilty charge. If it's the intention, as I think it may be for the Solicitor General, to look at some changes for the corporate manslaughter cases, could I ask that you would share that with the Northern Ireland Assembly and with the Minister in particular?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question, and it's good to hear about those successful cases in Northern Ireland. It may be that there are lessons to be learnt from those, so happy to look into the detail and take it away and look at it and work with him. Thank you.
Right, we'll let the front bench change over. Urgent question, Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Foreign Secretary make a statement on the recent deliberate attacks by Russia on civilian infrastructure, including residential apartment buildings and other non-military targets?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Right Honourable Member for his question. And once again, we are witnessing truly reckless attacks from the Russian state, not only impacting the people of Ukraine, who continue to stand up to these barbaric assaults time and again, but also in Romania, following a Russian drone hitting a residential building on Friday, injuring civilians. This incident represents a dangerous violation of Romania's sovereignty and a serious violation of NATO airspace and heightens the risk of miscalculation. We stand in full solidarity with Ukraine, with Romania, and with all that was impacted by Russia's actions. Russia is now launching an average, Mr. Speaker, of over 5,000 drones a month at Ukraine, more than 5 times the 2024 average. And last month alone, Russia fired over 7,100 drones, a new record, with the highest civilian casualty count since April 2022. We condemn this clear escalation by Russia, and it is why yesterday we summoned the Russian ambassador into the FCDO, where we condemn both Russia's escalation and assaults against Ukraine, but also the violation of Romania's airspace, sovereignty. Ukraine continues to hold firm, and we and our partners and allies stand with them united. The UK's total military, economic and humanitarian support for Ukraine amounts to £21.8 billion, and this includes £13 billion in military support. Last month, my honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, announced that the UK will provide the biggest ever drone support for Ukraine, delivering at least 120,000 drones this year. And as he said at the dispatch box on Monday, he has directed UK deliveries of air defence systems to Ukraine to be accelerated, and later this month will chair the next meeting of the 50-nation-strong Ukraine Defence Contact Group at NATO headquarters and will look to further step up the military aid that we and partners can provide to Ukraine together. Russia can end this war, but in the meantime, we will continue to work with international partners, and the Prime Minister spoke with President Zelensky last night. We will continue to ensure that Ukraine gets the military and financial support it needs to defend itself, while ramping up the economic pressure on Russia in order to force Putin to de-escalate the war and engage in meaningful talks.
Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her reply. She will be aware that on Tuesday night, one of the largest aerial attacks so far during this war took place against Kyiv and other cities. It left 22 dead, including 2 children, 130 injured, and in Dnipro there was the use of cluster munitions and indeed the so-called double tap attack against one of the civilian protection units. Ukraine has developed some of the best technology in the world against the use of drones. But Russia is stepping up the use of ballistic missiles and cruise missiles. Can she say what the government will do to try and boost Ukraine's air defences, particularly with the supply of Patriot anti-missile defences? Can she confirm that records are being kept of the attacks being carried out by Russia, which constitute war crimes, and that Russia will be held to account through the establishment of a special tribunal to prosecute Russia for the crime of aggression? And can she confirm that Russia will be made to pay for the reconstruction and damage through the use of frozen assets? And finally, Mr. Speaker, will she now look at formally designating Russia as a terrorist state?
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his remarks, and what is absolutely clear is that the strikes that we saw that hit Ukrainian cities, killed civilians, injuring so many people, hundreds of people as well, that this is utterly unacceptable, and it underscores, Mr. Speaker, that Russia is not serious about peace, and it must end its illegal war. There are questions that the Right Honourable Gentleman has raised, and I will know that some of those will be matters that he continues to discuss with my colleague, the Minister. But I do want to say this, that it is extremely important that we continue to maintain our international pressure on Russia. He will have heard me talk about the announcement that the Defence Secretary has made. We continue to work with our international allies to make sure that we both have the military support going to Ukraine to support their efforts, but also that we are keeping up our sanctions effort that he knows that we have strengthened to make sure that from every angle we are holding Russia to account for what it's doing, seeking to end the war and seeking to make sure that we have meaningful dialogue and talks.
Mr. Speaker, and I welcome my honourable friend's answer to the urgent question. Does she agree with me that those of us who are children of people who went through the Second World War are the closest we have now to remembering that we cannot appease dictators in Europe, and we know what it leads to? And with that in mind, after such a long period of war, isn't this a time to press home on sanctions and restrictions on Russia, which is finding it very, very, very difficult to sustain their war effort, and we must step up our efforts in that regard?
I thank my honourable friend for his questions, and it is indeed essential that we continue to keep the pressure on Russia. And it is also important that we are very clear about why we need to increase and continue to review our sanctions packages. It is also the reason why on the 19th of May a new package of sanctions was laid down to crack down on Russia's economy. This included a new maritime services ban on Russian liquefied natural gas, which will restrict Russia's access to UK UK world-leading shipping and insurance services. And it will also restrict the import of refined oil products from Russian crude oil and the import, supply and delivery to third countries of Russian uranium. We will continue to keep the pressure on Russia, and we will continue to work with our allies internationally to make sure that we are strengthening that pressure and supporting Ukraine.
Prince of Tales, Shadow Foreign Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, this has been a sobering and devastating week in Ukraine, and Britain must continue to stand with Ukraine in its fight for freedom and sovereignty and back them against this evil and heinous acts that we have seen and are constantly committed by Putin. The latest barbaric acts from him and from Russia have led them to brutally target civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. And the world has once again witnessed his cold-blooded actions, where we have all seen bodies of civilians being pulled from rubble and the deaths of young people and children. All that we have seen in the news this week. We've also witnessed his war machine hitting targets in Romania, one of our NATO allies. Putin's barbaric war of aggression continues, and he has demonstrated his complete and utter lack of interest in de-escalation or pursuing a peaceful resolution. Now, in government, this party has a proud record of supporting Ukraine in its fight against Putin. But when this government gets it right, we will support them. But the recent shameful actions to loosen sanctions on Russian oil and gas are not acceptable to us. So will the government take action in light of the continued threat from Putin? And would they not rather drill in the North Sea rather than loosening the sanctions on Russian oil and gas? We have seen that the Russian ambassador has been summoned by the FCDO. But how is the government responding to Russia's drone attack on Romania? This is a dangerous escalation that we have seen. What support is being given directly to Romania and to other NATO allies in the region to protect them? What action is the government taking to tackle the Russian shadow fleet as it continues to slip through our waters? What work is the Foreign Secretary doing with the Ministry of Defence to ensure that both the RAF and the Royal Navy are equipped and prepared to deal with Russian proxies passing through our waters? When is the Coalition of the Willing due next to meet? What actions are being taken to further target Putin's ability to wage war? And what proposals are coming forward to bring an end to this conflict? The UK must continue to show resolve and use every tool at its disposal to back Ukraine and our allies and defend our freedoms and values from Putin's acts and assaults.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Shadow Foreign Secretary for her comments, and she will know how important it is that we maintain the support across the House for our action in relation to supporting Ukraine and the pressure on Russia. And it sends a very important message from the whole of Parliament to Putin that we stand in solidarity with Ukraine. And it is important to recognise the work that we are doing on sanctions. I do disagree with her characterisation of what we have done. I have outlined how we have actually strengthened sanctions. And what I will also add, Mr. Speaker, is how on the 26th of May, the UK also sanctioned cryptocurrency exchanges operating in Russia, along with entities and individuals suspected of links to the UK-sanctioned A7 network. And it is important to recognise that we are continuing and must continue to keep all of our sanctions under review and strengthen where we can. What I will also say to her is that her contribution today has outlined why we must see a commitment to an unconditional ceasefire. It is unacceptable to see the attacks that we had both on Ukraine and then the drone attack on Romania. But it is also important to say it is Russia that is stalling and backtracking. And Putin has continued to repeat ultra-maximalist demands which would amount to an end to Ukraine's existence as a sovereign, independent state, while dragging out talks and escalating his aggression against Ukraine. We, however, will continue to work with international partners. We are doing that every week. And we are continuing to work with international partners to ensure that Ukraine gets the military and financial support it needs to defend itself, whilst ramping up the economic pressure on Russia in order to force Putin to de-escalate the war and engage in meaningful talks.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the urgent question is about Russian attacks on civilian infrastructure, I would like to bring the voice of a Ukrainian who messaged me earlier today into the chamber. Today, Ukraine marks the Day of Remembrance for the children killed as a result of Russia's aggression. And this is not history. Even this week, there are new deaths, new wounded children, new families destroyed. My Instagram and Facebook feeds are full of these stories. Children injured on the way to shelters, mothers and grandmothers killed, little ones left bleeding while people wait for the attack to end before help can reach them. This is what Russia's attacks on civilian infrastructure mean for Ukrainians. Not numbers, but children's lives being stolen. And I ask the Minister and other honourable members to reflect on that.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his comments, and indeed it is utterly devastating when we do reflect on the impact on children. The children who have been killed, the children who have been injured, the children whose schools have been destroyed, the children whose education is affected, the children who don't have their parents living in whose parents may be both involved in the war on the front line, but also in supporting the front line. It is devastating, and when we see that we've seen that further escalation with a drone entering Romanian airspace as well, it creates even more fear of escalation and not de-escalation. And it is important to say that we need this unconditional ceasefire that we continue to call for and to work for. And it is also important to say that time and time again, Russia has shown it has no regard for civilian life, for children's lives, for international law, or for the sovereignty of its neighbours. And this must not be allowed to stand.
Paul Curl, the Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House will join me in expressing deep condolences to all those who have lost loved ones as a result of Russia's unlawful war in Ukraine. The UN has verified nearly 16,000 Ukrainian civilian deaths and a further 45,000 injuries since Russia's illegal invasion. On Tuesday alone, Putin's evil regime fired another 73 missiles and 656 drones at residential buildings and non-military infrastructure across Ukraine, killing at least 22 people and wounding more than 100. Russia has now destroyed 90% of Ukraine's thermal power generation, while continuing to profit from fossil fuel exports that fund this destruction. Will the Minister please confirm whether the government will stop prevaricating and show leadership on the world stage by transferring the £30 billion in frozen Russian assets held in the Ukraine to Ukraine, to aid in their defence? Will the government also ban all UK maritime services supporting Russia's fossil fuel experts? And finally, will it scrap its shameful sanctions waiver on fuel and diesel products refined from Russian crude?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, may I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. What I will say is that I have outlined how we have increased sanctions, and even just in the last few weeks. And it is important, as he will know, that we continue to work with the international community, with our close working with the EU. He will know how much this is a personal priority as well for the Prime Minister. And he will know that what we are working towards and what we must continue to work towards actively across the whole of the international community is the commitment to an unconditional ceasefire, and also that we have worked with close partners on a shared plan towards peace. And I will say that it was important also to hear with Secretary Rubio giving evidence to Congress yesterday to call out on Russia for failing to meet its objectives, and that we continue to work with the US closely on their work on peace, but also on their work in supporting Ukraine.
Adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the sanctions by this government and other governments has denied Russia funds for both attacks on military and civilian targets. But as the war has progressed, they've found ever more creative ways to avoid and delay the impact. So can I ask the Minister whether those existing sanctions are under constant review, and what more can be done to stop the funds going to Russia driving these attacks?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and as he will know, we will always keep sanctions under review, and it is important that we have taken recent steps as well, and that we will continue to keep the pressure on Russia. It is important to say that we stand united with those who have been affected, Ukraine and the recent drone incident with Romania, and that we will always stand as well with all allies in defending every inch of NATO territory.
Mark Blitcher.
It would be easy to see this conflict in purely geopolitical terms, but if I may be slightly philosophical for a moment, I would suggest that this is very much a battle between good and evil, between light and darkness. And if it's seen in that context, I think it gives us a little bit more impetus to continue to do what the United Kingdom has been doing from the beginning of this war, and to stay united across this House as much as possible, notwithstanding the comments from the front bench, which are my front bench, which I completely agree with on the temporary licences. But if I may, would the Minister like to join me in congratulating the new government of Hungary in lifting the veto on the European peace facility, which is going to directly help Ukraine's war effort? And is it not the case the attacks on Poland, Romania, Moldova and the Baltic states is not an errant missile going astray, but it is a probing of NATO. It is a testing of NATO and our resolve, and that resolve must remain tough and strong and resolute. But finally, on the issue of Russian sanctions, which I've supported from the very beginning clearly, isn't now not the case that North Korea, Iran and China, and I'd like to put on record my thanks to Sir Richard Moore, the former Chief of the Secret Intelligence Service, for calling out China. The component parts of a lot of these ballistic missiles and drones are coming from those three countries, and we need to take more action. And Madam Deputy Speaker, finally may I put on record my condolences for the death of Sir Richard, for Sir Alex Younger, a former head of SIS, who was a first-class public servant, dedicated his life to keeping this country safe and our allies.
Minister.
May I, Madam Deputy Speaker, also join in condolences in relation to Sir Alex Younger and for all the reasons that that the honourable member states. And let me just take some of his comments. There were quite a lot in his intervention. It is indeed the case that Russia's recklessness in violating NATO airspace, including the incident in Romania just a few days ago, serves only to strengthen the unity of NATO and the resolve of allies to support Ukraine in its defence, and to also continue to send a message to Russia that we will defend every inch of NATO territory. And what I think is also important to recognise is the ongoing support that we are giving and why it is so important. I have already stated the support that we have given to the Ukraine war effort. We've committed also 13 billion of total military support with our 2.26 billion extraordinary revenue acceleration loan. And I do want to also mention that since the start of the invasion, the UK has committed up to 5.3 billion in non-military support, including 4.1 billion to the World Bank loans and 1.2 billion in bilateral support. We are a leading bilateral donor. And it is the case as well that in our work with EU allies that we continue to support efforts. Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine continues to be met by European unity. And at the European Political Council Summit in Yerevan last month, he will know that the Prime Minister announced the UK will enter talks to join the EU's €90 billion loan, which will support Ukraine's budgetary and military needs.
Phil Brickell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I take this opportunity to commend the Minister and her colleagues in the FCDO on the continuing ratcheting up of sanctions, whether that's on Russian hydrocarbons, whether it's on crypto networks, or whether it's on other illicit financial flows. Now, I was not a member of this House in the last Parliament, but I was proud as a British citizen to see that there was consensus across the political parties about the need to stand up to Putin's barbaric and unlawful war of aggression and to support Ukraine for as long as it took. Regrettably, that is no longer the case in this place. So will the Minister and other colleagues in the Chamber today join me in condemning remarks by Reform UK's candidate in the Makerfield by-election when he said that Putin's Russia was well within its rights to annex Crimea?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his comments, and I will join him in condemning that comment. And there is no space for apologies for Putin in this chamber. And what I will say is that it is incredibly important not just to look at sanctions and what we're doing, but the impact of those sanctions. We want to see that they are taking effect. And it is important to note that on the 12th of May, Russia slashed its economic growth forecast also for this year from 1.3% to just 0.4%. Russia's Deputy Prime Minister ascribed this downgrade to the impact of sanctions amongst other factors. It is important to recognise that we must keep the pressure on and that it is having an effect.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Is it not clear that this kind of escalation is a portent of what Russia intends to do as they begin to lose this war? Only a few months ago, there was a general view that Russia was winning. Now it is clear Russia is losing, and they will run out of money before they can annex Ukraine. So what is the government doing to ensure that we are properly prepared to face down this escalation? It's all very well ministers coming to this House and wringing their hands and condemning these atrocities, but what are we going to do to deter this atrocity and further Russian escalation? And could she make an assessment of the St. Petersburg International Economic Conference, which set out various scenarios for Russia in the future, some of them including the threats of nuclear weapons? How are we going to deter that?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his comments, and let me just also agree with him that Russia's failure on the battlefield is likely to be one reason why it is escalating its air raids, including on major Ukrainian cities. That is a view of analysts. The Institute for the Study of War think tank said that strikes were also aimed at distracting from the impact of Ukraine's long-term attacks on Russia. And it is important that we recognise that this is a sign of Russia starting to seek to have those distractions and to escalate rather than de-escalate, which is what we need to happen. I have already outlined, Madam Deputy Speaker, the work that we are doing, both on increasing defence support bilaterally and multilaterally, the way we are engaging in dialogue and work with our European allies as well as allies across the world, the way the Prime Minister is continuing to lead in those efforts, the reason and why he spoke to President Zelensky last night and why we must continue to have that dialogue, the reason why we also summoned the Russian ambassador yesterday. This is an effort in which we will continue to be engaged in supporting Ukraine, standing with Ukraine and making sure that we see a de-escalation, a unilateral ceasefire, and that Russia withdraws.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think almost all of us in this House believe that Russia must pay for the damage and devastation it's caused in Ukraine. My constituents want to see assets seized from the Russian state and its proxies to be used to start supporting Ukraine, not both during and after this war. So, can the Minister give an update to this House and my constituents on that progress?
Minister.
I thank my my honourable friend. Indeed, I have sought to cover a number of points, but one point I do want to reiterate in terms of continuing our support and continuing progress in relation to the war in Ukraine as well, is the work that the Secretary of State is also doing, and how he will be chairing the next meeting of the 50-nation-strong Ukraine Defence contact group at NATO headquarters. It is important that in every area, on every forum that we continue to keep the pressure on, the military pressure, and also the pressure of sanctions, the economic pressure on Russia.
Kirsty Blackman.
The SNP continue to support the military assistance that's being provided and will continue to push for further sanctions on Russia in order that they can no longer afford this war. I understand that the Minister may not have these answers at her fingertips, and I would be happy for her to write to me because I'd rather have a full answer. The member from Malden spoke about war crimes, and targeting civilian infrastructure is a war crime. Can the Minister lay out what the UK are doing with allies to protect and preserve the evidence of those war crimes in order that prosecutions can be brought in the future?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady, and indeed she makes a very important point. I do think in relation to the work that is going on, and also that my honourable friend who's unable to be here today is also connected with, that I am very happy to ensure that there is that engagement with her.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 8 years ago next month, Dawn Sturgis died in my constituency as a direct consequence of Russia's attack via Novichok, aiming to take out Sergei Skripal. During that awful episode, it was quite clear that the work of our security services was instrumental in understanding the covert networks that Russia has across the globe. I would like to pay tribute to Sir Alex Younger, who did so much to hold together an increasingly sophisticated capability to protect us in the United Kingdom. Could the Minister reassure us that continued investment will take place in whatever sophisticated surveillance of Russian assets across the globe that exist, so that we can make sure that we are one step ahead of Putin?
Minister.
I thank the right honourable member, and indeed he is right to pay tribute to Sir Alex Younger, and also I do recognise his work in relation to the horrific Salisbury attack, and also the impact it will have had on the community, and the work that continues, I know, with him. What I will say is that he will be aware that the Strategic Defence Review and the National Security Strategy have identified the Russian state as the most acute threat to the UK's national security. But that will also be a matter that we continue to keep under review and work with our international allies to make sure that we do keep our country safe, and that we also put a stop to Russian state threats wherever they are happening, and indeed to continue to give Ukraine our ironclad support.
Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The latest attacks by Russia should be condemned in the strongest of terms. Russia has rightly been made a pariah on the international stage for its ongoing invasion of Ukraine and the crimes associated with it. But they are slowly slinking their way back into the cultural and sporting events, such as last month's Eurovision boss, when Martin Green said that Russia could return to the stage whilst the war continues in Ukraine. So what steps will the government take with its international allies and across departments to ensure such normalisation and rehabilitation of Russian image is not allowed while egregious breaches of international law and war crimes continue?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and indeed what he will have heard is the assessment that's already been made in our security reviews of Russia's Russian state threats. But he will also have heard earlier about our concerns in relation to Russia's failure to advance on the battlefield as a cause for why it's escalating matters now, and why we must look at every step, all measures we can take to keep the pressure on Russia. We keep the pressure on Russia as well through our economic sanctions, but we will continue to do all we can to send a message to Russia that its behaviour is unacceptable, violations of international law for which it has no respect, and that we will continue to back our allies across the world.
Sir Desmond Sway.
Madam Deputy Speaker, would the Honourable Lady reassure us that given that our own infrastructure is under constant cyber attack, that she is happy to tell us that Russia would be right in understanding that no such attack would go unanswered, like for like?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, but indeed he makes a very important point about risks and why it is so important that we are taking all the steps we can, along with our allies internationally, to make sure that we are upgrading our defence and security systems, that we will be looking to deter and detect any potential risk to our security, and indeed that we will always defend our country, our infrastructure, and that is a focus for the whole of this government.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to return to the issue of UK maritime services bankrolling Putin's barbaric war by supporting Russian fossil fuel exports. Despite the ban relating to LNG, campaigners have criticised what they see as a lack of enforcement of the rules. What will the government do to ensure sanctions are not just a paper tiger?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. What I will say is that it's important to note, as I did share earlier, the impact that sanctions are having, and that has actually been commented on by the Deputy Prime Minister in Russia. The UK's Russia sanctions regime is absolutely designed to maximise impact on Putin's regime, to cripple supply chains and technological advancement and undermine Russia's war effort. She will know also that the UK has sanctioned over 3,300 individuals, entities and ships under our Russia sanctions regime, of which over 3,100 were imposed since the full-scale invasion in 2022. And over 1,300 of these designations were imposed under this government. I could go on, including our sanctioning of over 30 Russian banks, accounting for 90% of Russia's banking sector. Our sanctions are hurting, and it is important that this message continues for Russia.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Honourable Gentleman for bringing the question forward, and to the Minister, indeed every person, every MP and Honourable Member in this House for their comment to support Ukraine. That sends a very strong message from this Chamber, by the way. For 4 years the world has witnessed Russia wage a brutal, unprovoked war of aggression in a systematic attempt to erase a sovereign nation from the map, marked by a deliberate campaign of terror against innocent civilians, energy grids and first responders. The intensity of long-range bombardment has increased by 20% in the last year. So how can we further meet our obligations to the rule of law and take whatever steps are necessary to end the war and to ensure that Ukraine continues to still exist at this end point? Thank you.
Minister.
I always thank the honourable gentleman for his question. And let me also say that he is absolutely right, that it is imperative that we see a ceasefire, an end to this war and the withdrawal of Russia from Ukraine. And that remains our focus in the support we give to Ukraine and the work that we are doing internationally with other nations to work with our close partners, continuing on negotiations. But it is also important to recognise the impact that our sanctions are having, as I've outlined. Indeed, it's also worth mentioning Russia's oil and gas revenues fell 24% year on year in 2025 and by 47% in January and February this year compared to the same period last year. We have to keep the pressure on, and it is important that we also recognise this is also about upholding international law. It's about our values, and it is about ensuring that sovereign nations should be able to continue their lives in peace, supporting prosperity and security for their people, and not be subject to illegal wars as we have seen in Ukraine.
That is the end of the urgent question on Russian attacks on civilian infrastructure. If the front bench wish to quickly shuffle over, we can start business questions. Business questions. Shadow Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Leader of the House give us the forthcoming business?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The business for the week commencing the 8th of June will include Monday the 8th of June, Committee of the Whole House on the Steel Industry Nationalisation Bill, Day 1. Tuesday the 9th of June, conclusion of Committee of the Whole House and remaining stages of the Steel Industry Nationalisation Bill. Wednesday the 10th of June, remaining stages of the Railways Bill. Thursday the 11th of June, a general debate on the legacy of Joe Cox. Friday the 12th of June, the House will not be sitting. The provisional business for the week commencing the 15th of June includes Monday the 15th of June, the Chairman of Ways and Means is expected to name opposed private business for consideration, followed by a debate on a motion on NHS dentistry. The subject for this debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee. And Tuesday the 16th of June, remaining stages of the Cybersecurity and Resilience Network and Information Systems Bill.
Shadow Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I welcome my guests to the gallery. As I see it, Madam Deputy Speaker, part of our job at Business Questions is to act as a place of record. And this has been a grim week, a week of mourning for us all. First, we mourn for Henry Novak. The whole House will know the terrible circumstances of his murder, and will, I know, feel the deepest respect for the dignity of his family in the face of such a loss. We mourn, too, the tragic loss of the 3 Royal Navy crew killed yesterday when their helicopter crashed in Devon, and the loss of Lance Corporal James Freeman of the Royal Anglian Regiment, who died on Sunday during a training exercise in Erbil. And we mourn the early death of Sir Alex Younger, as has already been mentioned in this chamber, a friend to many in and around this House who did so much to protect this country in his long tenure as Chief of the Secret Intelligence Service. But finally, I hope I may record my personal sadness at the recent deaths of 2 true Conservative parliamentarians, Sir Alan Hazelhurst and Sir Jeremy Hanley, both great public servants. In all these cases, we send our deepest condolences to their families, friends and comrades. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have 2 matters to raise with the Leader today, if I may. A first is a matter of housekeeping. Colleagues will know of my deep concerns about the current plans for the rebuild of the Palace of Westminster. The lack of scrutiny they have received to date, and in particular the prospect of an uncapped budget potentially running up to an astounding £20 to £40 billion. The R&R Client Board last met on the 2nd of March. At that meeting, I requested information, and I understood that my request had been agreed. 3 months later, as far as I'm aware, nothing has happened. I cannot even check the status of my request because the minutes have not been published in either of the 2, I note 2 parallel and apparently unconnected places on the parliamentary website. This is just not good enough. It is a disrespect to the Chamber and to the Palace as a whole. Very soon, the Government are expected to bring a motion forward asking colleagues to endorse a programme which could cost more than the original budget for HS2. Just think about that, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hope all members will think about it. At present, colleagues are manifestly under-informed and under-prepared. Can the Leader therefore reassure the House that there will be proper time for scrutiny both in the Public Accounts Committee and on the floor of the House, and that at least 3 weeks' notice will be given of any motion so that both Houses may prepare properly? Secondly, I raise a matter of both local and national importance. The leader will know that thanks to the Hay Festival and now How the Light Gets In, every year at the end of May, Hay and its environs in my constituency become the world capital of ideas. As Arthur Miller once described it, Hay is the Woodstock of the mind. But Hay is also Hay on Wye, and the Wye, one of the loveliest rivers in Britain, remains in deep ecological distress. I've been campaigning on this issue now for 6 years, and progress, alas, has been fitful at best. The previous government published a River Wye action plan with up to £35 million earmarked to help deal with poultry manure and nutrient pollution, only for it to be discarded after the general election. But Herefordshire Council and neighbouring councils have been working hard with farmers, conservation bodies and local partners, most recently through a new charter for the River Wye, an evocative statement of shared purpose across the catchment. The root problem is a lack of joined-up collective action and a regulatory system that remains woefully insufficient. The river runs through England and Wales, but pollution does not stop at the border, and nor should policy. We need one, and we have always needed, one single approach which brings everyone together, one source of authority for the river. And that is why I am proposing statutory River Wye commissioners, an inexpensive cross-border body for the whole catchment, created by an order in council with a single recovery plan, proper shared data, published milestones, and the authority to bring all parties, businesses, farmers, campaigners, ecologists, planning, conservation and enforcement to the same table. So may we have a debate in government time on the River Wye commissioners, and perhaps the government can pick up my River Wye cleaning private members bill so that this wonderful river can be given the clear, accountable and empowered cross-border support it so urgently needs.
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I join the right honourable gentleman in mentioning at the very beginning of my remarks Henry Novak. And I want to thank him, and I want to thank many, many members across the House who have dealt with this matter, a tragic matter, in a sensitive and responsible way. Unfortunately, it's not universal in this House, but I have to say in many ways members have risen to the occasion. And we need to respect, as the Prime Minister said yesterday, the wishes of Henry's family. But above all that, we need to respect Henry himself. And I thank the right honourable gentleman for the way in which he has raised this. He's also given a list of other tragic events, and I just want to mention some of them and run through perhaps some others too. As he says, we send our deepest condolences to the friends and families of the Navy personnel killed tragically during the helicopter training exercise yesterday, and also pay tribute to Lance Corporal James Freeman, who was killed in a training exercise in northern Iraq. I know that the thoughts of the whole House are with his family and his unit at this desperately sad time. And again, it underlines just how important it is that we respect our men and women of the services who do so much on behalf of our country. I'm also saddened, as he was, to hear of the death of Lord Hazelhurst. Alan Hazelhurst was a distinguished Deputy Speaker, Chairman of Ways and Means and Chair of the Administration Committee, a dedicated parliamentarian MP for more than 47 years. I served with him on the Honours Committee from time to time, but more lately met up with him in the tea room, where we invariably discussed cricket, of which he knew a great deal, and clearly I do not. Also pay tribute to Alex Younger, the former head of MI6, who passed away this week. He was a distinguished and dedicated public servant and the longest-serving MI6 chief in 50 years. And our thoughts are with his family at this very, very sad time. I also want to place on record our tribute to Baroness Ramsay of Cart Vale, who sadly passed away. She lived an extraordinary life and served as a role model to women everywhere. And I'm sure the whole House will join me in sending condolences to her family and friends. And lastly, but by no means least, I'm sure the whole House also joins me in sending our condolences to the friends and family of Gladys Dixon. She was a much-loved character in the members' tea room and rightly proud of the MBE which she received, and she'll be deeply missed by members across the House. I just want to mention one or two matters, Madam Deputy Speaker, before I get on to the remarks of the Right Honourable Gentleman. Patients across England will benefit from more services, treatments and better access to medicines from their local pharmacy under a new £340 million government-funded deal we announced last week. And we are making the most of our highly skilled pharmacists while boosting access to services and giving patients more care right on their doorstep. And I know that this issue has been raised many times in business questions and indeed elsewhere. And I hope that that pressure has influenced this decision and that this announcement will be welcomed. At the weekend, the biggest train operator, Go via Thameslink Services, entered public ownership, which means that publicly owned operators will deliver 8 out of 10 passenger rail journeys, and millions of passengers will benefit from more accountability and reliable journeys. And I know that railway services are an issue, again, which are frequently raised by members with me, but again in other ways as well. And by setting up Great British Railways, we're putting passengers first, we're fixing what's broken, and we're delivering a better railway on behalf of the people. On the two specific points that the Right Honourable Gentleman raises, he's right to raise, and it is concerning, that the Client Board has not produced the minutes of their meeting yet. There's no, I'm sure, no great conspiracy behind this. It's just a case of they haven't got round to doing it, but I give him the assurance that they will. And I also agree with him that it's really important that we roll the pitch for any decision on R&R, a decision which I truly believe we will need to make one way or the other, because we can't tread water for very much longer, not least because it's costing us a great deal of money to do so. Whichever route we take, it costs a great deal of money. But governance and financial guidance on these matters, keeping tabs on the money is very important. It's the heart of what we do. And therefore, I will be bringing forward a motion. And I listened to what you said about the time for that. It is the case that the PAC is looking at this, and we do need to learn lessons from people who have looked at this matter, so that if we make the decision, that we get it absolutely right. In terms of the Hay on Wye Festival and indeed the River Hay, I too was at the Hay on Wye Festival for a day, and it is a tremendous event. And next year I would encourage people to go along to that. He talks about the state of our rivers. We've got a water bill in the King's Speech. We're determined to go on cleaning up our rivers and our seas. The Wye is, amongst others, a very beautiful river indeed, and it is important that it is cleaned up for communities along its route, but also for others who visit that particularly beautiful part of the world. I offer him a meeting with the Water Minister to make his case for the actions that he proposes, so that he can put forward his proposals for a commissioner. And if the government isn't forthcoming in that, there are other routes that he can take. He mentions his private member's bill, but there are other routes he can take, because I know he's a determined campaigner to improve that situation.
Alex Davies-Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When government ministers decide to have disappearing messages on their phones as standard, or when ministers decide to omit certain information because it seems beneficial, is there any wonder that public trust in government and in politicians is so low? And when the institutions that are meant to protect and support the public seemingly defend perpetrators of abuse instead, things need to change. Therefore, will the Leader of the House please grant a debate in government time on the urgent and frankly long overdue need for a legal duty of candour, on morality and integrity in public life?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I understand my honourable friend's frustration on these matters, but I have to say that ministers, including the Prime Minister, have complied with the humble address by providing all the information that ministers hold. And I think that's the right thing for them to have done, the information that they've held. And as following on from that, the Cabinet Office has then published that information. So I just want to correct the record that as far as anyone knows, nothing is being withheld. from that. She's absolutely right, however, about the duty of candour. She's done a great deal of work, and I thank her for that, on the Hillsborough law, at which the centre of which is about candour, and that will be coming forward in due course, and she'll be able to make her case again there. But of course, it's not just about candour that everyone in public office should be accountable for, but there are ministerial codes and other ways in which people can be held accountable for their actions, and I just want to reassure the House on that matter.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by echoing the comments made by both the Shadow Leader and the Leader of the House in relation to the murder of Henry Novak and the comments made by his family. As a former police officer, Madam Deputy Speaker, what I would say is to those who are seeking to protest or indeed encouraging those to protest is that protests involve policing and they take away the very police officers who operate in our communities trying to tackle the scourge of knife crime, and it's important that we remember that. I would also echo their comments in relation to the service personnel who have tragically died in recent days, to the death of Sir Alex Younger and the former parliamentarians that we all recognise and remember. But Madam Deputy Speaker, this week I wanted to draw the attention of the House to the outbreak of the Ebola virus in the DRC and Uganda, and already over 60 people have died as a result of this ongoing outbreak. The head of WHO said yesterday that the outbreak could have begun as early as January, and I fear, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that drastic cuts to international aid have undermined the international community's preparedness to urgently identify and respond to outbreaks such as these. Yet under the Conservative government, aid was slashed from 0.7 of GDP to 0.5, and under Labour, down to its lowest levels as a proportion of GNI since 1999. We are responding to a crisis like the Ebola outbreak with one hand tied behind our backs. International development is important for Britain's strength abroad. Not my words, Madam Deputy Speaker, but the words of Tony Blair in his much commented essay last week. And I'd also say that I believe it's important to our national security as well. And Liberal Democrats enshrined the 0.7 international development target in law whilst in government, thanks in large part to the dedication of Liberal Democrat Leader in the Lords, Lord Purvis, a law which has still not been repealed despite successive governments flouting it. So I ask the Leader of the House, will he ask the Foreign Secretary to come before this House and update us on the government's compliance with the International Development Act of 2015? Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I certainly join the Honourable Lady in paying tribute to the police officers, particularly those that were hurt in the appalling recent disturbances. She refers to the outbreak of Ebola, and the current outbreak is affecting, as colleagues will know, the Democratic Republic of Congo and also threatening Uganda as well. Our estimation is that the risk to the UK population is currently low, but we do keep that under constant review. We've implemented a package of border health measures, including information screens live at Heathrow, Gatwick and Manchester airports, and NHS 111 pathways have been updated. But we do continue to work closely with international partners. Last month, we up to £20 million of new UK aid funding helped to contain the recent outbreak in the Eastern DRC, but we keep that under constant review. I couldn't agree more with her that the aid programme is an important part of our national security. I also think it's a moral cause, actually. But we are committed to a target of 0.7% when the fiscal circumstances allow that, and we are committing £1.4 billion a year to tackle human suffering in some of the worst humanitarian crises. We will still be the fifth biggest funder of development aid, and we will invest £850 million in the Global Fund for 2026-2028. So I do understand what she's saying about the need to go further, but that should not ignore the fact that we're doing everything that we can.
Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. More than 15 people have died in water-related incidents in the recent hot weather, including 17-year-old David Teeter Jr., who sadly lost his life at Pickmere Lake near Northwich last Tuesday. My thoughts, and I'm sure the thoughts of the entire House, are with David's family at this difficult time. The tragic incident highlights the importance of water safety education, and in particular the risks associated with cold water shock. Will the Leader of the House arrange to have the Minister responsible look at this and other recent cases and consider how water safety education in schools might be strengthened?
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I certainly join with him in sending our condolences to all the victims' families, including David, those who have tragically died. As part of the Beat the Heat campaign, UKHSA promotes safer choices around where and how people swim. But as he rightly points out, schools are required to provide mandatory swimming instruction in primary schools, and that primary school leavers should be able to swim 25 metres confidently. If there are reasons why this isn't happening, I will certainly ask the relevant department to look into this and find out why it isn't happening. I'd also encourage him and others with an interest in this. And the numbers are so tragically high that it will affect a number of constituencies. I would urge him to attend the Westminster Hall debate next Tuesday on water safety, where he can raise these matters directly with the Minister.
Backbench Committee Chair, Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The committee met on Tuesday afternoon, and of course we had 6 of the 8 members who are due to be on the committee, and our quorum is 4. So I would urge both the Government and our Liberal Democrat colleagues to ensure we're up to full strength as fast as possible so that we can continue. We added a further 12 debates to our waiting list and attempted to utilise the time we've been allocated as effectively as we can. So I understand we're going to get a half day on Thursday, the 18th of June, and there will be a need for a Business of the House motion so that we can have the DSIT Select Committee give their Select Committee statement. I'd ask the Leader to do that. That will be followed by a debate on the infected blood compensation scheme. The business in Westminster Hall on the 11th of June will be a Select Committee statement from the Scottish Affairs Select Committee, followed by a debate on freedom of religion, and then followed by a debate on secondary breast cancer. On Tuesday the 16th of June, there will be a debate on community hospitals, and on Thursday the 18th of June, a debate on safeguarding human rights in supply chains, followed by another debate to be confirmed. I understand that we are due to get the Estimates Day debates soon, and I'd be grateful if the Leader could announce when those will be. We have set a deadline now for requests for debates of Friday the 12th of June, so not much time. We invite requests for debates from select committees and individuals accordingly, and we'll obviously determine those debates as soon as we can. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, over the weekend was National No Smoking Day. And indeed, this afternoon, we will be holding a celebration of 50 years of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Action on Smoking and Health. I've had the honour of chairing that All-Party Group for the last 11 years. So it's an important thing. All members are welcome to come and join us in Dining Room A. Equally, of course, we'll be celebrating the passing of the Tobacco and Vapes Act. And indeed, I'd ask the Leader if he could arrange for the Health Minister, one of the Health Ministers, to come and give a statement to the House on what the next steps are after the passing of the Act in terms of both regulations and the path towards a smoke-free England 2030.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I will certainly, I hear what he says about Business of the House motion, and I'll certainly ensure that happens. In terms of estimates days, I will announce future business in the usual way, but as he says, we can expect estimates day soon. I'll give him as much notice to his committee as possible, and I will confirm what the dates are as soon as I can. On the Tobacco and Vapes Bill, the Honourable Gentleman has been an assiduous campaigner on this matter, and I thank him and the Smoking and Health APPG for all the work that they have done. I'll certainly raise it with the relevant minister to see if we can get him and indeed the House the update on the implementation of the Act that he seeks.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On September the 13th, 2024, Juliana, Giselle and Kyle Prosper were murdered by a family member who was able to buy a shotgun with a forged paper certificate. I've recently met with their father, Giselle and Kyle's father, and it is one of those meetings that will stay with you forever as a Member of Parliament. Now, even before this tragedy, it is unthinkable that anyone could purchase a gun by swapping pieces of paper in a car park. So would the Leader of the House give time for a debate on the much-needed modernisation and digitalisation of the firearms licensing so that the police know exactly where and who has guns, licensed guns in their area, and to track down and crack down on illegal sales?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank you for raising this tragic case with the House. It is important that we have a strong and effective gun laws. If she wishes to raise her concerns directly with the Home Affairs Minister, I will arrange for a meeting for her. She may also wish to seek a Westminster Hall debate so that she can hear, and the rest of the House can hear directly from the Minister about what the government intends to do.
Steve Barclay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When Lord Mandelson WhatsApped one of the government's most senior ministers to say growth plans are in the hands of Rachel Reeves, the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister replied, "It does not fill you with confidence." And yet a good illustration of that can be seen in Cambridgeshire, where just last year the government cancelled, after £80 million of public money and securing planning permission for the largest brownfield site for 8,500 homes, it cancelled the scheme. And yet this week the government announced yet another unelected Quango, the Greater Cambridge Development Corporation, to lead on housing, in addition to the Greater Cambridge Partnership that leads on housing, in addition to the Metro Mayor who leads on housing, in addition to the County Council and the District Council who lead on housing. And if that's not enough, Madam Deputy Speaker, Cambridge Ahead, which is the voice of civil leadership on issues such as housing. Why does having so many duplicate bodies, costing taxpayers in my constituency so much money, give anyone confidence that this government can deliver growth?
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government is delivering growth, not as fast as we would hope, of course, in difficult circumstances, but we're doing that. What we're also doing is we're building more houses, because people need houses somewhere to live. And it is important, not least for them, but it is important because housing is a driver of growth. He talks about the involvement of the various agencies in decision-making. The principle from government is very simple, which is that decisions should be made closer to where it affects people. So the organisations and agencies that he talks about, it is better that they are making the decisions than attempts are made to determine these matters here at the centre.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the beginning of last month, there were more than 1,600 applicants on the social housing register in Wolverhampton requiring a 3-bedroomed property, and more than 270 of those required emergency priority. However, in the previous 12 months, only 216 3-bedroom properties became available for letting. So can the Leader of the House please meet with me and the relevant Minister to discuss how the provision of social housing can be improved in my constituency of Wolverhampton West and throughout the country?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is a champion for his constituents, and I pay tribute to him for that. We are taking action to tackle a lack of social housing, including through the Social Housing Bill introduced into Parliament last month. We're strengthening protections for tenants and giving local authorities the certainty they need to build new and affordable social housing. If he wishes to get a meeting with the Housing Minister to discuss these matters and how it affects his constituency, I'll arrange that meeting.
On Tuesday evening, we lost my Uncle Rory to cancer. He absolutely adored politics, and I hope it offers a little bit of comfort to my family that we are able to remember him here today. And I want to thank the doctors. I want to thank the doctors and nurses who looked after him. But given 1 in 2 of us will develop cancer in our lifetimes, I think it's so important that we continue to talk about cancer, and particularly rare forms like blood cancer, which my father is currently fighting successfully so far, keep touching wood, but also bone cancer. So could I perhaps ask that we can have a debate in government time about the importance of raising awareness and what more we can do to fight and eradicate cancer in the future?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I send, I'm sure, with the rest of the House, our condolences to her family, the loss of her uncle. and we certainly wish her father well in his struggle. The Government has published our national campaign plan, £2.3 billion invested to include 9.5 million additional tests by 2022. We realise this is a priority for people. It is a priority for the Government, and I'll certainly take away her request to see if we can provide an update to the House on what our plans are going forward.
Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm an active, team-oriented and some might even say loyal member of the Labour crew. Yeah. So I was very glad to visit the local McDonald's at Junction 1 retail park recently and to be reminded of my time as a McDonald's crew member at a drive-thru in Gloucester. It was good to meet the franchisee and staff and see the hard work, the high standards, the great training, career opportunities that they have in that McDonald's and others elsewhere. I also heard about the McDonald's Work Experience programme, giving opportunities for young people, much needed opportunities, work experience, but also help with CVs and interview technique, etc. So I believe this government has taken its responsibility very seriously with the Youth Jobs Grant and the Jobs Guarantee and more. But this company, and many like it, are also taking their responsibility seriously. So could we have a debate in government time to champion the work of businesses who are taking the responsibility seriously and helping our young people get to work?
Leader.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and my honourable friend will know that it's a priority of this government that we get young people into work. It's a disgrace that there are nearly 1 million young people not in employment, education or training. It's why we've set up the Milburn Review, which has had its interim findings, but will come up with some recommendations later in the year. In terms of McDonald's, I too have McDonald's in my constituency. I think I'm probably not alone in that. And I agree with them absolutely. That McDonald's should be praised for their work experience programme, but also for their progression programme, so that they can bring people through to train and to manage outlets, etc. They're a fantastic organisation in much of what they do, and I think this would be a great opportunity for my honourable friend to get an adjournment debate on this matter, not just to discuss McDonald's, but to get from the Minister further information about what our plans are for more jobs for young people.
Wendy Morton.
Speaker, from volunteer gardeners to gardening clubs, litter pickers, wombles, community groups and church groups across Aldridge Brownhills, there are some fantastic volunteer organisations. As most across this House know, it's Volunteers Week. So would the Leader of the House join me in recognising all those that do so much to support our local communities, and particularly this evening in my constituency, some will be recognised at Manor Farm Community Association.
Leader.
Thank you very much indeed. I certainly join with the Right Honourable Lady in thanking volunteers, not just in Aldridge Brownhills, but across our country. I've said before, they're the golden thread that hold our communities together, and it's appropriate in this week, but indeed every week, that we should thank them for the work that they do and pay tribute to that. Thank you.
Paulette Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent, Ethan Lacey from Castle Vale in Birmingham, is fighting for his life in hospital in Thailand following a serious incident. His family are facing unimaginable distress as they seek to support him and navigate the challenges he's facing dealing with medical issues from thousands of miles away. Given the urgency of this case, will the Leader of the House help me secure an urgent meeting with the relevant Foreign Office Minister to discuss immediate support for Ethan and his family? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
We send Ethan and his family our best wishes, and the direct answer to my honourable friend's question about the meeting is yes, I will.
Neil Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, last week Kenneth Law pleaded guilty in Canada to 14 counts of aiding suicide. The toxic packages he distributed around the world are believed to be linked to the deaths of some 79 Britons, including Tom, the son of my constituent, David Parfitt. Yet Law won't be tried in the UK following a CPS decision. David, other victims' families and the Molly Rose Foundation have called for a public inquiry into these and similar deaths connected to pro-suicide forums. So will the Leader of the House arrange for the relevant minister to come and give a statement to the House on this case and the wider issue?
I'll offer the Honourable Lady a meeting with the Reverend Minister with the details of the case and see what further can be done.
Oh, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Recently, Councillor Harry Atkinson marked his final day as Civic Mayor of the Borough of Erewash with a visit to this House. At just 25 years old, he was widely believed to be the youngest mayor in the country during his mayoral year. During that year, he raised over £5,000 for charity, including £2,000 on an incredible journey, driving a Reliant Robin across Europe to Erewash's twin towns. They're not built for that, for the record. I am incredibly proud of Harry and his work in demonstrating that public service, civic pride and democracy are alive and thriving amongst the next generation. Will the Leader of the House, therefore, consider granting time for a debate on the importance of youth involvement in politics?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I join him in recognising the exceptional service of Councillor Harry Atkinson, not only to his local community, but for charity as well. I would encourage my honourable friend to apply for a debate, as I believe it would be a popular topic. But of course, in terms of what we do for youth involvement in politics, it's really important. The House reaches out in all sorts of ways, but don't forget that we also have the Youth Parliament.
Richard. Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't know if the Leader of the House is a boater, but if he is, can I invite him on the Shropshire Union Canal, and in particular come and visit the Shrewsbury and Newport Canals Trust and the excellent volunteers that do so much to help Shropshire tourism. Could we have a debate on England's canals and the importance of those canals for tourism and leisure, and also hotels, pubs, fishing, hiking? The overall offer alongside canals and connected to canals is worth a huge amount of money to counties like Shropshire, but I asked the government if it could do more.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I certainly praise the work of his canal trust, but also canal trusts elsewhere, because I absolutely agree with him about the importance of canals for tourism and beyond that. I'd encourage him perhaps to apply for an adjournment debate so that he could make the case and see what the appropriate minister can say about further supporting that. As for joining him on the canal, and this is a confession of an MP from a coastal constituency, I have a notoriously weak stomach for water, so I couldn't even guarantee on a canal that it wouldn't be a problem.
Rachel Hopkins.
Obstructive pavement parking is a serious and dangerous issue in many areas of my constituency, particularly in the central areas of Luton. So I'm pleased that our new Labour leader at Luton Council, Councillor Tamina Salim, has made tackling it one of her priorities. Particularly also because over 600 people signed my petition calling on Luton Council to take up new powers to enforce against pavement parking at the earliest opportunity. So could the Leader of the House provide time for the Secretary of State for Transport to update the House on when this legislation will be introduced so we can start tackling pavement parking as soon as possible?
Speaking, I thank my honourable friend for raising this matter, because pavement parking is a serious issue and has been raised on a number of occasions in sessions such as this. The Government's English Devolution and Community Empowerment Act does give local leaders powers to prohibit pavement parking. And local authorities will be given powers to tackle the worst instances through secondary legislation. But I would point out to her that she may be able to get an answer to the question that she poses directly from ministers, because it's transport orals on the 11th of June.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When it comes to planning policy, there's little I agree with this government on, but I'm hoping we can find some consensus on this one particular point of retrospective planning applications. In the villages of Upton and Dinton in my constituency, land was taken over the weekend, the size of a football pitch, tarmacked, mobile homes and caravans installed with no planning permission. It seems now a retrospective application isn't just enabling the ability for those that have breached the rules so egregiously to wash that away, but they don't have to comply with things like biodiversity net gain provisions that a fresh planning application would have to. So can we have a debate in government time about how we shut down the ability for those who so egregiously breach the rules to then get retrospective permission?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I absolutely understand his concern and the concern of his constituents when faced with situations such as this. I will offer to help to arrange a meeting with the Minister to make the case, which he makes very strongly indeed, to see what further action the government intends to take.
No.
Last week I visited Newquay Orchard with the Cooperative Party to see firsthand how local people have transformed our green space into a thriving community asset that provides environmental education, mental health support, employability services and many more community activities. And projects like Newquay Orchard show the power of cooperation and of community-led action in tackling some of society's biggest challenges. So will the Leader of the House provide time for a debate on the role of cooperatives and community organisations in building stronger, healthier and more resilient communities?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I pay tribute to Newquay Orchard for the work that they're doing, because it's not just about good outside spaces for people to use, but it's about mental health and other matters. There's a theme often, Madam Deputy Speaker, across the House already been raised today about volunteers, so I think there's a scope for someone to seek an adjournment debate on volunteers and community organisations, including co-ops, so that members can explore more with ministers about what further action can be taken.
Will Forster.
Many of my working constituents regularly commute to London by train, but they cannot rely on the service provided by South Western Railway. Delays at the highest level since 2019, and there has been 1,000 more cancellations at the second half of last year than there has ever been before. Does the government admit that nationalisation hasn't gone to plan? And will the leader agree to have a debate in government time to ensure that I can get the service that my constituents pay for?
I wouldn't agree, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the terms that the Honourable Gentleman puts them, because, of course, this is a policy which is evolving, and it's a relatively new policy, and we expect that services will improve and that accountability will improve as we go further. But as I pointed out in my opening remarks, 8 out of 10 journeys will be taken on railways owned by the government, and that is the right thing. We'll also have the Railways Bill and other opportunities to raise his concerns if he is able to do so.
Madam Deputy Speaker, last week I was very pleased to meet with a number of hospitality businesses from across Lincolnshire, including those in my constituency, Riverhead Coffee, Cleethorpes Lettings and the famous Steele's Fish and Chip restaurant. They were raising with me the challenging conditions that they are facing, including a very burdensome tax regime, and I wonder whether the Leader of the House could perhaps indicate the next opportunities for us to be able to discuss the impact on hospitality businesses and the current overburdens of tax.
My honourable friend is right to raise her concerns. The government is absolutely clear about the challenges that face hospitality in her constituency and indeed elsewhere. We are taking action on these matters, but I understand that there's a great deal more to do. If she wishes to meet with the Treasury Minister to explore what some of those options are, then I'll help her to arrange that meeting.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government is missing a huge opportunity in not pushing development on brownfield land over greenbelt. I know that my constituents believe this. Many members across the House acknowledge this. In fact, if the government wanted to, it could meet its housing target by prioritising development on brownfield land first. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that this is of utmost importance and it should be debated on the floor of this House at the earliest opportunity?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If the honourable gentleman seeks an adjournment debate or indeed a backbench business debate on these matters, as happens very often from the comments that are made even in these sessions, then he'll know that there are others that share those concerns, and therefore he will hear not just about those concerns but from the Minister directly.
Andrew Pakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hope I have a question which will be more gentle on the Leader's stomach than being on water. Madam Deputy Speaker, you may be pleasantly surprised to hear that Peterborough is the beating heart of one of our greatest foodstuffs in the country, fish and chips. Friars Pride, based in Peterborough, is celebrating a pucker achievement. 50 years this year serving our fish and chip industry across the United Kingdom. This isn't just about the scraps of our economy. The fish and chip industry, I don't know if it gets worse, the fish and chip industry is worth over £1 billion to our economy and employs more than 85,000 people. So could I ask my honourable friend if he will join with me in congratulating Friars Pride on a great 50 years as a brilliant company in Britain, recognise it is National Fish and Chip Day tomorrow, and to also see if we can ensure in this place that we can have a debate on the value of fish and chip industry to the British culture.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly congratulate Prior's Pride in their success over the years. And absolutely join my honourable friend in celebrating National Fish and Chip Shop Day. I may be, as a coastal MP, averse to leaving dry land, but I'm not averse to fish and chips. I know, because I've got very many excellent fish and chip shops in my own constituency, some of whom win national awards. So I pay tribute not just to fish and chip shops in his constituency and indeed in mine, but across the country.
Ron Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Wiltshire Council assessed that the combination of the decision to stop the 303 tunnel at Stonehenge, despite 250 million being committed already and being spent already, as well as the confirmation of the decision to move the UK Health Security Agency to Harlow from Porton, in addition to the reduction to the rural grant and one of the lowest levels of funding to police, the Police and Crime Commissioner tells me, means that the Wiltshire economy is likely to be at risk of falling by 6% of GDP. Could we have a statement from the government on the effect of combined government decisions on the Wiltshire economy and what it proposes to do to assist us through this time?
Indeed, the government will be determined to do everything that it can, Madam Deputy Speaker, to support Wiltshire, indeed his constituents. And I'm sorry to read of the estimated effects of some of the delays which he describes. Should he seek perhaps an adjournment debate or a backbench business debate on these matters, then he may be able to get from the Minister some greater reassurance about the future.
Clive Efford.
Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Leader of the House to join me and through him the whole House in congratulating Blackheath Rugby Club on their victory in the Championship Accession Final, which brings them to the second tier of the domestic leagues of rugby. This is an amazing achievement for Blackheath Rugby. They are the oldest rugby club in the world, so much so that they are just known as club. So can I ask him, in celebrating the achievement of Blackheath Rugby Club, that we have a debate on sports clubs in general in our constituencies so that the whole House will have the opportunity to celebrate Blackheath Rugby Club's achievement and also talk about the contribution that clubs make in their own constituencies.
Speaker, I certainly join him in thanking and congratulating Blackheath Rugby Club, not just in their success in achieving promotion, but also for the work that they do, not just on the field, but I'm sure in the wider community. He will know that there are not just rugby clubs, but other local sporting clubs that are at the beating heart of our local communities, and therefore, should he seek perhaps a Westminster Hall debate on these matters, he can make the case not just for Blackheath, but others can make the case for clubs in their own area.
Andrew Rosendale.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Leader of the House will be aware that the local elections across Greater London brought seismic change to the political landscape. In my constituency of Romford, every single council seat, all 23, were won by Reform UK, and Havering Council is now a Reform UK London Borough. So, does he accept that the political divide between inner city London and areas that orbit the capital, like my own town and country borough of Havering, can no longer be ignored after these results? And will he make time for a debate on reform of regional and local government around the capital so that boroughs like Havering can regain our independence from the bureaucracy and the control of City Hall and the Mayor of London, just as Margaret Thatcher did when she abolished the GLC in 1986, giving real power back to local people in local boroughs?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the honourable gentleman raised it with the Prime Minister yesterday, I think, the point about the election results in his patch. And it would be wrong of me other than to say the electorate in his area spoke, and they spoke very firmly indeed. I would just gently point out to him that given the fact that so many Reform councillors were elected, that he should prepare himself to campaign in by-elections coming up, because if it goes true to form, a number of those elected will be surprised that they were elected, or surprised that it involves any work. A number of them may well end up in court, but all of them collectively will be a disappointment to the people of his area. In terms of the relationship between his area and London, he can raise this matter. He's raised it before he decided to go off to another party. He's raised it before. I know he's a fierce advocate for his local area, but I'm not sure that the politics of division is the way forward.
Martin Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I recently attended a Glasgow Schools Clean Air event organised by Parents for Future Scotland, where I met pupils from St Charles, St Mary's and St Patrick's primary schools in Glasgow North, who are leading inspiring work to tackle air pollution in their communities. May we have a debate in government time on how we can better involve young people in addressing the climate crisis and ensure their ideas and leadership are reflected in national policy.
Thank you very much indeed. My honourable friend is a veritable champion for his constituents and indeed on the matter of climate crisis, and I commend him for that. We are committed to improving air quality, delivering benefits to public health, the environment and the economy through new air quality targets, which will be cut exposure to harmful particles by nearly a third by 2023. Should my honourable friend wish to seek an adjournment debate, then I'm sure he can expand on the points that he's made even still further.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could we have a debate in government time on the issue of performance and image-enhancing drugs? Last month, UCAD, UK Anti-Doping, released their survey, which looked at 1,000 young people between the ages of 16 and 25. 1/3 of them had taken iPads, and over 40% had seen repeated adverts online. This is a growing concern that I've been raising for the last number of years, and I'm really concerned it's going to get worse before it gets better. So could he use his office to grant time in government business to be able to have this debate and explore it with health, sport and education?
Madam Deputy Speaker, and as I've said before, the honourable gentleman is a real champion on important matters, and this is a very important matter indeed, the matter of body image, and I do pay tribute for his work on such an important issue. I will reach out afterwards to the relevant minister and ask them to update him on the government's position.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Constituents in Wynyard Mews in Hartlepool are currently being ridden roughshod over by their estate management company Praxis, just like residents at Marine Point are by Cellar Management, as well as many others across the town. Having met with Praxis and secured an agreement for them to meet residents, they now appear to be reneging on that promise. Time and time again, members of this House hear the same stories: excessive and unjustified charges, poor standards of service, a complete lack of accountability, and residents left feeling trapped in their own homes with nowhere to turn and no chance of selling. The most frustrating element is that Parliament has already legislated in this area in 2024. The powers exist, yet years later, many of the relevant provisions have still not been brought into force. So will the Leader of the House liaise urgently with colleagues in MHCLG to establish a timetable for implementation and provide government time for a debate so that members from across this House can expose the full scale of the financial abuses that many residents continue to face?
Thank you very much. My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise the issue of management companies, an issue which has been raised with me regularly. There is a strong case for greater regulation in this area. As he points out, we have the 2024 Act, but there's also a consultation on the implementation of that Act, which closed in September, and we will respond in due course. It's very important that we get these right, because it can have a huge impact on people's lives. This is not a final step, Madam Deputy Speaker. In addition, we'll continue to reflect on Lord Best's 2019 report, and I'll ensure that he gets an update from the relevant minister.
Sarah Dyke.
Deputy Speaker, in rural areas like Somerset, poor public transport prevents young people from accessing education, employment and training. At a round table that I held in the constituency earlier this week, Strode College representatives told me that enrolments for the next academic year have fallen by 15%, with the lack of reliable public transport playing a significant factor. With over 1 million young people now NEET, we cannot afford a lost generation. Every young person deserves a pathway into work, education or training. So can the Leader of the House advise me how best to secure a meeting with the relevant minister to discuss this urgent matter?
Deputy Speaker, I hope the Honourable Lady to arrange such a meeting, but I just want to say that the Government is absolutely in agreement with her that there should be no obstacles in the way of young people getting into work, getting into training and getting into work. And as I said before, the Milburn Review has come up with an interim report, but he will be producing recommendations later in the year. But I will get her the meeting that she seeks.
Questions must be shorter as the answers as well. Elsie Blundell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, pupils at St Cuthbert's School are currently without teachers and support staff during their GCSEs. This follows prolonged industrial action at St Teresa's Academy Trust, where staff are opposing a potentially damaging restructure of the school. Where academies are concerned, the Department for Education appears to have little power to ensure trusts are meaningfully engaging with parents. Can we have an urgent debate on the Department's ability to intervene on academy trusts, especially where their decisions are harming the attainment of children?
Speaker, the disruption will have a significant impact on the students' education. I just want to remind my honourable friend in the House that the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Act does include measures on the inspection of multi-academy trusts to ensure that decisions are subject to independent scrutiny. But I'm happy to raise her concerns with the Secretary of State and get her a response.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My question will be short because it's already been asked by my honourable friend from Grimsby and Cleethorpes. I met with exactly the same group of hospitality businesses at Healing Manor in my constituency, along with Salenberg Grange. The list of taxes, charges and levies that the honourable friend from Grimsby and Cleethorpes reference is actually 68 in total. And clearly that is unsustainable for many of these businesses. As well as the meeting, which I understand has already taken place with the Treasury Minister, could we actually have a debate? Because this is an issue that affects constituencies across the country, preferably in government time.
Very much indeed. I would encourage my honourable friend, the honourable gentleman, to perhaps apply for an adjournment debate or indeed a backbench business debate on these matters, because, as we've said, these are of concern. The government is doing everything that we can to do that. But should there be some use in further meetings, then I'll also help him to arrange that.
In a week where Ukraine has come under intense and deadly attacks from Russia, it is particularly disappointing that one of the first acts of the new reform-led Norfolk County Council has been to remove Ukraine's flag from our county hall, which was proudly flown alongside our own union flag. Would the leader join me in condemning this action?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly join him in condemning this action, and I just want to reiterate our continued support, unwavering support for Ukraine during Putin's illegal invasion. He's right to raise the Reform Party's exceptionally poor record on these matters, not least from their current candidate in Makerfield, that said that Russia was, and I quote, within their rights to invade Crimea. It seems that the lowering of the Ukraine flag is just part of a pattern.
Jenkin.
Speaker, may I first add my voice to those who paid tribute to the late Sir Alex Younger, who has died so young and is such a loss to the nation. Can I ask the Leader of the House what consideration the government is giving to the re-establishment of a European Scrutiny Committee, since the dynamic alignment proposed by the government is bound to give rise to a large number of regulations coming into force in the UK which would have direct applicability and direct effect, and at least they should be scrutinised properly. Can I also draw his attention to the report published by the Select Committee on Statutory Instruments today, which gives an example, the Customs Northern Ireland EU Exit Amendment Regulations 2026, of how badly the government can handle these regulations. They were laid very late, they're being changed while they're being renegotiated with the European Union. Is this a portent of things to come, and doesn't this underline the need for a European Scrutiny Committee to look much further ahead than my standing orders on my committee allow me to do?
It is important of things to come, and the right honourable gentleman will know that the government will be bringing forward the EU reset bill, and the discussion is central around that, and indeed around realignment, how best we can scrutinise that, and he will know that I'm giving thought as to how best we can achieve that in the past. It doesn't mean we need to go back to how it was, but we need to have something which is appropriate to the challenges which clearly will arise in the future about how we hold those decisions to account.
Chris Webb.
Speaker, Blackpool Pride celebrates its 20th anniversary this weekend, and I'm proud to be joining Saturday's parade alongside my honourable friend and constituency neighbour, the member for Blackpool North and Fleetwood, alongside local councillors and thousands of residents. I want to pay a special tribute to Councillor Matthew Thomas, our equalities champion, whose leadership and advocacy has ensured that LGBTQ+ voices are heard, represented and valued across the town. So will the leader join me in congratulating everyone involved in all those efforts over the past 20 years, and all those who have helped make Blackpool a more inclusive and welcoming place for all?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I absolutely join him in congratulating all those who have worked so hard to ensure that Blackpool Pride is a great success, not just this year but in the past, and I include in that Councillor Matthew Thomas. I would encourage my honourable friend to engage in the general debate later today, and I take this opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, to wish everyone a happy Pride Month in June.
Helen Morgan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I found a really rare thing in North Shropshire last week, and that was a new entrant into the dairy sector. But like lots of small dairy farmers, they're under immense pressure from much bigger companies, whether that's Butte Energy, who are trying to destroy a big chunk of their grassland by planting pylons and an access road through it, through to the big supermarkets who are buying their product at a loss. So can we have a debate in government time on support for the dairy sector, and particularly the EFRA Committee Select report that said that greater strength needed to be given to the groceries code adjudicator and the supply code adjudicator?
Very much indeed. Should the committee wish to bring forward that report, I'm sure there'll be an opportunity for it to be debated in the House. And we just had DEFRA questions, but I'm sure the honourable lady will want to raise at next DEFRA questions the very points that she raises now.
Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, during the hot weather, George Dalton, a young man in my constituency, much loved and admired by family and friends, tragically lost his life on a small lake. He was one of around 15 people, many of them young, across the country who lost their lives in water-related incidents. I'm sure all our thoughts remain with his family and friends, as well as others across the country who lost loved ones. Would the Leader of the House join me in sending condolences to George's family on their loss? And would he, as the member for Mid-Cheshire asked earlier, consider making time for a debate on how we can prevent the tragic loss of young lives in this way, including greater awareness of water safety and improving swimming capability for young people at primary school and beyond?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly join my honourable friend and Lady of the House in sending our condolences to George's family. On the point of education, which he raises, as I said before, schools are required to provide mandatory swimming instruction, and I will be taking it up with the relevant Secretary of State to see what further action can be taken to see if this is not happening, why it's not happening. And I would encourage him and indeed others to attend the Westminster Hall debate next Tuesday on water safety.
Desmond Sway.
May we have a statement next week from the Lord Chancellor in which he can reassure the House that in cases where a not guilty plea is entered, but a guilty verdict is delivered, the sentence will reflect the fact that the offender put the victim through the ordeal of a trial, particularly in cases of rape.
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman will know that the Lord Chancellor is thinking very carefully indeed about how better the courts might work for victims, not least of sexual offences. I will raise with the Lord Chancellor the points that the right honourable gentleman makes and get an update back from him.
Paul Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week I met with Chris Hudson, who has just completed 3 marathons to raise money for Forget Me Not, a children's hospice that serves my constituents. Forget Me Not provides high-quality care for children with life-shortening conditions and vital services for families living with loss. This includes Chris and his family, who receive compassionate and individualised support when they cope with the grief of losing their child. Hospices such as Forget Me Not face significant financial pressures, so please can we have a government statement on further help that we can give this sector?
Leader.
Deputy Speaker, and Forget Me Not and other hospices do an incredible job to support seriously ill children and the families when they need it most. We do recognise, the government does recognise the financial pressures that they're facing, and we are providing £80 million for children and young people's hospices over the next 3 years. But my honourable friend may wish to raise this matter and keep the pressure on ministers at health questions next week.
Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thames Water is drowning under £20 billion of debt and surviving only through emergency creditor funding. My constituents are deeply concerned by reports that Ofwat may allow Thames Water to avoid paying fines until 2030 as part of a rescue package. Will the leader make time for DEFRA ministers to update the House on the Thames Water Ofwat deal and the company's future?
Thank you very much indeed. On Thames Water, we are closely watching the situation with the company, and we stand ready for all eventualities. And we've also moved to block bonuses for Thames Water bosses since last June. But should the situation change, particularly for the worse, then I'm sure that the relevant minister will want to update the House.
Conor Rand.
Deputy Speaker. Altrincham Minor Injuries Unit closed under the previous government due to a shortage of specialist staff in our National Health Service. And last year, our Integrated Care Board confirmed that it could not be reopened. That was a disappointing decision which I opposed, but I've been campaigning hard for new services at Altrincham Hospital ever since. We've got a new skin cancer clinic, but I want us to go further and establish a permanent diagnostic centre to relieve pressure on Wythenshawe A&E for my community. Will the Leader of the House and the Government support me in my campaign?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend has been an assiduous campaigner for his local hospital, and I know that he's raised his concerns in this House many times, and I pay tribute to him for that. We are committed to community diagnostic services with a £2.3 billion investment, providing the NHS with the tools they need to deliver 9.5 million additional tests by 2029. But I'll ensure that he gets a meeting with the relevant minister to bring his concerns forward.
Sir Julian Lewis.
In such troubled political times, it's reassuring that the House can unite in appreciation of the fine public service of Alex Younger and Meta Ramsey in the Secret Intelligence Service, and Alan Hazelhurst, Jeremy Hanley and Gladys Dixon in the service of Parliament. In that spirit, may I appeal to the Leader of the House to use his considerable common sense and influence to go back to the government to revisit something that was not in their manifesto, namely local government reorganisation, and to come forward with a statement that recognises the huge opposition, nearly 23,000 signatures online so far, to the tearing apart of the New Forest at the behest of party politicians in Southampton City. I would love to be able to go to the New Forest Association of Local Councils AGM tonight and tell them that the government is going to reconsider this partisan matter for which it had no mandate at the general election.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I can't give the right honourable gentleman that assurance that he can take back this evening, but I can give him the assurance that if he wishes to raise this directly with ministers to put right, as he describes it in his terms, are wrong, then I will give him that assurance. And I should have perhaps said earlier, remiss of me, between the Shadow Leader of the House and myself, we read out a long list of people who unfortunately have passed, and the common thread that runs through that is public service. It's a remarkable list of people, and it's sad that sometimes when you are reading out a list of people whose lives have ended, that's the only point at which we recognise the importance of public service. There are lots of very, very good public servants out there doing a good job day in, day out, and I pay tribute to every one of them.
Andy McNay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we look forward to the Railways Bill, it's worth reminding the House that Rosendale remains the only local authority area in the north without any sort of commuter rail link, despite being only 15 miles from central Manchester. The line exists just as reinstating as a commuter line. This would be a game changer for Rosendale and East Lancashire. It's exactly the project that would maximise the economic impact of Northern Powerhouse Rail. Yet when Lancashire Combined Authority published its Transport Implementation Plan last month, the project was missing from the list. I find it incomprehensible, no explanation was offered, and it just feels like once again the leadership in Preston have forgotten us in Rosendale. So would Leader join in me on calling on Lancashire Combined Authority to think again and agree to a debate on this specific topic?
I'm sure that those in the Lancashire Combined Authority will have heard my honourable friend's contribution today. The Government is committed to delivering simpler, more reliable and better joined-up journeys for people across England, including, obviously, in his area. And we've recently published our Better Connected strategy. But I would encourage him to keep up the pressure. And next week, there's transport questions.
Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Leader of the House for all his responses to all of us when we ask questions, for their endeavour. They're always chased up. This week, will the Leader of the House ask the Foreign Secretary to make a statement on the situation for Shias, Ismailis, Sikhs, Hindus, Christians, and indeed all other religious minority communities in Afghanistan, and on what steps the government is taking to raise freedom of religion or belief in international engagement on Afghanistan? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the honourable gentleman knows, we are committed to defending freedom of religion and belief for all, and we are major aid donors to Afghanistan, up to £154 million allocated in the last financial year. And as the Foreign Secretary said in February, the rights of all Afghans must be protected, and FCDO officials engaged with the Taliban government in Afghanistan and urged them to reverse their oppressive decrees on human rights. But I'll make sure that he gets a response from the relevant minister to set out all the actions that we're taking.
Bill Brickell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hope you and the Leader of the House will join me in congratulating Bolton Wanderers on their promotion to the Championship after beating Stockport recently 4-1 at Wembley. Bolton's promotion has been a huge effort from the players, from the staff and the fans, and Wanderers' turnaround has been made possible by the fantastic stewardship of Sharon Britton after the previous owners nearly drove the club into the ground. That's why I'm proud that this government has established the independent football regulator to make sure that what happened to Wanderers can never happen again. So will the Leader join me in recognising the vital contribution clubs like Bolton make to our social fabric?
Madam Deputy Speaker, and absolutely join my honourable friend in celebrating the return of the Wanderers to the Championship, and also to pay tribute to Sharon Britton for the role that she has played. The Government is, as he points out, taking action to promote a more sustainable game and ensure the success of English football in the long term, because, as he again rightly points out, our local football clubs are absolutely vital to the communities that support them.
Final question, Douglas Mc.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our Foreign Secretary is in India today for talks with her Indian counterpart, Mr Jaishankar. My Western Bartonshire constituent, Jaktar Singh Johal, has spent more than 8.5 years in arbitrary detention in an Indian prison. On the 22nd of April this year, UN experts concluded that his prolonged detention amounts to torture. International law is unequivocal on the use of torture, and the UN has called for his immediate release. So can I ask the Leader of the House to ensure that the Foreign Secretary provides this House with an update or a statement upon her return, confirming that not only was my constituent's case raised today, but that she insisted on his immediate release? And does he agree that there can be no higher priority for her trip than securing the freedom of a young man from Dumbarton, unjustifiably imprisoned for almost 9 years?
Madam Deputy Speaker, and my honourable friend has consistently raised his concerns about this case, both with myself and indeed the Foreign Office ministers, and I pay tribute to him for that. We do continue to raise concerns about Mr Johal's prolonged detention. We raised that with the Indian government and continue to provide consular support to him and to his family, and I'm confident that the Foreign Secretary will want to update the House once she returns from her visit. And if you'll allow me, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to mention one thing before we conclude, which is that the Shadow Leader raised with me in his remarks about the R&R programme the fact that minutes of a meeting had not been published. I can confirm that they have.
That is the end of the business questions. I'll allow the front benches a moment to shuffle over.
Ready, we will be hearing the statement on enduring relationship strategy for children's social care, and I call the Minister, Josh McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With permission, I would like to make a statement on the Government's progress to reform children's social care. Transforming support for families and protection for children is central to our mission to break down barriers to opportunity. That is why we introduced the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Act 2026, which received Royal Assent in April. It has enabled the most significant overhaul of children's social care in a generation. The whole system reset that is needed to shift money, staff and attention to earlier intensive help for families rather than late-stage crisis management is now underway, supported by over £3 billion in funding. But I want to use this statement, Madam Deputy Speaker, to focus on the care and leaving care systems that form an essential part of children's social care. I'm publishing the Enduring Relationships strategy that sets out how we will deliver that change. In 2022, I published the Independent Review of Children's Social Care, a review that was informed by listening directly to thousands of people with experience of the care system. What I heard then, and have heard since, is that our care system and leaving care system are too often breaking rather than building lifelong loving relationships. Care can leave young people isolated, lonely and lacking belonging. This heightens vulnerability to poor mental health, unstable housing and unemployment. Within the review, I called for a system where every young person would leave care with someone who loves them. A simple goal, but one that is not the central focus of our current system. At present, care often prioritises the management of professional anxiety over the nurturing of lasting, enduring relationships that care experienced people need in order to feel loved and safe. We see this in children being sent to grow up in homes far away from their community, therefore rupturing their school career, their friendships and their family relationships. We see this in the rules that mean foster carers are not trusted to make the day-to-day decisions about whether the child they have in their care can have an overnight stay with a friend or have a haircut without seeking permission from a social worker. We see it when the young person turning 18 is pushed towards living independently when what they really need is a housing and social support model that helps them build community. The strategy I have published today sets out how we will make creating a loving tribe around every care-experienced young person the central obsession of the care system. To enable this, our reforms cover 4 key areas. First, all of children's social care, not just the care system, must prioritise relationships. That means working to bring about change in families for children by strengthening the bonds found in existing family networks. This is at the heart of the Families First programme, where family group decision-making and family network support packages are bringing children's families and their wider networks into their care decisions at an earlier stage. It also means unlocking the potential of kinship care. Every local authority will be required to publish a local kinship offer, giving families the clarity and support they need. We have also committed £126 million to 7 kinship zones that are now up and running, which will test the impact of a non-means tested allowance equivalent to the fostering allowance for kinship families with a legal order. Second, we must create more stable and loving homes for children in care that support these long-term relationships. A shortage of foster homes is leading to too many children being moved far away from their communities and the people they know. It is putting pressure on existing foster carers to be matched with children where their needs and the relationships with their brothers or sisters cannot often be met. And it is leading to children being placed in residential care inappropriately at great cost, both in terms of money and poorer outcomes. We are therefore on the cusp of dramatically expanding a new approach to run our care system. This is made up of new end-to-end fostering hubs, where we will pull together individual local authority fostering teams into larger and more specialised fostering services, with more resource and higher expectations on recruitment and support for carers. This is the main action that will deliver the 10,000 additional places in foster care that we need by the end of this Parliament. It's backed with £88 million and includes funding for new innovation, grants to build extensions and home improvements for existing carers, and modernisation of the foster carer recruitment process. This new system also depends on expanding regional care cooperatives so that the majority of England will be covered by an RCC by the end of this year. RCCs will give areas the scale to create the types of home that children in care need and the leverage to drive out profiteering and poor quality practice. My department will use RCCs as the vehicle to roll out a new approach to wrap around children who are on or at risk of a deprivation of liberty order. This programme, called Home Again, will de-escalate crises and be delivered in partnership with health services. I'll share more about this in the coming weeks. I've also been concerned about the lack of support and attention that has been given to those working in residential care. That is why we have launched an expert-led review to assess the professional development offer for staff at children's homes and set out instructions for change that we will action this autumn. Thirdly, we must support care-experienced children transitioning into adulthood by ensuring we nurture and expand their long-term relationships. This is not to be confused with supporting their relationships with professionals, though that is important, but instead with people who can form a lasting family and tribe around care-experienced people. That starts with what the system measures and how it is inspected. Later this year, a new metric to track the quality of enduring relationships at an individual level will be rolled out into the care and leaving care systems, because whether we like it or not, what gets measured often is the thing that gets done. If we're serious about putting enduring relationships at the heart of the system, then the performance of the system itself needs to be judged on whether relationships around those in and leaving care are getting stronger or weaker. This will, of course, have implications for Ofsted's inspection regime. With a new measure of relationships sitting at the heart of the system, we also need to support practitioners to change what they do so that enduring relationships are actually strengthened. That is why today I'm launching a national sprint to roll out family finding services across England by the end of the next 2 years. We know that the impact of who do you think you are style services can have on building stronger tribes around young people. We've already seen the impact of programmes like Lifelong Links. These services need to become the mainstream offer rather than pilots on the fringe of the system. And in the coming months, I will launch the new Staying Close programme that will shift the system away from its current focus on preparing young people for independence and instead focus on providing homes for care leavers that build interdependence and connection. This will mean fewer teenagers dropping off the care cliff at 18, being forced to live in a flat, lonely and isolated. Finally, something I'm particularly proud of is that we will work with faith and belief organisations to design a new lifelong relationships ceremony to recognise the important bonds between care-experienced adults and those who love them. Just as we have christenings and naming ceremonies, Britain is generous enough to also mark these wonderful and unique relationships and give hope and meaning. I want these to start being offered this year. The most important thing for us in life are our relationships. The state often finds it hard to put itself at the service of building these loving relationships. In fact, too often it blocks or weakens them. That changes today by making one thing very clear. The purpose of our care system, above all else, is to build enduring, loving relationships. I commend this statement to the House.
Well, the Shadow Minister, Jack Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Minister for advance sight of his statement. It is an honour to respond on behalf of His Britannic Majesty's most loyal opposition, particularly as we welcome much of the direction he has outlined in his statement on behalf of the Government today. Too often, children's social care is discussed only when tragedy strikes. Yet for thousands of children, foster carers, kinship carers and care-experienced adults, these issues are daily realities. They deserve serious and sustained attention from all sides of this House. As Conservatives, we believe that strong families, strong communities and strong relationships are the foundation of a flourishing society. Government has a duty to protect vulnerable children, but we must recognise a simple truth. The state can never replace the love, commitment and sense of belonging that family provides. One of the most powerful conclusions of the independent review of children's social care was that every young person should leave care with at least one loving, enduring relationship in their life. That is not a party political aspiration, it is a profoundly human one. It should concern us all that so many care-experienced adults report feeling lonely and isolated during their childhood. Many of the themes in today's statement build on reforms that have enjoyed cross-party support for some time. Greater recognition of kinship care, stronger family networks, increased placement stability and better outcomes for care leavers. These are objectives members across this House can unite behind. Personally, I particularly welcome the focus on kinship care. Having recently met kinship carers in my constituency, I have seen firsthand the remarkable role they play. Grandparents, aunts, uncles, siblings and family friends stepping forward in difficult circumstances to provide not only a home, but continuity, identity and belonging. I am proud that the previous Conservative government launched England's first kinship care strategy. Kinship carers make extraordinary sacrifices to ensure children receive the love and support they need, and they deserve recognition for that contribution. May I ask the Minister about the Adoption and Special Guardianship Support Fund? Families rely on it and worry about its future. Will we see the results of that consultation, and how will it interact with today's announcements? We also welcome the focus on foster care. For too long, we have relied on the dedication of foster carers while asking them to navigate systems that can be fragmented and bureaucratic. If fostering hubs can improve recruitment, strengthen support and increase placement stability, they deserve serious consideration. Perhaps the Minister might comment about how these hubs will be distributed across the country. Likewise, the ambition to reduce the number of children placed far from communities is one we strongly support. Every unnecessary move risks disrupting education, friendships and family connections. Stability matters. Almost half of foster carers say that they've had an unfilled space for a child in care in the past 2 years, often because they are waiting for a suitable match. What will today's strategy do to improve matching and make the system easier to navigate for carers ready to provide a home? Madam Deputy Speaker, Conservatives have long understood the importance of society's little platoons. The families, communities, faith groups and voluntary organisations that sit between individuals and the state. Many charities and community groups already provide extraordinary support to vulnerable children and care leavers. Their contribution should never be underestimated. On this side of the House, we also welcome the Minister's determination to improve outcome for care leavers. Too many still face a cliff edge when they leave care, with disproportionately poor outcomes in housing, employment and mental relationships built by children in care. How will the government measure such relationships, and how will this be reflected in Ofsted inspections? Ultimately, the success of these reforms will be judged not by strategies or structures, but by outcomes. Will more children experience stable placements? Will fewer be moved repeatedly? Will more young people leave care with secure housing, employment opportunities and strong relationships? And will local authorities have the workforce capacity to deliver these aspirations? Children who enter care have often experienced circumstances most of us would struggle to imagine. They deserve not just safety, but hope. Not just protection, but belonging. Where the government acts to strengthen families, support kinship carers, improve foster care and build lasting relationships, they will find us willing partners. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the spirit in which he shared his remarks and the questions he put to me. And he's right to say that this requires serious and sustained attention from the House and from parties across every corner of this chamber. I think it is worth highlighting to people the disparity between what care experienced people tell us about their experience compared to the general population. 22% of care leavers are always or often lonely. 22%. 15% do not have a really good friend. And those numbers compared to the general population are so much higher, which illustrates why this is also important. Turning to the questions that were asked by the Honourable Member, the Adoption Special Guardianship Support Fund is hugely important. That's why we've increased the fund by 10% this year to ensure we can reach more families and young people with that support. The consultation response will come later this year. The department at the moment is focused on implementing changes and improvements that we set out in the consultation a few months ago. The fostering hubs will be allocated in the next few weeks. I'm hoping to make an announcement next month on both the fostering hubs and RCCs that will be rolled out and extended further. And in terms of improving matching, regional care cooperatives will play an important role in the future system in being able to get a much better sense, looking ahead in the years to come, of the actual sufficiency that's required for children that are in that area. Finally, the new metric. The department has worked with foundations to set out a short list of options of standardised measures that are valid, that can be used at a practitioner and young person level, that doesn't create undue bureaucracy or distract from the important relationships that need to take place in those conversations. And I'm confident we can find and roll out a measure this year that will achieve that goal.
Committee Chair Helen Hay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I pay tribute to my honourable friend the Minister for his commitment to make a difference for children in the care system and for care leavers. It is a shocking reality that our care system has, over a long period of time, become so far removed from putting the essential needs of children and young people for secure, loving relationships at the heart of everything it does. Can I acknowledge the magnitude of the shift that the Minister has announced today? We don't often have moments like this in this House. We should have them more often. But I know, from having spoken to many, many care leavers over a long period of time, the difference that what the Minister has announced today has the potential to make for them. And I welcome that many of his commitments today are consistent with recommendations from the Education Select Committee in our report. Can I ask the Minister for further detail on two areas? Firstly, his assurance that as he works to deliver this transformation of the care system and support for care-experienced people, that he retains a focus on restoring the early intervention and family support that prevents children from entering the care system in the first place. And secondly, with the focus on regional care cooperatives, can I press him on the geography of regional care cooperatives? They cover quite large geographies, and it is possible for a child to be placed within a regional care cooperative and still to be placed a long way from home. So can I ask for his attention on that issue, and that in the detail of delivering on regional care cooperatives, attention is paid to the distance that children will need to travel within them?
I'd like to thank my honourable friend, the Chair of the Education Select Committee, for not just those remarks, but also the work of the Select Committee over the last few years in keeping a focus on these issues, and for her support for the government to always go further and take more actions to improve outcomes for these children and their families. In answering the first point, the fundamental shift that is required in this Parliament is that we start to see funding across the children's social care system get rebalanced away from that late stage crisis spending towards earlier intensive support for families. That's not something we're leaving to an annual check-in every quarter. Myself and my officials are monitoring the pounds that are being spent by children's social care across the country, and we will be prepared to support and, if necessary, intervene if the system reset that we've expected is not being seen on the ground in how spending is being made. And finally, on the geography of RCCs, these will be large in some areas at the footprint of a mayoral combined authority or multiple mayoral combined authorities, but there will be a specific target for how they create homes that keep children within a close proximity of their existing communities.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Munira Wilson.
Thank you you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've no doubt it's a moment of immense pride for the Minister to be able to announce as government policy many things he recommended in his own independent review, and we welcome them today. Madam Deputy Speaker, every child deserves to have deep, trusting, lifelong relationships, and yet, as we've heard, too many children in care are torn away from those that they are able to trust, unable to keep in touch and have the stability they need to enter adulthood. And we know from the Milburn report published last week that care experienced children at age 17 are 5 times more likely to not be in education, employment or training than the general population. And as Milburn says, the care system produces an intense concentration of changes at precisely the ages when continuity matters most. So Liberal Democrats welcome today's announcement, the strategy, the accompanying investment, and this marked shift away from harmful short-term thinking and a transactional system towards a holistic approach that puts the child front and centre of decision-making alongside long-term relationships. The Minister will know that my noble friend in the other place, Baroness Tyler, campaigned hard to close a loophole that prevented children in care from being able to contact siblings not in care, and we hope today's announcement will build on her brilliant campaigning. Now, as the Minister alluded to, the number of children living in care more than 20 miles away from home has increased by 41% in the last decade, which has a damaging long-term impact on their relationships. When will we see a reduction in the number of children living in care, living far from their families and friends? What are the current accountability measures when children are moved to the other side of the country when it's not in their best interest? And how can this accountability improve through the regional care cooperatives? Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister referenced the new financial allowance pilot for kinship carers. He knows that I and my party have long been campaigning on this issue, and I very, very much hope that he will move at pace to work with the Treasury to scale these pilots up quickly nationwide. He knows how beneficial it is to put kinship carers allowances on a par with foster carers allowances, and I urge him to work with ministers in the Department for Business to ensure statutory leave for kinship carers is part of the parental review. And finally, as the Adoption and Special Guardianship Support Fund has been mentioned, I note that he's increased the fund overall, but the cuts to the individual grants still persist, which he knows are damaging to those families. So please will he consider reinstating those grants? Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Member for those questions, and again with the spirit in which she has contributed to this debate, and also for her leadership on these issues, because I know that she has spent a lot of time in this place raising many of these points time and again. She is right to highlight the work of the noble Baroness Tyler in the other place, and also I'd like to pay tribute to the member for South Shields in this place. Both of them, working on a cross-party basis, have long highlighted the importance of brothers and sisters in the care system. And when we talk about relationships, it can often be relationships with siblings that are the most important. I want to see distant placements start to come down in this Parliament. The leading indicators that we would see for that would be us being able to expand, and we're monitoring the numbers of the expansion of fostering at the moment. We need to start seeing those numbers go up in a big way so that the homes are being created close to where children already live, so that there isn't the need for the distance placements that are being made. And the accountability for this, we need greater visibility on those numbers in the system for sure, but also if the metric that I was talking about in the statement is embedded across the system, we will actually start to see those relationships and the strength of them. You know, you will speak to a young person who, if they've been moved 2 hours away from their home community. I spoke to a young woman earlier this week where that had happened. It was impossible for her to keep the quality of relationship that she wanted to with her father, which was safe, and we need to measure that. That needs to be the central focus, and then everything else will flow from it, including the location of those placements. And then finally, on the kinship allowance, the take-up has been impressive already. It's only a few weeks into being rolled out, and I've looked at the data. I'm looking forward to going to Grimsby soon, hopefully with my honourable friend, to see what one of the areas that's actually more successful than the others at the moment. There's a competition underway to see the success of that programme.
Wonderful kinship carers down in the Sussex world, and the Minister is more than welcome. Jonathan Brash.
Madam Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome the Minister's statement today, and I pay tribute to him for his enduring commitment to this issue that started long before he came to this place. Improving the lives of children in care and care leavers must be our highest priority, and Hartlepool's previous Labour Council stood full square behind his intent to rebalance the system. But as he knows, I'm really concerned about the legacy of this broken system and the firefighting that councils are having to do in the financial pain that has cost them and their inability to make that rebalancing happen. So could he give me a little bit more information about how he's working with his colleagues in MHCLG to support those councils under such huge financial pressure?
Yes, and I thank him for the question. The government have prioritised this with £2.4 billion of funding for the Families First programme over the next 3 years in order to get some upfront spending into the system and achieve the rebalance that's needed. I know there are a smaller number of local authorities where the scale of the care population is such, and some of the history and legacy of the erosion of services makes that a challenging transition. I'm committed alongside ministers in MHCLG to take representations from local areas, and where we can go further in resourcing the changes that are required. But I would say, because this applies to every local authority across the country, that transition is not an easy one, but it is one that many areas have undertaken. There are councils across England that have very successfully, without in some cases any government support over the last few years, been able to bear down on the need for late-stage crisis cost and hold their nerve as both elected members and directors of children's services to see that shift to keep more families safely together. So this is a resource question, but it is also a leadership and a culture one as well.
Desmond Swain.
Madam Deputy Speaker, you will know that apart from the time when I was sitting on it, I have been unsparing in my criticism of the occupants of the Treasury bench, irrespective of their party. Every now and again, however, there is a minister who has a record of expertise and commitment to their brief. That was on display today, as it was in front of the Joint Human Rights Committee yesterday when the minister came before it.
Well, I'm blushing, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's very generous, and look, I know that there are politicians on all sides of this House who come here with good cause and dedicate huge amounts of time that is often not seen behind the camera to make real and lasting change happen. And there are maybe more of us doing that on all sides of the House than maybe sometimes we're given credit for.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for his statement on enduring relationships for children in social care today, and his emphasis on the resilience of both elected politicians and their officers in local authorities for being resilient in pushing this through. And would you just join me, if I may take the opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, to congratulate Luton Council's Children's Services from improving from inadequate 6 years ago to good in their last inspection just a couple of months ago. And may I particularly thank Deputy Leader Councillor Umi Ali for all her hard work and leadership in working with officers to drive forward this improvement in provision and support for some of our most vulnerable but also most resilient children and young people in Luton.
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and I would be delighted to extend my congratulations to Councillor Ali and the whole team at Luton, who are one of the Pathfinder local authorities for the Families First programme. The changes that we're trying to see, it is seeing local authorities focus more on earlier and intensive support for families that's keeping more families safely together. It also means that we are able to more sharply and decisively act when there are child protection concerns, and those two things need to go alongside one another.
Gavin Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And if I can start off by thanking the Minister for the work he's done, and will tell you what a pleasure it was to work with him when I was at the Department for Education. And it's great to see the development of his findings and the effort that has been put into it. The Minister raised the important issue of kinship care and actually the extra support going to local authorities. The one slight concern I have is that we start to see a real divergence about the level of support that is offered to kinship carers in different local authority areas. And I wonder if the Minister could expand a little bit on how he will take action to ensure there isn't too great a divergence.
I'd like to thank the Right Honourable Member for the question, and also for giving me the job of doing the independent review of children's social care in the first place. I'd like to think that was a good decision he made, but time will tell. Look, I think that the problem at the moment is that kinship care is very uneven in the support that's provided across the country at the moment, and it's actually quite hard to tell the variation in the rates of support that are offered from place to place. The same is true actually for allowances and fees for foster carers, and there is something about transparency in the existing system. But the Kinship Zones programme, which includes the allowance pilot, which has been supported by colleagues in the Treasury to ensure that it doesn't impact on universal credit, that it is genuinely non-means tested, means that we will have a good quality impact evaluation to assess in 7 very different areas what impact that has overall on the flow of families, sometimes rightly away from the fostering system, which puts children into care even though they're living with relatives, and keeps them in the right place, which is with the people who already love them, supported through an SGO or a kinship child arrangement order. And I will be I'm very hopeful of the findings from that evaluation, and if they are positive, I'll be doing everything I can to make sure that it gets the support across government.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I warmly welcome as many colleagues in this House today with the announcement, and congratulate my honourable friend on his commitment to ensuring children in care and care leavers have the same opportunities for love, support and belonging as every other young person. I know this has been a personal endeavour of his for many, many years. As my honourable friend will know, Blackpool has a significant number of children in care, and we know that strong, enduring relationships can be life-changing. So can the Minister say a little more about how this programme will help local authorities like Blackpool identify and reconnect young people with trusted adults in their lives, and ensure that those relationships can continue to support them as they move into adulthood?
Blackpool faces some real challenges, and I'd like to say thank you to all of the practitioners on the ground at the council there for contending with a situation where we've got some of the highest rates of children in care. It's also a destination for distance placements because of property prices. That means many children who are in care are sent to Blackpool. That adds additional pressures. I was lucky enough earlier this week to meet Poppy, Hannah, Mackenzie and Tia, young people who have benefited from one of the family finding programmes that this government have funded, called Lifelong Links. And it demonstrates what should be the core purpose of the system, rather than a pilot programme, an innovation that's sat on the edge of the system. And I would point to the type of practice that's done by Lifelong Links, supported by the Family Rights Group and others, as the core work that we should see the care and leaving care systems doing. It would mean, for want of a better phrase, a process which is a bit of the who do you think you are style thing that people will have seen on TV, being undertaken by looking back through the whole history of that child's experience with important adults, and then getting those people back into the young person's life.
Will Forster.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Centre for Justice found that up to 57% of care leavers struggle to stay out of debt and struggle to manage their money. 57%. That's why I've previously got my 2 local authorities, Surrey County Council and Woking Borough Council, to take young care leavers out of the council tax system altogether, to ensure that they can successfully transition to sort of independent adulthood. Will the Minister agree to work with his colleagues in the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government to ensure that local authorities have both the funding and guidance to extend this support across the country?
I do welcome it when councils create what are called local offers, which include the example that my honourable friend mentioned there of council tax exemptions or discounts. They can also include support with public transport and making bus travel free. So I welcome all of that. What we're saying with the statement today and the new strategy is that all of that is important, but it's second order to the bigger issue that actually drives a lot of that vulnerability of debt, homelessness, very tragically early deaths and completed suicides from young care experienced adults, which is that sense that they don't have people for them in their life who love them. And I'm convinced that if we can get that bit right and make that the focus above all else, then everything else will become easier and the outcomes for this really important community will get better.
Julie Minns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for his statement today and also welcome the remarks of the Shadow Minister. I agree, all too often when we debate these topics, it is in the context of a tragedy, and it's really refreshing that we're here today celebrating some fantastic news for young people in care. I think the remarks of both front benches stand in contrast to the disgusting remarks from the Reform Councillor last year, who described young people in care as evil. I think we can all be unified in condemning that view of young people in care. The Minister will know, because we share the same local authority, that Cumberland has made great strides in recent years in achieving exactly what we want to achieve in ensuring that young people have those stable relationships. And I would commend the work of Family Rights Group in this area, and I should declare that I had done some work prior to entering this place with the Family Rights Group. Can the Minister share with the House his ambition for how other councils like Cumberland, led by under the leadership of Councillor Emma Williamson, can get to where Cumberland has done in a few years during this Parliament?
Yes, look, I think my honourable friend and neighbour is right to highlight the leadership of Councillor Emma Williamson, herself care experienced and someone who's brought that experience to political office in a way that is making real change happen across Cumberland. One of the things I was proudest to attend as a Member of Parliament and as the Minister for Children and Families in my own constituency last year was the launch of the Enrichment event, what Emma refers to as the Bank of Mam and Dad. And it is a fund that Emma and the team at Cumberland have set up to create an account with money that can go to young people who've got something happening in their life. Now, whether that's to buy them a vehicle, whether it's to put a deposit down on a house, to have that flexibility through family finances that many of us are able to benefit from and take for granted, that those who are care leavers often do not.
Cannon.
Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister so much for his positive statement, not in as salubrious terms that the Honourable Gentleman did, but with the same sincerity. I can also thank the Honourable Lady for Twickenham for all that the Honourable Lady has done for children in this House. It's maybe not always recognised, but it should be recognised because her contribution has been significant. It's a massive issue for me back home, Madam Deputy Speaker, in my constituency of Strangford, but also Northern Ireland. And the Minister will know, of course, that Northern Ireland heavily outpaces England in keeping children within their wider family circle, with kinship and friends care at over some 50%. The concept of children being happier if kept with siblings and in familiar circumstances is clear. So how will the Minister and Government further support those who would consider kinship but are hampered by ability to access appropriate housing for family care and need bigger houses? And again, how can the Minister ensure that UK-wide there are larger family homes available for those truly in need? Thanks so much.
That's a great question, Madam Deputy Speaker, because it gets to the heart of how the system behaves when it finds that if a parent is maybe struggling with a substance misuse problem, or is in a violent relationship, or has mental health needs, and can't continue to look after the child by themselves, but could be an important part of that child's life for the foreseeable, but there are relatives who are saying, we can help, we can be part of the solution, we don't need this child to go into the care system, there needs to be a mechanism to fund those solutions. And that is what family network support packages are. The £2.4 billion that I referred to is available to fund those family network support packages. And in the kinship zones, we're expecting much higher use of those FNSPs so that we can actually properly evaluate it. And one thing I think to say about Northern Ireland from the review, when I looked at the differences in the care population around the UK, was striking, and it's just an idea, but that the strength of civil society in Northern Ireland was one of the reasons perhaps why communities were better able to come together around those children who might be at risk of going into care.
Melanie On.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate the Minister today on managing to unite the whole House around this issue, a rare moment. I declare an interest as the Chair of the Kinship Care APPG, which is secretaried by Family Rights Group, and just want to reference the Lifelong Links, as the Minister has done, programme, which has really been a game changer, and I think is like a proof of concept for the ambitions that the Minister has set out today, that this approach really can make significant changes for young people as they go through their lives. One of the questions that I would like to ask is about the family finding approaches that the Minister mentioned. There's £8.4 million to roll that out. Has he got some more information around timescales for that? And I also recognise that he mentioned DOLs, the deprivation of liberty orders, in his statement, and there was a Supreme Court judgment on Tuesday around deprivation of liberty and the changes to the acid test set within the Cheshire West judgment. Is that going to have any bearing on this being rolled out? Is there any further guidance that's going to be coming out in the interim between now and the review that's expected to take place at the beginning of next year? And would he join me in congratulating the North East Lincolnshire Council fostering team, because they have been doing putting in enormous efforts to support foster-friendly employer schemes. So all across the borough you will see orange stickers declaring that people are foster-friendly employers. I think it's really raised awareness and has done a huge amount to boost fostering in North East Lincolnshire. And of course, he's welcome to come to my constituency anytime. Yeah.
For those questions. Firstly, on the family finding programme that we're announcing today to be extended and taken further, the aim is to have this be rolled out across the whole of England, so everywhere, within the next 2 years. The procurement for that starts today, and it will be swift. We are looking to find an organisation that can support us to not just deliver a programme as has been done over the last few years, as I describe, a sort of pilot or a programme that sits alongside or on top of existing services, but one which can work with local areas to really embed in the core of how social workers and PAs are currently operating the features of those sorts of models, so that this becomes completely mainstream within the next 2 years. So it's a bold goal to try and do that, but we absolutely need to help shift the time and practice of social workers and PAs. There'll be changes that we need to make to some of the statutory guidance and regulation in order to free up social workers and PAs to be able to do that, but that's absolutely the right decision. In terms of the deprivation of liberty orders and the judgment that was referenced earlier this week, we'll of course look really closely at that, but we don't expect that that will make any material impact on the Home Again programme that we're looking to roll out again this summer. And finally, I'd be delighted to congratulate her fostering team in her local authority. I've seen the videos and I was inspired when I saw them.
Final question, Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think the Minister will achieve great things in his role and has already achieved great things in his role, but I think this could be the most significant. I think the level of difference this legislation is going to make, not only to young people leaving care, but also kinship carers, is absolutely massive. And his dedication is borne out not just by the actions that he's taking, but in fact the timescale, the short timescale in which he wants to achieve these things. So I really want to pay credit to him. I also want to pay credit to him. He's one of the people who knows the difference between a care leaver and a young carer. It's shocking the amount of people that don't. When I think about young people leaving care, and I talk to a lot of young people leaving care in my constituency of Harlow, it strikes me a little bit like they're running the race of life, but they're starting at least 10 metres behind everybody else. So I wonder if the Minister, as it is the final question, Motion can do a pitch to carers, to care leavers, I need to get it wrong, in Harlow about the difference that what he's talking about today will make to their lives.
So I thank my honourable friend, the member for Harlow, for the question and for getting Harlow into his question. It's a really good final question to end on, because I want any young person in care, any care leaver, any care experienced person in this country to know that we are now working towards a common goal that's supported across this House to ensure that they get people in their life who love them, their people, not lanyard-wearing professionals. They're important, but their own tribe. And if we can get that done, if we can get that right as a country, and I absolutely believe we can, because all the examples I've shared, all the things that are in the strategy are things already happening across England. It's a case of spreading them and mainstreaming them. If we can do that, it will completely transform outcomes, whether it's young people not in education, employment or training. It will improve mental health. It will bring down the number of young care experienced people who complete suicide. It will mean we are lucky enough as a country to have these brilliant young people celebrated and achieving.
That is the end of the statement on enduring relationship strategy for children's social care. Will the front bench wish to shuffle over? I call Nick Timothy on a point of order in connection with the Code of Conduct to rectify a failure to declare.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm an honorary member of the Jockey Club Rooms, which provides accommodation and function rooms in Newmarket. It's an offshoot of the Jockey Club, and I accepted the membership to support a valued local institution. I declared this in the register, but did not repeat the declaration when I tabled 4 written parliamentary questions regarding the taxation of training yards and racecourses. The Commissioner accepted that I tabled the questions because of their relevance to the local economy and understands my error was inadvertent. Nonetheless, I accept his advice that I should have declared this interest a second time when I tabled the questions, and I apologise to the House.
I thank the honourable member for his point of order. There will be no further points of order on that issue. We now come on to the general debate on Pride Month. I call the Minister to move the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this House has considered Pride Month. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a privilege to open this debate on behalf of the Government as we mark Pride Month, and it's a real honour to do so this year as the Minister for Equalities. I have spoken before at this dispatch box about growing up in the shadow of Section 28 and what my teenage self would think about me standing here today. The life I have today as a proud lesbian, a member of Parliament, a wife and a mother simply would not have been possible without the progress that was fought for, won and secured in this House. And in this House, Madam Deputy Speaker, it was often a Labour government that paved the way. A Labour government that repealed Section 28, a Labour government that ended the disgraceful ban on LGBT people serving in our armed forces, a Labour government that introduced civil partnerships, adoption rights and gender recognition, and a Labour government that delivered the landmark Equality Act. Madam Deputy Speaker, this Labour government is building on that proud legacy. We have acted to right the historic wrongs committed against LGBT plus veterans. We have equalised strands of hate crime legislation. We're funding LGBT plus focused domestic abuse services. We have committed to end new HIV transmissions in England by 2030. And we're investing millions to promote and protect LGBT plus rights globally. And Madam Deputy Speaker, who could forget that we now have the gayest Parliament in history? A Parliament filled with colleagues, many of whom are here today, who continue to break barriers. And if I just mention a few, my honourable friend, the member for North Warwickshire and Bedworth, whose tireless work to tackle hate crime will leave a lasting legacy. My honourable friend, the member for Jarrow and Gateshead East, whose work on banning conversion practices with the Council of Europe is an inspiration to me me personally, and my honourable friend, the member for Wallasey, my first boss in this place, who I hope will forgive me for observing that she was championing LGBT plus equality in this House before some honourable members were even born. And there are so many others across this House who I don't have time to mention today, many in this room, but let me say that I am proud, Madam Deputy Speaker, to serve alongside them all. Madam Deputy Speaker, I remember my first London Pride with LGBT Labour like it was yesterday, walking through our capital alongside thousands of LGBT plus people genuinely made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. There was something profoundly joyous and moving about marching openly through the streets where for generations LGBT plus people had been forced to hide who they were. For so many years, people had lived with fear and shame and isolation, yet there we were, together, visible and unapologetic. And finally, I wasn't alone. Despite growing up feeling I should be ashamed of who I was, I had found my voice and my community. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it certainly was a party, and I will spare the House some of the stories. But Pride is more than just a celebration. It's a protest. Marching as a proud lesbian was a radical act of protest. It still is. Pride is about celebrating the progress we've made, yes, but it's also about acknowledging the work that we still need to do. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I fear we do have much more work to do. Progress, once achieved, is never permanently secured. Even today, especially today, it must be defended, renewed, and extended. Too many people still experience discrimination, abuse, and exclusion because of who they are or who they love. And trans people, in particular, continue to face levels of hostility that should have no place in modern Britain. Many honourable members will today speak about LGBT plus constituents who are anxious about the direction of public debate, particularly their trans constituents, and I thank them for their constructive engagement and advocacy. I want to take the time to acknowledge that the government has laid the EHRC's updated draft code of practice before Parliament. As honourable members will know, the updated draft code reflects the Supreme Court's judgment that within the Equality Act 2010, sex means biological sex, and that there remain protections for trans people against discrimination, harassment or victimisation on the basis of gender reassignment. It does not remove those legal protections for trans people, nor does it remove the legal framework that allows them to be recognised as their acquired gender outside of the Equality Act. We firmly believe that it is possible to lawfully protect single-sex spaces while also ensuring that trans people access the services they need and retain protections against discrimination and harassment. I understand the stress and anxiety this process has caused for many, and my priority is that we can move forward together with compassion for all who continue to be impacted. The fundamental principle is that everyone, including trans people, deserve to live their lives with dignity, safety and respect.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way to making a very powerful speech, and while I understand the intent behind the guidance, many of my constituents are concerned about its practical effect. It's one thing to write guidance for a world in which everyone behaves reasonably and respectfully. It is another one to ensure that vulnerable people are protected in the way the world actually is. Can the Minister provide some additional reassurance to the House that the Government and the EHRC will keep the guidance under review and act swiftly should its implementation lead to unintended consequences for trans and gender non-conforming people?
I thank him for his important intervention and the very important points he makes. And I would just like to restate that, as the Supreme Court said, trans people have rights enshrined in law, and it is our duty bound on all of us to uphold and defend those rights. But unfortunately, Madam Deputy Speaker, the lives of trans people are all too often being used as a political football. And we have been living in a political climate made infinitely more toxic by the actions of a few, including, unfortunately, some members of this House, including representatives of the Reform Party, who believe that families like mine are not stable, a party that appears to be defunding Pride events and tearing down Pride flags across the country, a party that is supporting a candidate that reportedly called LGBT plus people fighting for equality attention-seeking and said that they were making a big song and dance about it. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am not much of a singer or a dancer, but I am certainly proud to stand with the LGBT plus community, and I refuse to stop working towards equality for every single one of my constituents just because it makes the Reform Party uncomfortable. So I want to say... Chris.
Thank you, Minister. I just wanted to say to the Minister, who's giving an incredibly powerful speech, and actually I'm already welling up before the member for Luton speaks, I just want to say to her that actually if we didn't have some of the changes in the laws that allowed people like her to be in this place and doing what she's doing, this place would be far worse for it. So I welcome his speech.
Thank him for that lovely intervention and for all that he does for this House and for his constituents. Harlow, sorry. Harlow. I missed my chance, I'm so sorry. Look, I want to say very clearly from this dispatch box that I recognise the community's fear and anxiety, and when public debate becomes toxic, it has consequences in people's everyday lives, in schools, in workplaces, online, in access to services, in whether people feel safe simply being themselves. And those consequences all too often manifest into violence and hate.
I thank her for giving way. She's making a really important point, and the first action of many reform councils to tear down pride flags and ban pride events or defund them really speaks to who they are and their values, and they are not the values, I think, of the vast majority of British people. She talks about the importance of supporting the LGBT plus community in our workplaces. She'll know that the government has today accepted all of the recommendations of my noble friend, the Lord Mann's report into anti-Semitism in the NHS. I really welcome that. My only question is around political symbols in the NHS. My view is that the pride flag is not a political symbol, it's a symbol of inclusion. Will she sort of work with the Department of Health to ensure that when we are bringing forward that guidance, we don't fall into the trap of labelling pride flags, the pride symbols, as political symbols, and instead we continue to allow our NHS to demonstrate that it is an inclusive organisation for the LGBT plus community.
Firstly, can I associate myself with the remarks he made about the early acts of reform councils and say to him that absolutely the NHS is for all of us, including the LGBT plus community, and I'll make sure that my colleagues in the Department for Health have heard his comments today. Madam Deputy Speaker, the consequences of hate of this debate often manifest into violence and hate crime against the LGBT plus community is still far too prevalent. I spoke with LGBT plus domestic violence charity Gallup this week, who have had a 27% increase in hate crime calls in the past year. They told me how hate is becoming more normalised and perpetrators more emboldened in the way that they are targeting LGBT plus people, from stranger abuse on the streets to physical violence. I am proud that this government has strengthened protections for LGBT plus people through the Crime and Policing Act, ensuring that our community is properly protected from targeted abuse and violence. We have equalised the law so that the hate crime committed on the basis of sexuality or gender identity is treated the same as racially or religiously motivated hostility. The principle is straightforward. Nobody should live with the fear that their identity makes them a target. This was a manifesto commitment, and I was proud to stand on it, and I am delighted that we have delivered. I will also be proud to deliver on another manifesto commitment, Madam Deputy Speaker, a full trans-inclusive ban on conversion practices. Let us be clear about what conversion practices are. They are a very specific, insidious form of abuse that attempts to change who somebody is. LGBT people are told that who they are is wrong, that it's shameful, and that it can and should be changed. This isn't about banning legitimate therapy, explorative conversations, or prayer. All people in this country deserve to have access to open conversations about their identity, and this government is not seeking to change that. What we are seeking to ban is abuse, plain and simple. These abhorrent practices are coercive, degrading, harmful, and have caused profound trauma to LGBT+ people for decades. And I hope that members across this House will agree with me that these practices have no place in modern Britain and will support our work to ban them once and for all.
I appreciate the point the government's making, and they've spoken at length about the conversion therapy banning bill. In fact, for nearly 2 years, they've been speaking about the draft legislation coming forward. Can the Minister give us a concrete timeline? Will we see it in 2026, or will the draft legislation be into next year or the year after?
I thank her for her intervention, and I hope that she's gathered from the remarks that I've just made, and that I will repeat again now, the absolute speed and determination with which I am focusing on this very important ban. Before I conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to recognise that while government has an important role to play in protecting LGBT+ rights, lasting change is delivered every day by people and organisations working in communities across our country, and I'm sure we'll hear lots of examples of this in the debate today. I have had the privilege of meeting remarkable organisations including Stonewall, Gallup, the LGBT Foundation, the LGBT Consortium and the Terence Higgins Trust, amongst many others. And these organisations help people through some of the most difficult moments in their lives, challenge injustice and build stronger communities. We owe them our gratitude and we have a responsibility to support their work. And that is why this government is taking Pride Month so seriously, being loud and proud about our commitment to the LGBT community. Throughout this month, departments across government will be hosting events and activities that celebrate LGBT+ communities and highlight the issues that they face, from the Ministry of Justice engaging with LGBT legal professionals to DEFRA's work exploring the experiences of LGBT+ people in rural communities. Colleagues across government are playing their part. But I also know that our commitment to Pride is not just confined to a single month. We will stand with the LGBT+ community all year round, because that's what this Labour government stands for. Hope and unity over division and hate. It's a simple principle that I hope members across this House can agree on, that every person in this country should be able to live freely, safely and with dignity, regardless of who they are or who they love. That's the principle that we reaffirm today, and that is the commitment this government will continue to defend.
The question is that this House has considered Pride Month, and I call the Shadow Minister, Stuart Andrew.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I begin by apologising to members of the House that unfortunately I have sought permission from Mr Speaker to leave early today because I've got a long-standing event in my constituency that I have to be to. So I do apologise that I won't be here for... It's not a Pride, I'm afraid. But I am very happy to be leaving in the capable hands of my honourable friend for the rest of this very important debate. And can I say what a pleasure it is to follow the Honourable Lady. I thought that was a really great speech and very personal. And I'm equally grateful to have the opportunity to open this important debate on behalf of His Majesty's opposition, because Pride Month is a celebration. It is a celebration of progress that has been made, of lives that have lived openly, of families formed, of communities built, and of people who no longer have to hide who they are. But it is also a reminder of why that progress was necessary in the first place and why it can never be taken for granted. For me, this debate is deeply personal. I have seen changes in my lifetime that I could never have imagined when I was growing up as a young gay man on the Isle of Anglesey. Back then, community was not always easy to find. And I've joked before, many times in this house, that it often felt like I was literally the only gay in the village. But behind the humour, there is obviously a serious point. For many people, particularly in small towns, in families, workplaces or faith communities, being LGBT can still feel a very lonely place indeed. And that is why, one of the reasons why Pride still matters. I'm very proud of my good friend and former member of this House, Eric Olorenshaw, who was one of the first 5 people on the very first Pride March back in the early 1970s. And he describes that at the time, even the police were spitting at them. Where, you know, it's just unbelievable when you think of that today. And it is not only about big parades, it's not about just the flags or the public celebrations. It's about the teenager who feels completely alone. It's about the person who is quietly calculating every single word they say. I've spoken before about being attacked and hospitalised when I was younger just because of who I am. Walking down that road, being followed by 3 men, being called a queer, and that fear of knowing what was coming next was terrifying. And I'm so glad that we now live in a country that has changed enormously since then. Of course.
In the spirit that this debate is, I would like to say to the honourable gentleman, although we might not agree on everything politically, that this place is better because he is here, and I think we should recognise that as well.
Oh, God, you know, I'm going to cry in a minute. Thank you. And he didn't even, his second opportunity to miss Harlow. I mean, I'm getting worried about the honourable gentleman. Prejudice, you know, that, as I say, that experience has stayed with me because it reminds me why progress matters and why it can never be taken for granted. Prejudice may look different today, but it has not vanished. And there are still people around the world and some people in this country who cannot come out or live the life they want to live. And that is why Pride is not just a month in the calendar. It is a statement that those people are not forgotten. It also why what happens in this House also matters. The law can change lives. It can tell people whether they are recognised, protected and valued. And that is why the passage of the Equal Marriage Act in 2013 remains one of the proudest moments of my time in this Parliament. No party has a monopoly on progress. People from all parties and none have fought for the rights and dignity of LGBT people. But I am proud that Conservatives played a part in delivering equal marriage, and I am proud of the progress Conservative governments made on HIV prevention, testing and treatment, including HIV Testing Week and the legalisation of HIV self-testing kits. I also want to pay tribute to the Terence Higgins Trust and to Richard Angel, its CEO, for all those who've been campaigning to end new HIV transmissions by 2030. And as the Shadow Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, I absolutely back the government in their ambition to see that happen. It is something that when I was growing up, you never thought we would see the end of. In fact, you know, it was so terrifying at the time. And the fact that we now have this goal in sight is just truly remarkable and wonderful. I also want to say clearly that LGBT, as the Shadow Secretary of State for Health, that LGBT health matters too. That means keeping a strong focus on HIV prevention, testing and treatment, making sure stigma continues to be broken down, and recognising the particular mental health pressures some LGBT people face, and ensuring everyone can use the NHS without fear, shame or discrimination. It also means remembering older LGBT people, including those who lived through the AIDS crisis, who should never feel forced back into the closet when they need social care or support later on in life, or if they end up in residential or nursing homes. And I know that that has been happening, and it's something we need to address. So I hope the Minister, when winding up, might be able to update the House on, and I know she mentioned some of the work that's continuing on HIV prevention, but equally how that progress is going to be maintained, because the clock is ticking and I am conscious there's still quite a bit to do, and about what work government is planning to do on older LGBT people as we think about their care needs in the future. I too want to address the Equality Act Code of Practice and the Supreme Court ruling, because they have been very prominent in recent days. The law is now clear that for the purposes of the Equality Act, sex means biological sex. Single-sex spaces must be protected where they are needed, particularly where privacy, dignity and safeguarding are at stake. That clarity matters for women, for service providers, for staff who need to know what the law requires of them, and for the NHS. Decisions about female wards, intimate care, changing rooms and women-only services cannot be left to confusion or inconsistent local interpretation. But we should also be able and capable of saying two things at once. We can say that sex means biological sex and that single-sex spaces must be protected, and we can also say that trans people must be treated with dignity, respect, compassion and love. Those positions are not mutually exclusive. They are both part of a serious, humane, lawful approach. So I hope the Minister can set out what the Code of Practice means in practice for the NHS, including female wards and the other issues I mentioned. NHS staff, patients and trusts need the clarity on how the law should be applied. This House should be able to approach these issues without pretending they are simple, but also without pretending that clarity is unkind. And that is also why I think it is a mistake when pride events suggest that political parties should have no place in them. The banning of political parties in some of these is really disappointing because pride does not belong to one political tribe. The people elected to this House and the LGBT organisations within all of our parties have helped to deliver real change, and I pay tribute to them all and thank them for what they've done. LGBT people are Conservatives, they're Labour members, they're Liberal Democrats, they're Greens, they're Nationalists, they're Independents, and people of no party at all. They should not be made to feel unwelcome. In fact, I want to see more gay and lesbian people in politics. And banning political parties from pride flies in the face of its meaning, in my view. And I also want to mention lesbians specifically. Too often, their voices are treated as an afterthought in debates about LGBT rights. Lesbian women have been central to the history of pride, activism and community life. Their experiences matter in healthcare, safety, dignity and debates about sex-based rights. Pride Month should never allow the L in LGBT to become silent. No one should have to hide who they are in order to feel safe. That means taking anti-LGBT hate crime seriously. Too many incidents still go unreported because people think they are too minor or worry they will not be taken seriously. They should be taken very seriously indeed, and that is true in sport, in schools, in workplaces, in healthcare, in families and in public life. Pride is a celebration of how far we have come, but it is also a promise that we will remember those who came before us, stand with those who still feel alone, and help the next generation live more freely, more safely, and more honestly than the last. That is what Pride Month means to me, and that is why this debate matters.
I call the Select Committee Chair, Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to start by saying it is a real honour to follow the speeches made by the Minister and the Shadow Minister. Both of their commitment to furthering LGBTQ+ rights in this place and outside should be honoured. And I agree with my friend from Harlow. I got Harlow in. That you both are indeed an inspiration now to everybody else in this House, but also, I hope, future generations, so that we do see more diversity within this place, because, boy, don't we benefit from it. And before I start about this, Pride Month, it's another equalities debate, and again, it is pushed to a Thursday, when many MPs have returned to their constituencies and the press are focusing on their Sunday news stories. It's really disappointing to see so many people that would have wanted to have been here that cannot be here. It's pretty embarrassing that there is not a single backbencher from the Conservatives, that there is just one representative from Lib Dems, from Greens, from SNP, when I know that there would be more voices willing to be here if Parliament gave the time to equalities debates that it should do. I have written to the Procedures Committee about this because these should be a priority running across all departments and all the work that we carry out in this place. They're not an add-on at the end. If we're only working for some of society, we are not working for all. So I'm usually excited about Pride Month. I usually love a good party, and unlike the Minister, I like a bit of dancing, and I'm rubbish at singing, but I will do it. It's a chance to celebrate. It's a chance to come together, absolutely. It's a chance to understand, to grow, to learn. Pride is definitely more of a protest, though, this year than it is a party, sadly. I always say that progress isn't inevitable, but I hoped it would never regress as quickly as I have seen it now. It's a disgraceful environment where people's genitalia are up for debate, where UK politicians proudly question the ability of same-sex couples to provide loving and safe homes for children, and the blatant demonising of a tiny, vulnerable part of our society under the guise of protecting women and girls. I've said it before in this House, and I will say it again. My safety, both physical and emotional, has only been threatened by men. Men who were born men, men with power, men unaccountable for their actions, men who have never faced justice, men who would never be stopped by a sign on a toilet door. These are the people who threaten our safety and our society. Until they are the focus of the debate about women and girls' safety, no amount of single-sex spaces is going to save any of us. Scapegoating the trans community will not work. It will not make any of us safer. And take the latest iteration of the EHRC Code of Practice. The inconsistencies are in there and make it unworkable and unjust. Challenge someone, but don't cause harm or embarrassment. Challenge them. How is that possible? How do you prove? How do you disprove? Ask trans people to use a third space, but somehow get them to keep their right to a private life. The Women and Equality Select Committee will be questioning the EHRC chair next week, so I'm minded of the previous minister's remarks from earlier this week, that we must ask her about those details. But government, as well as the EHRC, have to provide answers to the trans community, to businesses and to organisations and to the general public as a whole on how this sorry saga ends and is not inflamed further. Because all I see is more litigation, more pain, more uncertainty and more time and money spent solving a problem that most people didn't prioritise above the actual problems this country should be dealing with, such as the 97% of reported rapes that go unpunished. Cis male perpetrators don't have to disguise themselves as anyone or anything to get away with the most hideous of crimes in this country, because they already are doing it, and on the whole, unfortunately, getting away with it. This distortion of the arguments about women's safety have had a devastating impact on trans people, with a focus on trans women and with trans men completely forgotten from this conversation, not to mention non-binary and intersex people. So let's bring it to the very real-life impact this is having to the people that we represent. I want to share a conversation now that I had yesterday. It's my constituent and my friend, Terena Hurd, an 83-year-old trans woman. We chatted yesterday. She discharged herself, I didn't know this at the time, but she had discharged herself from hospital so she could actually speak with me yesterday. Terena told me this is how much it means to get her experience and her questions across to me and to fellow parliamentarians. I did have a go at her and I told her that I'd rather her stay in hospital and her health was more important, but she disagreed. She said, I'm 83, I've lived my life. This is about the future generations and the others that come next. This is more important than her own health. She put her health at risk to speak with me. This is how existential it feels right now for the trans community. She's always fought hard against bigotry. She's one of the most talented people I've seen with her hands. Like, she's a wood turner, and she makes these fantastic, beautiful pens, and she does so many fantastic things with pieces of wood that I could never imagine somebody could do without heavy machinery. But she was a mechanical engineer. She owned her own business in Luton when she transitioned. The local media covered it in a kind of matter-of-fact way. But the Sun phoned up and said, we'd love to cover it. We'd love to cover it. Don't worry, we're not going to send a reporter. We've got everything that we need from the local news. We'll just send a photographer. So they took a photo of her and plastered on the headline, "Mechanic loses nuts, customers bolt." That is disgusting. But to be honest, that seems almost mild compared to the vilification of the LGBT plus community in some parts of the media nowadays. So her questions to the Minister and to everybody in this place. How can the safety of trans men and women be protected using the toilets of the opposite gender? How is it going to be policed? Are there even enough cubicles and toilets to deal with this proposed change? She discharged herself to tell me these questions. But Trina was also terrified of being put on a man's ward. So her last question is, where would she have been put to be treated? Which ward would she have been put on? She would never have felt comfortable on a man's ward. Would it have been dignified for her to have received treatment on a man's ward? Her words, "I was born a male, but I've never been a man. I tried, but I failed. I've always felt female. Even at school, as a boy, I was bullied for being," in her words, "a sissy, so I left." The impact this has had on her life has been lifelong. Another Luton constituent is now having to walk considerable distances to use a toilet outside of her place of work. This is causing not just an emotional impact, but also a physical and potentially a financial one if she cannot remain in the place of work without being outed against her will. Where is her right to privacy? The Minister spoke about the Supreme Court being very clear that this should not impact a trans person's right to privacy. Where is her right to privacy being protected? Because it's currently not. I've always believed, unless we all enjoy progress, none of us truly are. If you care about human rights, you don't get to pick which human rights you care about and which ones you do not. And LGBT rights and women's rights should be able to go hand in hand. Our committee heard from the Spanish Ministry of Equality on how they are leading the way in LGBT plus rights, ranking #1 on the ILGA Europe's rainbow map. I'm not just jealous of the Spanish weather, I am jealous of Spanish equality. They have developed a helpline for LGBT people in Spain to provide support in instances of abuse and are providing world leading for fertility treatment, which is benefiting their LGBT plus communities. Spain also recently appointed its first global LGBTQ plus rights envoy to advocate for the decriminalisation of same-sex relations internationally. We can look to them as not just leaders in Europe, but across the world. And to add to this, Spain are also highly progressive in their approach to women's rights. It's not one or the other, it's both. They have developed an advanced monitoring system which police use to risk assess and track cases as gender-based violence and provide tailored protection to victims. Since the introduction of the Viogen system, the rate of femicide by a partner or ex-partner has decreased year on year in Spain. With these international examples, it's abundantly clear to me that despite what some of the loudest voices in this place and outside will tell you, it's not a case of women's rights versus trans rights, women's safety versus LGBT freedom. No, we can and should all live alongside each other, not just with dignity, but with joy, with proper celebration, proper understanding, and proper love. When we take male violence against women seriously, we are protecting all women and girls, and we are acknowledging the real villain behind this crisis rather than scapegoating the trans community. It's hard to find some reasons to be cheerful, but Perhaps the world of sport may offer some, as it is full of LGBT+ legends, just like our Parliament is. Women's football and rugby continue to provide incredible role models for young women, and actually women of any age, who are grappling with their sexuality. Across the WSL, the Lionesses, the Red Roses, and English cricket, there are women living their truth in loving relationships with each other, married, raising children, being themselves publicly and proudly, and absolutely knocking it out the park. For the majority of male footballers, though, displaying their girlfriends and wives online alongside their family seems completely normal. They take it for granted that society accepts and celebrates their personal lives. But for our lesbian and bisexual athletes, in same-sex relationships, each time they do an anniversary post or kiss their partner in the stands, they are unwittingly making a statement and risking abuse. I want to thank them for their everyday bravery and hope that it won't be a brave act for very much longer, that it will just be a normal act. We also need to acknowledge once again that there are still no male out Premier League footballers. And to be honest, who can blame them? Homophobia, alongside racism and misogyny, continues to be a rampant disease amongst both match-going fans and trolls online. Hatred doesn't stay in one lane. It never does. If ever you want to see an example of that, look at what reform councils are doing with pride flags. They're not stopping with pride flags. No, they're going with Ukrainian flags. It will always be somebody. Because if you don't have the answers to the problems facing you, it's easier to blame somebody else than it is to really look inwards and look in ourselves and look at how we can further our country together. I know this week, Millwall FC released a Pride playbook to advise on connecting with LGBT+ teams. I hope this is the beginning of a new era in inclusivity in men's football. But I know we've got so much further to go. There are seeds of hope across our culture and society for LGBT people, and that I want to end on. February saw HBO drama Heated Rivalry break viewing records across the world.
That was you watching it, wasn't it?
I am pretty sure that a lot of us enjoyed that programme. So it's celebrating a particularly fiery LGBT love story, whilst also channeling new fans into winter sports. I love ice hockey. It's like, I am so up for all full contact sports, but roll in a good love story, happy days. Durham Pride have raised enough money to throw the biggest pride in their history. And if there is an example of love winning, that is it. Especially in the face of hatred, love will always win. With support from their local trade union movement, this has to be one of the examples of what we all must be fighting against in the future. And last October, King Charles unveiled the first mural dedicated to the LGBTQ+ members of the British Armed Forces, named An Open Letter. It honours servicemen and women who experienced homophobic abuse. And rates of adoption amongst LGBT people have quadrupled over the past decade, with at least 20% of all adopted children now finding a loving home with a same-sex couple. And how dare any politician, how dare anybody say that that isn't the best place for a child? The best place for a child is always with a loving home. And our Labour government, as we have heard today, is set to finally bring in an end to the painful, arcane practice of conversion therapy. The trans-inclusive conversion practice bill, which was included in the King's speech, should be coming, and I can't wait to support it. And while the light behind the clouds may be hard to find, and the rainbow's really, really far in the distance from all that rain, it is important that we do find that glimmer of light, those rainbows this Pride Month, because I want to end with the words that Terena said to me yesterday. She said it's what her grandmother and her family had always said. It's something that my grandma had always said to me, and it really shouldn't be that difficult. Treat other people the way you would like to be treated. It's not that hard.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson Zoe Franklin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I just start to say I am
so honoured to be the spokesperson in this debate and to speak after incredibly powerful speeches. But in particular, I want to acknowledge the work of the Honourable Member for Luton North and her words today. Thank you for all you do on human rights and particularly for your advocacy for the trans community. I'm not sure how I follow what you have shared, but I know there will be more to come in this chamber, and I know there will be more tears. Pride Month is a celebration of visibility, dignity and progress, but it should also be a moment of honesty. Despite the hard-fought progress we have made as a nation, we are slipping backwards on the LGBT rights in this country. In 2025, the UK fell 6 places to 22nd in ILGA Europe's LGBT rights ranking, and to put that into context, we were ranked number 1 in Europe in 2015. And when it comes to gender recognition rights, the UK now ranks in the bottom 6 of 49 European countries. And I think that should concern every member of this House who believes in the fundamental rights of equality, freedom, and human dignity. Pride Month matters because standing up for the LGBT community is ultimately about standing up for everyone's right to live openly, safely, and authentically. It says that no matter who you are, who you love, or how you present, you are equally valued and equally respected. And this House should remember that progress in LGBT equality has never been inevitable. Every single right was fought for by campaigners, activists, and political allies who refused to accept that discrimination is the status quo. And our thanks should and does go to every single one of them. The Liberal Democrats are proud to have stood alongside that movement for decades. We fought to repeal Section 28, the legislation which silenced LGBT people in schools and communities and told an entire generation that who they were was something that was shameful. I have 2 sons, and through them I have seen how different education is now from when I was at school, and I am incredibly grateful to see how education has changed. And I can see how living as your authentic self has become something supported by schools. And most inspiringly, I've watched as so many young people have come through my door who are living and exploring who they are. And I look at them and I think we should all take inspiration from so many of the next generation who are just simply letting each other love who they want to love and be who they want to be. As a party, the Liberal Democrats were also instrumental in delivering equal marriage. With our Equalities Minister, Lynn Featherstone, now Baroness Featherstone in the other place, she led the fight inside government to make marriage equality a reality in this country, and I'm deeply proud that we led that fight. And I've been deeply moved too by the stories of couples who have generously shared with me about the change that meant for them as a couple and for their families. Yet, in spite of all that progress, this year has been a particularly upsetting year for much of the LGBT community, especially trans, non-binary and intersex people following the Supreme Court ruling on the definition of sex in the Equality Act. Like many members across this House, I have received deeply distressing accounts from constituents fearful of even being able to participate fully in public life going forward. And let me be clear, trans rights and human rights are not in conflict. After the ruling, the government's responsibility was to provide clear and workable guidance. But the EHRC Code of Practice laid before Parliament just 2 weeks ago is in its current form exclusionary, unworkable and deeply concerning. Even the government's own equality impact assessment acknowledges disproportionate harm to those with protected characteristics. It warns that women who do not conform to cultural expectations of what a woman should look like could face challenges simply to access a women-only space. It acknowledges the negative impact on disabled people with Disability Rights UK, warning against forcing trans and non-binary people into separate third spaces. And most alarmingly, it explicitly states that some trans people could effectively be barred from both spaces aligned with their gender identity and those aligned with their birth sex, leaving them with no space and services at all. That is not dignity. That is exclusion. I am personally worried for the whole trans community, but particularly for the next generation of trans men and women. With all the changes that are happening in the way that the LGBT community is spoken about here in the UK, with the stories that have already been shared about certain political parties and individuals, what is that saying to the next generation? What is the world that we are giving as a legacy? We have to act now before it is too late. That is why my honourable friends, Ed Davey and our Women and Equality spokesperson.
The Honourable Lady has been here very nearly 2 years. It's been rife today. We must stop referring to members by their names, but by their constituencies, please.
I do apologise, Madam Deputy Speaker. That is why my honourable friends, whose constituencies have temporarily lost my brain, but my honourable friends have called upon the government to withdraw the code and ensure this issue is properly scrutinised by Parliament. Guidance of this significance simply should not be pushed through as a negative statutory instrument without proper democratic debate or a vote in this House. And alongside parliamentary scrutiny of the code, there are urgent actions the government could take now. One meaningful and long overdue step would be to finally implement a fully trans-inclusive ban on conversion practices. And this goes back to 2018 when Theresa May's government proposed it, and it still hasn't happened. And I know from attending so many Pride events and talking with people about a ban, they just aren't aware that it isn't already in place and are frankly shocked that it isn't already in place. Now, the government did promise in the last King's speech to publish a draft bill, and the government have promised to do so in this King's speech. And I thank the Minister for her comments on this issue. But I do want to join the Honourable Member for Aberdeen North in pressing the Minister for clarity on a timeline. The LGBT community cannot wait until the end of this session only to see the promise broken yet again. Conversion practices are barbaric. They are based on the offensive idea that LGBT people are somehow broken or in need of fixing. The practices cause profound psychological harm and have absolutely no place in a modern society. So I want to end by saying, this Pride Month, let us celebrate the progress of the generations before us fought so hard to achieve, but also let us recognise that equality is never guaranteed, and we are in an incredibly fragile place. At a time when LGBT people, particularly trans people, are increasingly being used as a political football, in divisive culture wars, this House has a responsibility to stand firmly on the side of dignity, compassion and human rights, because Pride must always, always be more than a celebration. It must be a year-round promise that we will keep fighting until everyone is truly free to live openly and equally without fear. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Tim Rocker.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a privilege to follow such excellent contributions to this debate, particularly following the member for Guildford and the member for Luton, who I thought gave an absolutely cracking speech. This afternoon, I want to talk about the LGBT plus community, my community, in Macclesfield and across the country, and about the very real challenges that our community faces now. But I want to begin with something personal. I'm proud to be the Member of Parliament for Macclesfield, but I'm equally proud to be the first openly gay MP for Macclesfield, the first one it has ever sent to this House. And it's not something that I say to draw attention to myself, it's something I say because I know what it means. It means something to the young person in Macclesfield who wonders whether someone like them can ever hold a position like this. It means something to the person who grew up in our area as I did and was never sure they belonged. Representation matters, visibility matters, and I know myself and others today are humbled to carry that responsibility, including the Minister, who started off the debate so ably. So when I speak about Pride, I'm not speaking as an observer, I'm speaking as someone who knows what it is to need it. And I should say that Macclesfield has given me every reason to be proud, because the town and the rural communities I represent today are warmer, more open, and more welcoming than the ones I knew growing up. And that transformation has not happened by chance. It has happened because of the courage of LGBT plus people who stayed visible, who refused to disappear, and because of local communities that chose to embrace them. Nowhere is that spirit more alive than in Mac Pride, our town's own Pride Festival, which has grown from an idea in 2018 into a joyous, colourful celebration in the heart of our town centre. I want to take a moment to thank the extraordinary people who make it happen, to Sophia Armitt and Olivia Clare, Andrew Angus Whiteoak, Carl Frost, Kerry McNeath, Joe Strafford, Paula Parks, who's the parade coordinator, incredibly important, Rachel Wisson, Serena Lavin, Jenny Duggan, and the amazing Stella Wake-Bennett, whose wife, Sarah Bennett-Wake, was the first openly gay mayor of Macclesfield and is a friend. And of course, Charlie Higgins' boss, Pippa Dean, Mickey Tiamo, and Jinx Nopton. They are the reason that Macclesfield Pride happens. They give their time, their energy, their creativity, and their passion year after year, entirely voluntarily, to create something genuinely wonderful for our community. And this Parliament should know what they do, and I'm proud to say their names in the Chamber today, and I know other colleagues will have similar activists in their area that they are equally proud of. That spirit is also on display at our regular Stride for Pride, which is organised by the wonderful Mika and Dan of the Yazbeen Coffee Shop. It's a community event that brings people together in solidarity as much as celebration. And solidarity is not incidental to the LGBT plus story. It is central to it. Our community has always known that you show up for each other across differences, across generations, because sometimes there is nobody else. And the need for that solidarity has never been more urgent than it is right now. So before I turn to some of my concerns, let me say a little of the good. I'm proud to have supported my friend, the member for North Warwickshire and Bedworth, in her campaign to make LGBT plus hate crimes aggravated offences that carry tougher sentences. I'm proud the government is delivering financial compensation to LGBT plus veterans who suffered abuse, prejudice and dismissal under the awful historic armed forces ban. And I'm proud that the government will bring in a ban on conversion practices, and I look forward to voting for it eagerly. And it hangs on a timeline, a history of fantastic progress by the Labour Party. It's not exclusively the Labour Party, but fantastic progress under Labour governments, including repealing Section 28, introducing civil partnerships and those adoption rights that we heard of earlier. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to talk about things that are causing very real concern and which colleagues have already raised very ably this afternoon about the concerns trans people have today. Trans constituents have written to me with real worry since the draft code of practice was laid before this House in May, and it's my duty to represent their concerns honestly and clearly because they deserve that, and I know that the government will want to hear it. Firstly, let me start with where we stand internationally. As the member for Guildford has pointed out, we have dropped significantly in the ILGA's Europe Rainbow Map, and to think that in 2015 we were first, what an incredible thing to have been proud of, and then to fall 22 places in the space of a decade. And again, pointing out that on the issue of trans rights and legal gender recognition, we're now ranked 45th out of 49 European nations. And we have not gone backwards by accident. I've said before in this place that political will matters, legal frameworks matter, words laid before this House matter. Transphobic hate crimes have increased since 2016, according to Home Office data. Some of that's because of better reporting, but some of that is undoubtedly due to the toxic atmosphere that is being directed towards such a small minority. It's real fear, real isolation and real violence felt by people who are simply trying to live as themselves. So I want to be clear about where I stand. I support women's rights to single-sex spaces and services as set out in the Equality Act. Those rights are real and they matter and I defend them. But I disagree with attempts to make them mutually exclusive with the dignity and safety of trans people. Both can and must be protected. I do give credit to the Secretary of State with regards to the guidance for the engagement she has had with MPs, I think, on all sides of the House. And I know she faced an incredible amount of pressure from all sorts of directions. But I have heard from constituents, trans constituents, parents with trans children who are genuinely frightened that without clearer protections they'll face more exclusion, more harassment, and we will all see more expensive and exhaustive legal battles. It's already been referenced to the government's Equality Impact Assessment warns of a disproportionate risk of violence and sexual assault towards trans women if they're directed to use male services. That's not a campaigning document. That is the government's own analysis, and it deserves an answer. I'm also worried, as the member for Luton has pointed out, about the confusion practically on the ground for businesses in my constituency, cafes, restaurants, leisure centres. The guidance says simultaneously that members of the public should not challenge one another on the basis of sex, whilst also suggesting that where someone is asked to confirm their sex, it should be done sensitively. Most reasonable business owners will be bewildered. And as I understand it, and I'm not an expert, the suggestion from the briefing that some of us attended with the EHRC yesterday is that it would not be possible for a club or an association to decide to be open only to women, including trans women. They would be challenged on that. And the use of discomfort or distress of other service users as a legitimate aim of exclusion, combined with guidance suggesting that concern about a person's sex may be evidenced by their appearance or behaviour, creates a subjective, appearance-based threshold that frankly is an open invitation to harass anyone, trans or cis, who doesn't conform to stereotypes. That's not clarity, and I worry it could lead to real harm. I want to say something about the early day motion that's been tabled by colleagues calling for the guidance to be disapproved. I have genuine sympathy with their intention, and many of them are formidable campaigners for LGBT rights, and I respect them greatly. But I have to be honest, the Supreme Court judgment is clear, and statutory guidance has to reflect the law as it stands. So in my view and my assessment, the genuine route forward for those of us who want clearer and stronger protections for trans people, and I count myself firmly in that group, is either new or amending legislation from Parliament, or a future legal challenge that resets the framework. And indeed, I think we have to accept that the Supreme Court judgment is increasingly rendering the Gender Recognition Act and the certificates close to a symbolic document with little practical force. And that cannot have been the intention of Parliament when it passed that legislation in 2004. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me finish where the debate should always return on pride. I was attending a wedding of some very close gay friends in Argentina some years ago, and I came across the words of Carlos Jauregui, a great Argentine LGBT activist. And he said, "En una sociedad que nos educa para la vergüenza, el orgullo es una respuesta política." In a society that educates us to be ashamed, pride is a political response. Pride began as a protest, an act of resistance by people who've been told by law and by society that they did not deserve dignity. That history lives in every parade, including the one that will set off through Macclesfield in a few weeks' time, wind its way down to the marketplace. It lives in Stride for Pride, in every rainbow flag in every shop on Chestergate in Macclesfield. It lives in the fact that I, as Macclesfield's MP, is standing here today openly and proudly as myself, the first to do so, because we're all standing on the shoulders of activists like those who organise these protests and have made that world possible. So, in a society that still in too many ways educates people to be ashamed, pride is the political response, and it has never been clearer that the need for it is greater. So I'm proud to represent Macclesfield, proud of our extraordinary LGBT community, and I'm proud to say to every LGBT person watching or listening, we see you, we are with you, and we will keep fighting.
Kirsty Blackman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm glad to get the chance to speak in today's debate, although I would echo the words of the member from Luton North that these things are always on a Thursday. And as the sole woman in the SNP, as the Women in Equality spokesperson on the SNP, I find myself here on Thursdays way more often than my colleagues as a result. And it would be very nice if we did move them around a little bit and have them on a Monday occasionally. The speech from the member from Luton North, I could not help but agree with every word that she said in that speech. I'm going to try really hard not to be party political throughout what I'm saying here. I'm also going to try really hard, and this is the bit that I'm going to find most difficult, not to look backwards and to try and look forwards and to try and look for what we need to do and where things are today and how we can improve them, rather than looking at what was done in the past. But before I do that, I just want to recognise that Pride is about a celebration, but Pride is also about being angry. We can be angry about the injustices. We should be angry about the injustices. We can celebrate and party and dance or sing if we wish to dance or sing and have rainbows, but remember that we are always fighting against those injustices and trying to improve the world, trying to improve our small part of the world so that everyone can live their truth, so that everybody can be who they are and publicly be who they are. There's a number of things that I would like to see happen, changes that there need to be, and things that I would like the government to consider. I appreciate, as a question I asked the Minister on the conversion therapy ban, I appreciate her commitment to it, and I believe that she is committed to it. I have no reason to doubt that she's committed to it. It just rankles a little bit that when we were talking about the Equality Act judgment, the ministers would stand up at the dispatch box and say, we do support trans people because we're delivering a fully trans-inclusive conversion therapy ban. For 2 years they've been doing that, and the trans community are feeling hurt enough as it is and alone enough as it is that is ringing hollow. So anything the minister can do to make sure this happens soon would be hugely appreciated, so that at least we can protect the trans community in one way from conversion therapy. In terms of where we are with the HRC guidance and how it's going to work and the impact that it's going to have on people's lives, if somebody wants, as an MP, to stand at a dispatch box or to stand in this chamber and tell people that they are lesbian or they're gay or they're bisexual or they're queer, if they choose to do that, they should be allowed to do that. If they choose not to do that, they should be allowed not to do that. We should be able to, there should be an atmosphere and an ethos where people can do that, but also where they can choose not to. It should be their right about whether they do or they don't say that out loud. What we're asking in this guidance that's been put forward, what we're saying is that trans people no longer have that right. We are saying that every trans person who is accessing a service will not be allowed to remain quiet about their gender reassignment status. They will not be allowed to do that. They will have to state what their biological sex is according to the Equality Act. They will have to do that if they're booked into the NHS, if they're taken into hospital, if they're taken into a mental health setting and sectioned. They will have to say to the doctor, they will have to say to the medical staff, I was assigned female at birth. They will have to make that clear. Their right to privacy is gone. If you were put into a hospital and you had to say, I'm bisexual, before you were assigned to a ward, or if you had to say I'm gay before you were assigned to a ward, that would be completely unacceptable. But we think it's okay for trans people to have to say that, even if it's not medically relevant. We think it's okay for trans people to have to say that before they can go to swimming pool and into the changing rooms. We think that is okay. We are telling people that they must explain what their biological sex is before they can access services. I do not think this is a proportionate guidance. I do not think it's fair to take away that private life right that everybody should have, every one of us. We should be able to choose what we tell people about our gender identity, about our biological sex, about our sexuality. That should be up to us about whether or not we say that. And for example, if somebody is living in a religious community and they've only ever been known, the religious community's only ever known them as a woman, but now they're going to have to say, I'm sorry, I can't use those toilets. I'm not allowed to use those toilets. Or else, I don't know what the sanctions are as a result of it, but it doesn't work. The guidance doesn't work. And I appreciate people talking about the clarity that there is in the law. What the prayer against the statutory instrument is doing is praying against the guidance. For however unhappy some of us are with the judgment that there was and what the actual EDM prayer does is says that the guidance doesn't work, and the guidance in the statutory instrument that's been put forward by that should not be approved. It's not about overturning the Supreme Court judgment, no matter how many people would like to do that. It's not about changing the Equality Act. It's specifically about that guidance being inappropriate. And that's why I've put my name on that guidance, because I don't think it works. I don't understand how it's going to work. And I believe that trans people who live throughout these islands should have the right to privacy and should not have to disclose that to anybody who asks. I'll talk about a few probably less serious, still important things that there are going forward. Fertility issues in relation to gay and lesbian couples is something that has been raised with me on quite a number of occasions. It would be very useful if the Minister and the team could look into IVF treatment, particularly could look into the rounds of IVF, for example, that are provided to people, and whether there's discrimination on the basis of sexuality in that, and whether there's improvements that could be made to those systems to ensure that no matter what sexuality a couple or an individual is, that there's a level playing field there, that people are provided equal access to services. As was said, a loving family is what children need. It should not matter what gender the parents are when they're going forward for fertility treatment. So anything the Minister can do, and that would be helpful. In terms of the social media ban, and the Shadow Minister spoke about the loneliness that there can be, being the only gay in the village, being somebody whose voice is not heard, being somebody who can't live their truth in their family, for example. I think that any decisions that's taken around social media bans, around removing young people from a community that they may have found that might be the only place where they are able to live their truth, where they're supported, where they're able to see that there's other people like them, I think we really need to be careful about what happens here and ensure that impact assessments are done so that we are not committing young people who are already feeling like they're on the outside of things, feeling like they're not accepted, so we're not committing them to further levels of isolation. I'm not saying that definitely will happen. I'm saying that the government needs to assess it and make sure it considers these things when it's taking any decisions around social media bans. I also want to touch on neurodiversity, intersectionality, some of the issues that there can be faced by people who've got numerous different categories of minority that they fit into. It bothers me a huge amount that there's a prevalence of thought from too many people that you're not really trans, you're just autistic. It's perfectly possible to be autistic and trans. It's perfectly possible to be autistic or trans. It's perfectly possible to be one, not the other, or both. And the fact that too many people are told or looked at and suggested that you're just neurodiverse, don't worry, you're not really trans. That's not listening to people and understanding their truth. That's not accepting them for who they are. And you know, people grow and change, and some people will, particularly young people, and I can't remember who it was maybe the Liberal Democrat spokesperson who talked about young people being able to be themselves and be accepted as themselves. Some of those young people will change as they go along their path, as they find the actual right fit for them. Some of them will be non-binary for a bit and they realise that they're actually not non-binary at all. And that's okay, and that should be okay. We all try things on when we're I dressed as a goth for a while as a kid. Do not recommend it. I'm not nearly pale enough to dress as a goth. but I thought it was a good idea for a wee while. But, you know, until I found out who I was and what fitted and how I wanted to express myself, it was okay to try all sorts of different things until you work out who you are. And we should be accepting of young people as they do that and support them on the way through that journey as they find out and discover who they are. And just on that, I wanted to raise a concern about some of the school guidance that there sometimes has been. If a young person at school discloses to their teacher that they are a lesbian or discloses that they're bisexual, there's not a sort of automatic feeling that we better go and tell their parents because this is really dangerous and scary. Some of the guidance that previously has come to schools says if a young person discloses that they are trans, their parents must be told. Now, it's not safe always for their parents to be told this. It's a concerning thing if teachers feel like they've got to treat trans children differently, that they've got to have a different conversation with parents about that, if children can't feel that they can live their truth, and speak to trusted adults about that without fear that that's going to be spoken about somewhere else, that that's going to be passed on. I don't understand how we can justify treating it differently and saying this is somehow dangerous and scary, because the more that we treat it differently and suggest that it's dangerous and scary, the more hatred and lack of understanding that there will be for an already marginalised minority group. So I think, again, that I would like the government and all governments to think really carefully when they're making decisions, when they're putting out guidance about whether this stigmatises and minorises an already attacked community and a community that's already finding it really difficult. Any decision that's made, and I appreciate the government talking about DEFRA, for example, looking at the impact of growing up gay in rural communities, or can't remember exactly the phrase, but something like that. I appreciate that these things are being done much more through government than they perhaps were. It's not just women inequalities who are the only people that even ever think about the fact that there are gay people who exist. I'm glad that other departments are doing that, but I think we need to do more of that, particularly when it comes to trans people, particularly when it comes to destigmatising and not minoritising individuals. And then just the last thing in terms of puberty blockers, and the last thing in terms of trans people around puberty blockers, I still think that more needs to be thought about the best way forward with this. I still think, again, we're minoritising and stigmatising a community, and we're saying to people that their reality and their truth is not the reality and the truth, and they're not allowed to believe that. They're not allowed to be trans until they're 18. Whereas you're allowed to be gay before you're 18, but you're only allowed to be trans once you're 18. That's what it feels like. That's not what somebody said from the dispatch box, but that's what it feels like to so many members of the community. And I'd love for the government to consider that. On a kind of slightly happier note, just to end with, there's a charity in Aberdeen called 4 Pillars. And I remember sitting with DJ, who's one of the team that runs the charity, more than 10 years ago. And DJ said, I've got this dream of having a cafe, a drop-in place where people can go in and be themselves and feel comfortable. That cafe's now been open for a number of years. That was, both of us sat down and laughed because we just thought, that's never going to happen. We're never going to have that in the city centre in Aberdeen. And we do. We do have that really safe space that people can come to, that they can be themselves. They do all sorts of fun things like Dungeons and Dragons nights and craft nights and all sorts of cool things. It's a place where people can be themselves and they're accepted, no matter what that looks like. Going forward, we need to ensure more of that acceptance. We need to ensure that gender non-conformity, for example, is more accepted, that we're not giving people a license to challenge women with short hair. Why shouldn't men wear skirts? Why shouldn't boys wear pink? You know, that is stuff we've been fighting against for so long. And the guidance that we've got now really risks dragging it backwards. Okay, this is the very, very last thing, I promise, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've heard about how lesbians are sometimes left out of this conversation. We've heard an awful lot about trans people today because of the risks that there are and the worries that there are for the trans community. But just briefly, there's a B in LGBT too. And it doesn't matter who you're married to. It does not define your sexuality, right? If you are a woman who is married to a man, that does not mean that you're heterosexual. We can listen to people and accept that their truth may not be as stereotypical as it looks from the outside. So remember, when we're talking about pride, when we're talking about LGBT history, there's a B in the LGBT too.
Martin Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This time last year, in the debate on Pride Month in this House, I told the story of one of my constituents who had served in the military and had been dismissed because of his sexuality. He was treated at that time with a casual brutality. One positive thing about that debate last year was there was a large number of members wanting to speak. And with a desire to accommodate everyone, however, understandably, a time limit on contributions was introduced. So unfortunately, I had to hurriedly reduce what I planned to be a 7-8 minute speech to 3 minutes to fit the time limit. The next morning, having thought about this, I resolved to contact the constituent to apologise because I felt that in the limited time available, I hadn't given justice to his story. However, when I opened my emails to find his contact details, I saw there was an email from him. I opened it, and the email was thanking me for telling his story. And that indicates why Pride is so important. It's about stories being told, voices heard, lives recognised. It's about our community of communities being seen and heard. It's about being recognised and celebrated for who we are, not just kindly tolerated. Every year during Pride Month, we seem to get into the debate about is Pride a celebration or a protest. My contribution to those discussions has usually been along similar lines to those used by the Minister in her opening contribution, that it's both a celebration and a protest. But maybe now, I think it's perhaps something else. Pride is indeed a place. Pride is a place where people can be their authentic selves, without judgment, without fear. Pride, above all else, should be a place free from shame. That shame we are so often taught from an early age. The shame felt at being who we are. That feeling that we're not quite who we should be. At best, the casual assumption by others that we are something we are not. At worst, name-calling, mockery, rejection, and hate. That shame reinforced by social norms and assumptions. Pride is that place where you don't have to justify who you are. Yes, pride can be a public place, a place of declaration, but pride can be a private place too. A private place where people find calm in knowing who they are, shedding shame, and being themselves. No one should be expected to have to repeatedly declare who they are on request. No one should be challenged on a regular basis to justify who they are. We need to find ways as a society that offers protection to all, but does not infringe on privacy of all. We need to find ways of ensuring all feel safe and all are treated with dignity. This may not be straightforward, but it should not be impossible. I welcome what this government has done to equalise the law so that hate crime towards LGBT+ people attracts the same severity of sentence as other forms of hate crime. And I commend the work of my honourable friend, the member for North Warwickshire and Benwith, in advocating for this change with others so effectively. I welcome the government's commitment to a fully inclusive ban on conversion practices. No one should be allowed to be systematically abused because of their gender identity or their sexuality. I hope that across this House we can support legislation to bring this into force. There are times when I've celebrated progress. There are times when I have been frustrated by the pace of progress. There are times when I have worried by barriers to progress. The truth now is that I have all of those feelings in this debate. I can see progress to be celebrated. I can feel some frustration that some things are taking longer than I'd hoped for. And I see opportunities for progress that I feel are being missed. That is why this Pride Month, it is all the more important for me to be in that place we call pride and to share that place with others. I recognise that pride doesn't mean that there will not be those who will mock and name, call, threaten and abuse. There will be those who seek to roll back progress and to restrict rights. There will be those who seek to divide us. Our place of pride is not some fabulous rainbow-glittered ghetto. Our pride is everywhere. On every train and every bus, in every pub and every cafe, in every factory and every office, in every supermarket and every petrol station, in every food bank and every restaurant, in every sports ground and every cinema. This month, we mark Pride Month, but every month, every week, every day. When we live without shame, it is pride. In place of fear, peace. In place of hate, love. In place of shame, pride.
Sean Berry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Brighton is well known as the LGBT+ capital of the UK. It is a city with a famous reputation as a place where people can be who they are, love who they want to, and feel safe. This is a great source of pride for me as a representative and also for my constituents who make it such a fantastic place to live or visit. In previous debates, I have spoken with joy about the joy of our amazing community, our huge pride and trans pride celebrations, and the LGBTQ+ history of our diverse city by the sea. But today, and with deep regret, and I know my constituents will want me to focus on this today, we mark this year's Pride Month at a time when many, if not all, of our LGBT+ constituents feel unsafe. Our trans and non-binary constituents feel the sharpest edge of the current wave of demonisation and division, but I am sure, like many honourable members, many honourable members will also have heard how this is impacting our gay, lesbian, bisexual and gender non-conforming constituents as well. This dangerous and harmful environment has been created online, in our media, but also, sadly, in this place too. The new guidance produced by the Equalities and Human Rights Commission is the most immediate example of how this is happening in legislation. The Code of Practice for Services, Public Functions and Associations is the culmination of years of well-funded campaigns to drive a minority group out of British public life. It sets out nothing less than a system of segregation where trans people are excluded from services and spaces that reflect their gender, and in some cases also excluded from services and spaces that reflect their sex assigned at birth. Where unisex facilities exist, usually also disabled access facilities, sometimes with restricted key entry, trans people can be forced into asking for and using these toilets, outing themselves in the process. Where they do not exist, trans people will be left with nowhere to go. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government's own equalities impact assessment on the code, as other honourable members have pointed out, admits there will be a significant impact on those with the protected characteristic of gender reassignment, from the issue of forcing trans people to out themselves by using disabled toilets, to putting trans women at greater risk of sexual violence by making them use men's services. And I have met with service providers in Brighton who want to be inclusive, but who fear putting themselves at very real legal risk now this guidance is coming forward. What an impossible position to be put in as a Brighton business, to feel forced to implement oppressive and unworkable policies at the expense of trans and non-binary service users or customers who have never been a cause for concern. How is all this in the spirit of Pride Month? The bare facts are that research by Translucent has found that there was just one complaint to English unitary authorities in 2025 concerning trans women's use of single-sex spaces, such as toilets and changing rooms. And I firmly believe that it is Parliament's responsibility to fix this and honour the joy, inclusion and freedom that Pride is really about. The Code of Practice is both cruel and confusing, and I have written to the Prime Minister and the Minister for Women and Equalities making these points today. I also urge colleagues to sign EDM 240, proposed by the Honourable Member for Nottingham East, which I also sponsor, which is cross-party and calls on Parliament to disapprove the Code of Practice as it stands. And I hope we will see much more cross-party work on this issue, as there has often been in the past when progress has been made by previous governments. And from my local point of view, it is clear my city, my constituency, want and need renewed focus on rights and for this guidance to be challenged. I was so pleased and proud to read the recent official statement from the leader of Brighton and Hove City Council, who is not from my party, but we are united on this and for those we represent. She said, "The EHRC guidance creates a deeply confusing picture which sees trans people being told in the same breath that they may not be able to use facilities aligned with either their sex at birth or their gender. This creates uncertainty and insecurity for affected individuals and is deeply unfair." She says, "Trans and non-binary residents of our city have told us that the chilling effect is already being felt, with some trans people avoiding accessing services including hospitals and healthcare to avoid challenge and discrimination." She also said, "Parliament must urgently act and legislate to clarify that trans people have the right to participate in everyday life in an inclusive way." The Leader of the Council and I agree that Parliament should reject this document, and we also agree that we must legislate instead to create a legal framework with clear and equal rights for all, which protects trans people's rightful place in society. And in my own words, I think we must also legislate to clear up what are obvious misunderstandings of the current law and its intentions at the Supreme Court level, when you look at the Equality Act and the Gender Recognition Act together. As the Honourable Member for Luton North pointed out so powerfully, other countries have written laws that work for everyone's rights. So can we. Trans people of all ages and backgrounds exist in communities across the country and always have. And they have every right to thrive, just as their cisgender friends, family members and colleagues do too. I recognise the Minister's pride in previous achievements and her upcoming plans, but when Labour brought in the Gender Recognition Act over 2 decades ago, it promised trans people it would help them live their daily lives in peace, privacy and dignity. Now this current government is going to break that promise if we do not act together to make laws that work. This Pride Month, if the current environment for LGBTQ+ people teaches us one thing, it is that progress is precious and rights for any of us can, if not defended fully, be rolled back. It is our job in this place to prevent this.
Speaker, and I'm grateful to follow the Honourable Member for Brighton Pavilion. And I really wanted to welcome the speeches too of the Minister and Shadow Minister for their speeches, because they were warm and deeply personal, and also wanted to recognise the really powerful speech of the Chair of the Select Committee, the Member for Luton North. And it's a privilege to speak in this debate to mark and celebrate Pride Month, the first time I've had an opportunity to do so since I was elected. And it's a particular privilege to do so, not just as Basingstoke's first ever Labour MP, but also as its first openly bisexual and LGBT+ Member of Parliament. I'm grateful to the Member for Aberdeen North for focusing on the B in LGBT. And as other members have said, it feels like a world away to be able to contribute in this debate from the scared, sometimes ashamed little boy that I was growing up. And it does show the huge progress that we've being able to make as a society. And as such, I'm looking forward to taking part once again in the Basingstoke Pride Parade in August of this year. It's always incredibly wonderful to see everyone taking part in that parade, joyful, proud and defiant too. And also to have people from across the community in Basingstoke lining the streets in celebration and solidarity. And I want to pay tribute to all of the organisers and volunteers who make it possible. And it is important to recognise just how far we've come, as the Minister set out, and to celebrate this and previous Labour government's record in advancing LGBT+ rights. The last Labour government did more for LGBT+ equality than any government in history. We removed the shameful Section 28, passed the legislation that allowed trans people to legally change their gender, the Equality Act, civil partnerships, making progress on adoption and much more. And it is a legacy that made our country a far more open and tolerant place to live. But as many honourable members have said, we all know that the battle is not won. In some respects, it is never won, especially as hateful and divisive rhetoric creeps back into our public discourse, and too many, far too many, follow that up with real-world actions of hatred. Hate crime and abusive conversion practices still happening, and much of the rhetoric directed at LGBT+ people today, in particular trans people, echoing the same hatred that was commonplace during the era of Section 28. And we've seen a shocking rise in homophobic and transphobic hate crimes over the past few years. That's why, as many other colleagues have mentioned, I was proud, alongside colleagues, to support the amendment to the Crime and Policing Bill, tabled by my honourable friend, the member for North Warwickshire and Bedworth, to make those hate crimes aggravated offences treated with the seriousness that they have always deserved. And it's also why this Labour government must remain committed, not just to defending the progress made by previous Labour governments and other governments too, but to build on that, on our proud legacy of LGBT+ equality. And the government is making progress in equalising the law, as I've already said, so that LGBT+ hate crimes attract the same severity of sentence as those motivated by race or religion, in providing nearly £500,000 in specialist funding for domestic abuse services, in establishing a £21 million fund to support LGBT+ rights globally, and in improving the experience of our community's personnel and veterans in the armed forces, and delivering financial recognition to LGBT veterans, in working to tackle HIV transmissions and improve access to healthcare, and in delivering, hopefully as soon as possible, a full trans-inclusive ban on conversion practices. Nevertheless, I know, because of their emails and the conversations I have had locally, that many LGBT+ people in Basingstoke remain incredibly worried about what the future holds for our community in this country. It includes many trans people, their friends and families, and people in the wider community who, as many colleagues have said, have profound concerns about the recent draft guidance on the Equality Act, its implementation and practical effects, which have been ably highlighted by the member for Luton North and Macclesfield. And I want to reassure my constituents that I will be presenting those concerns to government and seeking reassurance alongside other colleagues in this House. But I also want to reassure them that as their MP, I will continue to stand with them, not just during Pride Month, but every single day of the year, standing strong against those that would turn the clock back. Yes, celebrating progress by this government, but also pushing it to go further. Because as the Minister said, progress and equality are not permanent. Both must be safeguarded, nurtured and renewed. I want all of our successors to be able to stand here in Parliament in future debates on Pride Month, celebrating the progress made under this and future governments for the LGBT+ community. I would give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and he's making a very powerful speech, not just about the progress, but about the fact that we must all continue to defend our rights, and our rights are never guaranteed, as other rights often are. As we celebrate Pride Month, he's mentioned briefly, but I just wanted to talk about other nations pulling back from supporting globally LGBT rights, and not just that, but some countries, including sadly Ghana at the moment, bringing in very severe anti-LGBT legislation. I want to join my honourable friend in welcoming the £21 million that's been dedicated by the government to the work to defend and promote LGBT rights across the world, because it is incredibly important for a whole range of issues, including health and community. Would you join me in commending the work of the Kaleidoscope Trust and the Ellen John AIDS Foundation in particular for the work that they do in partnership with this country and European countries as well, in making sure that we can play our part, not just in defending our rights here, but in promoting and defending LGBT rights around the world.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and I would pay tribute to those organisations, but also to him as my honourable friend for Exeter, for the work that I know that he did with many colleagues in helping the government secure that money. And his point about Ghana and other countries around the world rolling back on LGBT rights is, as I said, is a recognition that the battle is never won. And the action that we take here in this country isn't just about protecting the community we have here at home, but also sends a signal about advances that need to be made abroad as well. Because nobody, Madam Deputy Speaker, should be made to feel scared, ashamed or excluded because of who they are or who they love. And it is all of our duty in this House and outside of it to ensure that that is the case, standing as part of or with the LGBT+ community with pride, ensuring that, as the member for Luton North said earlier, that love always wins.
David Burton-Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And might I just start by saying what an honour it is to speak in this debate today and other diversity, equality and inclusion debates similar. I just love the fact that across this House, so many members come together to support the right cause together. And it's quite obvious, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there's one party that's never here for these debates, the party that says they want to be in government, the Reform UK party, and they can't be bothered to turn up to express their opinions on these vitally important debates, and I think that's absolutely shocking. If I can just start, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a little bittersweet that I'm here today, and I'll explain what I mean if you'll allow me. I wasn't meant to be here today alongside a number of my colleagues. I was meant to be at the Royal Navy Air Base in Yeovilton, and we all know that sadly yesterday the Merlin helicopter crashed and sadly 3 members of the Royal Navy were killed. And for us who have met these amazing people, including my honourable friend in front of me here over recent months, it's devastating seeing their dedication, their skill, their commitment, the teamwork, the camaraderie between them. We know that they will be feeling absolutely awful today and broken. And on behalf of the members in this House and those in the other place who should have been there today, we send our thoughts to the family, the friends and the colleagues of all those who lost their lives in the line of duty for this country. So, getting on to the debate today and the very important time that we currently stand in for the LGBTQ+ community. What comes after Pride? That was a flyer that was posted through my door when I was a councillor in Basildon. What comes after Pride, with the rainbow flag on the front of it? Interesting, what's this? And on the back, it was telling me that I should repent. I should repent. I shouldn't be who I was. I should repent. I should convert myself back to being somebody who I wasn't. Now, these flyers didn't just come to my house. These flyers went out right across Basildon, where I was a councillor. And I got angry, as I'm sure many in this House would. receiving something like that. That's a direct attack on them and their community, especially after the years of discrimination that many of us who are maybe slightly older have gone through during, I was born in the 70s, so, but many of us might have gone through in this place. But I stopped getting angry. I thought, let's turn this into something positive. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I brought together a group of people and we formed Basildon Mini Pride. In 2 weeks, we arranged a march through the centre of Basildon Town Centre to the one local LGBTQ+ night spot where we had an afternoon of celebration. And we saw the support there was for us in that community.
Absolutely.
There's a lot more support than there is hatred.
Yeah.
And on the back of that, Basildon Pride was born. And I helped build that organisation to what I'm proud to say is a brilliant organisation that operates throughout the year supporting the LGBTQ+ community in Basildon today. Now, whilst I might have moved on to Southend, I've remained Chair of Trustees of Basildon Pride because it's my baby. I want to make sure that that continues to thrive and that the amazing volunteers that we have there continue to be supported. And why? Because as we've heard today, pride is more important than ever. We've all heard about the ILGA Europe's rainbow map showing us consistently sliding down from that top place in 2015 down to 22nd place this year. And I don't know how others across this place feels, but for me, that's devastating. Because I've worked hard on the rights for LGBTQ+ people, but I've only had a small contribution. There are many people across this country over many years who have fought the discrimination we have faced as a community to get us into that great place we were in when we could have civil partnerships, get married, when we could adopt. These were rights that we didn't have. When hate against us was actually seen as a hate crime. We earned those rights, and I stand on the shoulders of giants who have fought for those rights before I came along. So it hurts me to see where we are today. And what also hurts me is the rhetoric we see across this country today. Rhetoric that's driving wedges in our communities, trying to drive wedges into the LGBTQ+ community. And that's just not acceptable. And many of them are the party that sits on the back over there, Reform UK. And I'm going to call them out today, Madam Deputy Speaker, because some of their behaviour in our community is simply unacceptable. Many buildings will fly the Pride Progress flag for Pride Month. Last year, Reform UK started threatening lawsuits against councils who were flying the Progress flag.
Disgraceful.
Because they were saying that under legislation, you're not allowed to fly that flag. You're only allowed to fly the rainbow flag, the flag with the 6 colours on, as opposed to the triangle that represents the whole LGBTQ+ community. Many have accepted that that is the flag now that we fly. And that flag means so much for so many when they see it in their community, to see just for that 1 month or that 1 week or that 1 day of their pride that we are behind them, that we support them. Well, Reform UK were threatening lawsuits and councils were having to take it down because of a minor difference in the guidance, saying that you can only fly the rainbow flag. We are challenging that, a group of us are challenging that, and we are working with MHCLG and the Minister within that department to try and get this changed. But for goodness sake, what does it matter? What does it matter to Reform UK? This is a flag flying that doesn't harm them, but shows people in our society that they are included, they are part of that society. This rhetoric has to stop. And we've seen them going further in councils they control. It's been mentioned today. Taking the rainbow flag down, not allowing it to be flown during Pride Month or any time. Even taking the Ukraine flag down. One thing the majority of us in this House are behind is supporting those in Ukraine, and we show that symbolically by flying that flag across many of our buildings. I will give way.
I'm really grateful for him giving way, as he knows local reform members in Bracknell tried very much to block Bracknell Forest Council flying the Progress flag in recent years, and he knows that I share his view that we need a very common sense fix to this, because frankly it is a waste of council time to be debating, putting this through planning, when actually what we all want is just common sense approach that allows our communities to show that they are inclusive of everyone within those communities. This is a common sense change that we could make.
And I thank my honourable friend for that comment, and I thank him for his support working alongside this matter with me to get this resolved.
Would the honourable member give way?
I will give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for giving way. Is the member aware that apparently, as I read in the media, the leader of the opposition has also instructed all of her all of her councils in the country to not fly the Progress flag, and to only fly the original flag from the 1970s. Does he agree with me that it's a real shame to see the official opposition joining in some of the rhetoric and the divisive politics and rhetoric that Reform have been engaging with?
Well, I think that is a real shame, and I would say to the Leader of the Opposition and anybody else who's concerned about this is don't be concerned. Fly the flag. Be proud of everybody in your community. So, yes, I agree, it is a real shame, and they need to consider whether they are making the right thing by ordering councils not to fly that flag. We've even seen in Essex Reform UK now sending out an order, since taking over Essex County Council, to their libraries not to allow LGBTQ+ and Pride events to take place in their libraries. So what next? Are they going to order books that have LGBTQ+ themes to be removed from those libraries? Are we going to go back to Section 28? I hope not, because I remember Section 28, because that's when I was at school. And what a horrendous time it was for me as a young gay man, not to be able to see that visible representation of somebody who I, deep down inside, knew I was. And therefore, for many years, I thought I was wrong. I thought how I felt, the fact that I fancied men, boys at that time, I was only young, and then men, was wrong. And I really struggled with that. The guilt I felt, and I know many young LGBT people during the 80s and 90s felt similar. The guilt that we felt because we couldn't see that representation and we were being told that we were wrong. And it took many, many years to overcome that. I'll never forget going to my first nightclub, and many of the nightclubs outside of London were all either in boarded up buildings so that you couldn't see what was happening inside. Men dancing with men or women dancing with women, disgusting. That's how it was. Or they were down in basements. So again, they were hidden away. And for me, it just felt like we were being hidden away. And we fought against that. And now we're out there and proud. And I am not willing to go backwards. We fought hard for this. I'm not willing to go backwards. Look, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're at a turning point, especially with our trans community, feeling unsafe, unwanted, like they don't belong. And they tell me this. We're talking about 0.5% of our population here. But the way the rhetoric is going at the moment, you would think they were making up half of our population. 0.5% of our population. And whatever your views on the code of practice on the back of the Supreme Court ruling, we have a trans community who are scared. We have human beings who live in this country who are currently scared. And we can't allow that to continue. We, as a Labour government, last time we were in government, and we are aiming to do the same this time, we created a tolerant country. And much of that work that we did, we can't drive back on that. We can't go backwards. I know this government's committed to doing the right thing for the LGBTQ+ community, and the Minister outlined some of that to us earlier. So I'm pleased to see the draft conversion practices bill coming forward soon, and I do believe the Minister will bring it forward soon. And I look forward to seeing that happening. Improvements to trans healthcare, and we've heard about the work of my honourable friend, the amazing honourable friend for North Warwickshire and Bedworth, who alongside many of us brought forward to tackle hate crime and bring it forward as an aggravated offence alongside other hate crimes. So there's work going on. But somebody reminded me, Madam Deputy Speaker, a few days ago of the Martin Niemöller poem, and it really struck a chord with me. And I just want to share it here today. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out, because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. I'm glad we've got people to speak for us, like my wonderful ally, our wonderful ally, my honourable friend for Luton North, and many others across this place. So going back to that flyer, what does come after Pride? I think we're a long way from answering that question at the moment, much further away than I would have liked us to have been at this point in time. But for now, I commit publicly to my community. I am here for you, I will keep fighting for you, and I will keep speaking out for you. We must stand together against those who are trying to divide us and trying to sow division. We all belong in this great country, in our communities, no matter who we love or how we identify. Like so many others, I've been made to feel like I don't belong in my lifetime, unable to walk along the street holding my husband's hand, being victims of homophobic hate crime at our house. I'm not going to go back to those times. I'm not willing to go back to those times. And I know many across this house will stand with me on that. As a former Pride organiser and chair of trustees today, I want to thank all the amazing Pride organisers across the country who don't do so much hard work for the communities and often voluntarily in their own time. And I especially want to thank my local Pride, Southend Pride, and also the Pride I founded, Basildon Pride. You all work so hard because you believe in the cause you're fighting for. You believe in supporting your community. You believe in pushing forward to make things better. Don't stop, don't give up, and thank you.
Swallow.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I say what a huge privilege it is to follow that incredible contribution from my honourable friend, the member for Southend, West and Lee. I think there are many of us in this place who recognise a lot of the experiences he talked about. Many of us who know what it is to be holding hands with the person that we love and then see someone turn the corner as we walk down the street and immediately let go of our loved one's hand because we don't know if it's safe to continue holding the person we love close. I also wanted to pay a particular thanks to the powerful contribution of the chair of the Women's and Equality Committee, who I know is doing incredible work on supporting LGBT+ rights, and shared powerful contribution from her constituent, which I think was very, very important to put on the record. And also my honourable friend from Macclesfield, not only for his powerful words, but also for giving a real job to Hansard with his foreign language skills. There are those who say we don't need pride anymore, that we've achieved equality, that discrimination and hate based on sexuality and gender is no longer tolerated in this country. But then, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are also those who say that pride isn't suitable for children with impressionable minds, that gay men are puffs who mince about, and that if LGBT people want acceptance, they need to stop making a big song and dance about it. Homophobic comments like this will be sadly familiar to many here in this chamber and across the country. Such intolerant views are, to my mind, profoundly un-British. They are also the words of Reform's candidate in the Makerfield by-election. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do not think there could be a clearer demonstration of why we still need pride, why we still need today's debate, than that. I'm proud to say today that my constituency of Bracknell hosts its own Pride, which will celebrate its 4th year this July. Growing up as a young gay boy in Berkshire, as my honourable friend the Minister grew up in Berkshire herself, I never thought I would see a time when not only Reading had a Pride, but also smaller towns across our county, Woking, Windsor, Newbury and other towns, all now celebrating Pride every year. And I think this is important because Pride should be celebrated in every community, so that every person can feel that they are loved and included wherever they come from and whoever they are. I remember growing up gay how sometimes I felt like I would never belong, and that could be an incredibly isolating feeling. Even in the 2000s, it was very scary of me to come out, knowing not everyone would accept me for who I was. So can I take this opportunity to thank everyone who has worked so hard to bring Bracknell Forest Pride to where it is today, and I look forward to celebrating with them later this summer. I want every young LGBT plus person growing up in Bracknell Forest not to have to feel the fear I experienced growing up. My honourable friend in her opening speech rightly recognised that the progress made on LGBT plus rights has been hard won, and that the battle for a society where LGBT plus people can truly live without fear of hate and discrimination is far from over. So this government has acted to equalise hate crime law through the Crime and Policing Act, so that victims of homophobic hate crimes can know perpetrators will be fully held to account. We're bringing LGBT plus veterans the justice they deserve after the suffering they have endured. And we're issuing nearly £500,000 worth of specialist funding for LGBT plus domestic violence services, as well as committing £21 million over the next 3 years to support the LGBT community internationally in this time of increasing hostility towards our community, nationally and globally. We must now go one step further by delivering on our manifesto commitment to a fully trans-inclusive ban on conversion therapy, as we have committed to doing in the King's Speech. Madam Deputy Speaker, these measures are very welcome and important, but I cannot in good conscience say that the path of progress in this country is a straightforward one even now, even with this government. And I do want to briefly touch on the draft EHRC Code of Practice laid before Parliament, which many members across the House have raised today. I recognise and respect the judgment of the Supreme Court, a narrow and specific judgment about a specific aspect of the Equality Act. But I do not think that in order to make the world safer for women, we must make it less safe for trans people. And I have real concerns that where the new EHRC guidance was supposed to bring clarity, it has instead only brought more anxiety, fear, and confusion. The government can and must find a way forward which balances the rights of women and of trans people. If we fail to do this, we risk the safety of both groups and of entrenching ourselves in a divisive culture war which we can and must move beyond. I'd be delighted to give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way on that point. I sit alongside him on the Joint Committee for Human Rights, and the work that he does on that, including on the Code of Practice and the issues that he's outlining, has been fantastic and phenomenal. I wonder if you would agree with me that what is worrying and is of a concern is that whenever anyone in this house or outside of this place stands up and tries to defend trans people, the way in which we're now seeing transphobia slip into homophobia and other languages of hate and those same tropes being utilised against people in a hope to shut them up, does he share with me the concerns about that chilling effect on our democracy and the rights of LGBT people in the UK?
I think he makes a profoundly important point. We have all seen the conversation around preserving the rights of everyone in our society, women and trans people, increasingly made into a political football and into something deeply personal. A lot of this is being driven by social media, and I know that every member who chose to speak in today's debate will have weighed up whether the comments that they are making today are going to be clipped and pushed out on social media, and whether they will receive abuse because of what they have chosen to say in this place. I think that is profoundly wrong. And while I recognise that there are feelings on this issue from both sides that often go well past the pale, in my view, I think that it is inherent on all of us in this place, whatever our views on this delicate and important issue, to treat the debate with the respect and dignity that those affected by it deserve. And I think that is fundamentally where we need to get to on this important issue. He also kindly highlights my role on the Human Rights Committee, sitting alongside the honourable member, and that prompts me just to remember that the Gender Recognition Act, which has been rightly championed in today's debate, was only passed, or was passed in large part, because of a ruling by the European Court of Human Rights that confirmed trans people have the right not to be outed under Article 8 ECHR. A lot of us have spoken today about how important it is that we feel able to be our authentic selves, to come out, and I think that it is incumbent on all of us to create a society where LGBT plus people feel that they are able to live their authentic lives and be honest about who they are. I also think it is a profound right of all of us to keep very private and personal matters private, if that is what we so choose. And frankly, one of my concerns, and concern raised by many members today, is that the draft Code of Practice undermines that human right, the right to privacy, which is set out in law. I think this is a really challenging debate to be part of. It has, at times, been an overwhelming debate to be part of, because I am so proud of my party's record on LGBT plus rights. And also because, if I'm being honest with myself, I think we are at risk of that reputation. We are at risk of losing our reputation as the party of equality, and indeed, our very soul as the Labour Party, if we are not willing to stand up for the rights of everyone, including the LGBT plus community. I want to finish on a slightly happier note by wishing everyone in Bracknell Forest and beyond a very happy Pride Month. This is a time to remember and to celebrate hard-won rights and freedoms, and to look forward with a renewed sense of community and of hope for the future, for all members of our great country, for all members of diverse communities that call it home, and today in particular for all members of the LGBT plus community.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by thanking my humble friend from Reading East and Mid Berkshire, and indeed I'll call him that today, my honourable friend from Daventry, for their starting of this debate, and particularly welcome their comments about the importance of healthcare when it comes to supporting our LGBTQ community. Having spoke to LGBTQ plus members, people in Harlow during my time representing them, I know there is still a real stigma when it comes to healthcare, and I think it's really important that we continue to talk about that. I also want to thank my humble friend from Luton North, her incredibly powerful contribution. I did quite well. I lasted about 10 minutes into her speech before the tears came, but she has a way of talking about, well, pretty much every issue she talks about, actually, but particularly LGBTQ plus rights in a way that is powerful, but just really real to us. And I think the bit that got me was when she started talking about her constituent and those experiences. And I do want to have an opportunity, because I don't want to get told off for not mentioning Harlow, to pay tribute to everybody in Harlow that's worked so incredibly hard to make Harlow Pride a success. I actually feel very sorry for racist and homophobic people, because they miss out on the opportunity to go to some absolutely incredible events. I get to go to Pride events, I get to go to religious and cultural events, and I have a bloody good time. And I'm very proud of that. A very good time, sorry. And I want to start, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I stand here today, to say I am a proud ally of the LGBTQ plus community. Because I truly believe no one should ever face persecution or abuse just for being who they are, or indeed being in love with who they are in love with. And I really think that's hugely important. I would also reflect, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I'm an LGBTQ plus ally who doesn't always get it right. And I think we should be honest with ourselves on that. And going last in a speech like it's always quite daunting to go last in speeches, as happens quite often for me. Except when I second the King's speech, just saying. But it was particularly daunting today, because I have to say every single contribution was absolutely incredible. And every single member from across the House who spoke in this debate should be incredibly proud of themselves. My humble friend, who's been a friend of mine for many years, the member for Southend, West and Lee, described himself as a small part of, he said doing his small part for this debate. No, you do a massive part. Yeah. So he does a massive part to support LGBTQ plus the community in his constituency, but actually the wider country as well. So I think he should be particularly incredibly proud. Madam Deputy Speaker, I felt quite positive. Section 28. I know from talking to previous teaching colleagues who are gay that when I talk to them about Section 28, there's still a shudder when they think about it. And they talk about that time both with anxiety and also a huge degree of fear. And as my humble friend from South and Western Leigh touched upon, there are a generation of young people who are terrified to admit who they are, and that must be absolutely awful, and was absolutely awful. And indeed, although I may criticise the last Tory government for much, and I do criticise them for a lot, and I'm always wary about being nice about the Tories, because last time I did that, the Leader of the Opposition tried to recruit me, which was a bit weird. I do pay tribute to the last Conservative government for the equal marriage legislation that they brought through. And I'm glad that the Shadow Minister is in her place, because last year when we had the Pride debate, I had the opportunity to mention my late uncle Stephen. And she, as well as the member for Hertsmere, who's not here, he heard me when I mentioned my uncle, and I'm generally very grateful for that. So I proudly, Madam Deputy Speaker, say again the name Stephen Vince in this place. He is somebody who was let down by our society because he was gay, but he was one of the most warmest, kindest people I have had the opportunity to know, and I'm very proud to be able to talk about him and talk about the fact that he was my uncle, and may he... Thank you. And may he never be forgotten. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also stand here with some fears. And as my honourable friend from Southend, you get a lot of mentions, don't you? My honourable friend from Southend, East and Lee, Southend West and Lee mentioned, I'm very concerned about the decision by the reform-led Essex County Council to ban Pride advertising in libraries, including those in Harlow. And my honourable friend from Bracknell spoke about his concerns about, and as did my honourable mention again, my honourable friend from South and West and Lee, about them sort of deciding what, potentially not necessarily just reform as well, but deciding which books people should be able to read. And I do say this with a little bit of jest, but I think you'll understand why I say this. My son doesn't want to be a hungry caterpillar. The idea that, reading books that have role models that LGBTQ+ is suddenly going to make you become gay, it's just nonsense, isn't it? Let's be really honest about that. And actually, the important power that those books have on young people that are LGBTQ+ and are looking for sort of direction and guidance is really important. But it's also important for people like me to read about the LGBTQ+ community and books, and for that to be commonplace. It wasn't long ago, I'm a bit of a Star Trek fan, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going off on a tangent, and I remember Deep Space Nine, Jadzia Dax. Do you remember that episode where she kissed another woman? It was like outrage. And that's just unbelievable to me. And I think we do need to really, be proud that actually we live in a society where actually those members of the LGBT community can and should be able to walk down the street holding hands and not feel the way that my honourable friend from yes.
And for Harlow giving way on that point, and I'm sure he looks fantastic when he turns up to Pride events in his glad rags that I'm sure he wears. One of the interesting points that happened to me a few weeks back is I went for dinner at my mum's, and my little niece was there with my middle sister, and my middle sister and I have a very interesting relationship. We don't get along that much, but my little niece who was there turned to me, and I had a friend, a Liberal Democrat member with me, who was off out knocking on doors ahead of the local elections, and my little niece who's at primary school just went, "Oh, is that your friend or partner?" And I thought that was an incredibly poignant moment for me, thinking, gosh, I might not necessarily see eye to eye with my sister, but she's done a good job raising a kid. And does he agree with me that a future where that's one of those questions, a future where kids sort of actually just have that open mind, are inquisitive and not hateful, is one which would do the world a better place.
For his intervention. I don't thank him for overtaking me in the marathon on mile 5, actually, so a long way ahead of the member for Besant-Ability. The slight insight into his family Christmases is absolutely fascinating. But he makes a really valid point, as he often does in this place. And I may have given you the opportunity to mention that I used to be a teacher, which I haven't done yet today. So I thank him for that. I didn't teach in Harlow, actually. I think about when I first started teaching in 2005 up until when I finished teaching in 2020, and I did see that shift. When I first started teaching, if you were a young person that was openly gay, you would have been subject to a lot of ridicule. Now, I'm not saying that we're in a perfect world where that doesn't happen, but it was certainly, I saw more young people that were happy at school to be open about their sexuality, and I think that's something we should really, really celebrate. But there is challenges as well, and I don't want to end on a negative, but I've just been starting to read Esther Jai's book about the horrendous murder of her daughter. And I think it shows the true impact, the horrendous impact of transphobia. And I think we need to be really mindful of that. But equally, I think there is hope. I will. Yes, well.
I very much thank my honourable friend for giving way. As a fellow Essex MP, I was shocked, like he was, to see the decision taken by Essex County Council around displaying Pride and LGBTQ+ material in libraries. However, today I learned that it appears that my own, unfortunately, council, Thurrock Council, which is now run by Reform UK, seems to have directed the removal of Pride advertisements and LGBTQ+ awareness material from the Thameside complex in Grays. Ironically, this complex will be hosting Pride in June, which the Pride organisation in Thurrock are fully paying for. Does he agree with me that this is a real backward step in what should be a safe space for the LGBTQ+ community in Thurrock?
my honourable bestie for her contribution, and absolutely agree with everything that she just said. And I want to send my solidarity to members of Thurrock Pride and thank them for all they do as well, because as my mentioned again, honourable friend mentioned earlier, all these pride groups across the country are hugely important, and the difference they make to members of her constituency who you know, may be LGBTQ+, and perhaps are wary of some of the comments because of some of the things we've talked about today, and they do a huge amount to support those people with their mental well-being and make them feel part of the community. So I really want to thank them for that. But I would say to as well, there is hope, and the hope is all around us, because there has been representation in this debate from 5 political parties. I think I've counted that up right. Yes, one obviously notable absence, but 5 political parties, and I think, you know, we should have pride that whatever differences we may have, we all agree that it's hugely important that we support our LGBTQ+ colleagues. So I feel that there is absolutely some hope. And look, finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am saddened by what my honourable friend from Thurrock and also the honourable friend from South and Western Leigh mentioned about some of the decisions being made by councils who have recently changed political affiliation, because it looks as though we're going to have to fight the battles of the past with regards LGBTQ+ rights. But I say to everybody who's spoken in this debate, if we have to fight those fights again, we will fight those fights again, and I will stand there and fight with you.
Which brings us to the front bench contributions. Shadow Minister Mims-Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank all the honourable members who've contributed to this debate today, and it is always a pleasure to speak on behalf of His Majesty's loyal opposition. Again, a thoughtful, emotional and wide-ranging debate. The opening speech from the Minister highlighted her joy at being at the dispatch box, and reminded her, and her story reminded us of so much that has been delivered by people like her and those that we all know locally, nationally, and continue to do so much. She spoke about hope and unity over division and hate. And I'm always so proud to share the box with my honourable friend for Daventry, who spoke about both how we balance trans people's rights, how we balance women's rights, how we talk about dignity, respect, compassion and love, and he does it with such personal experience himself. I'm so proud to share this debate with him, and I'm sorry he can't be here for the close of it. And may I say to the honourable member for Glasgow North, who spoke very powerfully about pride is a place, and I thought that was a beautiful speech. Thank you for sharing that this afternoon. And pride should absolutely be an opportunity to not only celebrate LGBT people across our society, but recognise, of course, those who have lived through history with discrimination. My honourable friend from Daventry talking about his younger life, and reflect honestly, and I think we have today, with the disparities that do remain, and continue to renew our commitment in ensuring that Britain has a long and proud tradition of liberty and tolerance, that we are truly one of the best places in the world to live as an LGBT person, and that we all want and need it to stay that way. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know you're particularly excited to be at Romsey's own mini Pride, the One Romsey Festival next weekend, now celebrating its 2nd year. A chance not to have to wear black, maybe, for sitting in the chamber there. The chair of the Select Committee, the Honourable Lady from Luton North, as always, powerful in her position and her thoughts, mentioning we're always here on a Thursday. Look, I love being here on a Thursday. I'll be here every day of the week if they let me. But I do actually agree that it's challenging for some of our colleagues to join us. But I agreed very much with her statement that it's not one or the other over the other in terms of rights. And I think, and I for one have never thought that myself. Honourable Lady from Aberdeen North spoke, and I thought really importantly, about the time that you need to take to experiment who you are and who you want to be. Look, I wanted to be Madonna, Kim Wilde, Debbie Harry growing up, and guess what? I still want to be. And you can just tell by the black eyeliner. I really do think, actually, a reminder, actually, we all go through stages. We need to learn. We need to give young people the space to learn. And I really appreciate her speaking up that way. For my own party and society more broadly, we have gone through important and crucially profound shift in attitudes in recent decades. To point out only a few examples of this shift and the pride that we have in our party, the election, to the Honourable Lady behind me, Ruth Davidson as the first openly gay leader of a mainstream political party, what she brought to politics in Scotland. Justine Greening, the first openly lesbian cabinet member, and the ennoblement of my friend Debbie Steadman-Scott, an outstanding public servant and colleague, someone who, happily?
Thank the honourable member for giving way. She rightly says that so much progress has been made across the LGBT family for equality, with many lesbians now standing and having been prominent voices in the political sphere. But lesbian voices are so often underrepresented in politics. We face distinct challenges in political representation and ensuring that our particular social and economic experiences are reflected in policy. So will she join with me in my call to encourage more lesbians and indeed more people from right across the LGBT plus community to stand for elections at whatever level of local or national government that they may choose to stand for?
Yeah. Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for that. Funnily enough, I'm going to go on to say exactly that in some of my remarks. So I wholeheartedly agree with the Honourable Lady. And my colleagues have succeeded on merit, but to the Honourable Lady's point, because they were asked to step forward, they were asked to be part of things, they were asked to stand. They didn't rely on their identity, but it was talent, dedication and leadership, and that's in everybody, however we identify. And I would absolutely say, and has been said much in the chamber today, it should not affect your success, who you love. There should be no barrier to your success, your ambition, and who you love should not measure what your ambition or success can be. Pride is there to allow everyone to represent equally, for us not to be divided, and for safe, fair and equal to be true equality for all of us. And now I am concerned, and I think it's important that we recognise this. In some quarters, as raised today, pride has not been used to unite. It is being used to inflame tensions. We saw this in a way, I suppose, let's be honest, about Monday's statement, when we saw speaker after speaker feeling that the Equality and Human Rights Code of practice is exclusionary and anti-trans. And we've heard some of that today. I fundamentally don't believe that. I do understand some people have said that today, and they do believe it. And of course, that is the reality of this place. I reiterate that I believe that that characterisation is not correct. The Equality Act remains clear in its protections, including those related to gender reassignment. The Code reinforces rather than diminishes those protections. And it's important, I think, as we all agree, that the Code works and it does not diminish wide-ranging, hard-fought rights. And of course, it reflects on other areas such as age and disability. And I think it's striking to a degree in the debate earlier this week that we didn't roundly acknowledge, as the Honourable Lady has just said, about the importance of lesbianism, that the Code needs to work for same-sex groups, particularly lesbian organisations. And I've spoken about this before. These groups have found themselves often at the sharp end between an increasingly fraught debate, may I say, about that relationship between biological sex, gender identity and sexual orientation. And there have been credible and real reports of lesbian groups being deplatformed, pressured or silenced simply for asserting their same-sex attraction. That is the reality for some women. And the fact that a representative of the LGB Alliance was required in 2024, just a couple of years ago, to offer a legal definition of the term lesbian in court is still, frankly, extraordinary. Now, it does reflect a wider confusion in terms of the erosion of hard-won protections. And I think we should be wary, and I think we've all done that in the chamber this afternoon, of repeating past mistakes where perhaps we have seen some marginalisation or dismissals, and particularly around same-sex attraction. Historically, we have heard from the Honourable Member of for Daventry, he talked about how much lesbian women have played a vital role, particularly during the AIDS crisis, supporting gay men during some of the most difficult chapters of our history. And that solidarity should never, Madam Deputy Speaker, be forgotten, and nor should it be replaced with division. And I know there are some members in this House who are supporting the measures in EDM 240 because it's apparently, and I think people are doing this because they don't necessarily fully appreciate the implications for women's rights, particularly for lesbians who rely on the clarity of law to maintain their safe single-sex spaces. And so I do actually welcome the Honourable Member for Macclesfield, very thoughtful speech in terms of approaching that. He covered some of his views on it, and so I think that does accord. And I think one of the things that's very clear from what's been discussed in terms of the Code of Practice, that it's vital that health care for all matters. And I think that is something that we absolutely need to look at. Look, on flags, I personally think we need less tribalism, more grown-up and pragmatic conversations, and I think we can and must protect women's rights and respect trans rights. I think we can find workable solutions. I don't think we should be arguing about flags. I think we can stand up for people, communities and, crucially, harmony, and we do that in our party through the LGBT plus Conservatives. For the Honourable Member for Harlow, it is, I'm sorry, going to invite him out to the best night ever. Again, a Conservative willing to let him come out on the best night ever. Look, the Conservative Party roundly believes that everyone should be treated equally before the law, regardless of their race, sex or sexual orientation. Yes, of course.
Giving way, she's just said that we shouldn't be arguing about flags, and I totally agree with her on that point. I also think it should be up for councils and community groups to decide the version of the pride flag that they choose to fly, whether that be the traditional pride flag or the progress pride flag. That is my view. I don't think that is arguing about flags. I think that's giving people choice. Yes. So is she comfortable with the leader of her party ordering Conservatives up and down the country not to support flying the progress pride flag and taking away that choice? In fact, creating that argument.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman. I'm wearing my little Conservative flag here, so I'm quite happy to wear a flag as many of our party are. As I say, the Conservative Party roundly believes in treating everyone equally before the law, regardless of race, sex or orientation. The original rainbow flag is a widely recognised symbol. I'm wearing it today in terms of respect and support for gay people. My personal view is that the traditional rainbow flag already rightly brings us together. It's a sense of unity, and it should seek to bring us together and not divide us. The progress flag, by contrast, can be, some people see as a symbol of identity politics, somewhat atomising society into different and diverse identities, and so therefore I am comfortable with our position in not being behind that in the way that he says. But I fully respect his. I'm just going to conclude, if I may. But I fully respect that other people feel differently. Look, there's been lots of great agreement in this chamber, but let's be real, it's not going to be universality. That's the reality of politics and life today. But as I reiterate, safe, fair, equal, equality under the law, regardless of race, sex or sexual orientation, and that is my view. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to give an update at this box of Jed and Elliot's wedding. Yes, I know she's waiting for the next instalment. Next month, in the Isle of Wight, we will be finally seeing the betrothal, and that is absolutely one of the most exciting things to be happening, and I'm delighted to be part of that celebration, as so many, and I'm delighted to be reading at that wedding as well. I'm very proud of the Conservative successes. We've heard about same-sex marriage, the touring law pardons, the apology to the LGBT veterans, progress on HIV testing and PrEP, the fair blood donation rules, and the real practical progress that we have made to change lives. We all welcome Pride Month as a time to celebrate the contributions of the LGBT people that we know and love, both locally to our national life. We want more of them in our national life. We honour the progress made, and we commit ourselves to work for a future grounded in fairness, always in respect and genuine equality for all under the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With the leave of the House, it's an honour to close this debate on behalf of the Government. And I would like to begin by thanking members across the House for their thoughtful and powerful contributions this afternoon. These are always the best debates to be in, and today has been no exception. Today we've heard speeches about Progress 1, the challenges that remain, and the lived reality of LGBT+ people in communities across the country. And I'd like to pick out some highlights from the contributions this afternoon briefly now. The Right Honourable Member for Daventry opened with a very moving speech, which included some upsetting testimony about his own personal experience of assault, and I commend him for his bravery in sharing that, and say that he is also right that Pride is not just about big parades, but it's about the teenager who is scared and alone, and that Pride is indeed a promise for remembering those people and ensuring that we can bring our community together. He spoke about LGBT+ health, and he asked me a number of questions. So we know that LGBT+ people experience significant health inequalities, and that's why we asked Dr. Michael Brady to undertake a review, and we will publish this soon. We are also committed to improving adult gender services, and our 10-year health plan will also tackle health inequalities. And I'd also like to thank him for his support on our ambition to end new HIV cases by 2030. The Honourable Member, my friend, the Member for Luton North, and the Chair of the Select Committee, made a very powerful speech, and she is, if I may say, a very powerful advocate for equality in this place. I thank her for her comments on the code, and I note that her committee will have an important session next week with the Chair of the EHRC. And I'd like to thank her for sharing Terena's really powerful story, and can I commend Terena for her bravery and for coming to share her fears with you. I agree with you, though, that her health is important. And I just want to say to Terena that your safety matters. It's protected in law, and we have strengthened the hate crime laws. And we are clear that trans people should not be left without facilities, and the code does give a number of examples of how service providers can do this. And can I also say, I think the Honourable Member is right when she says that this is not a debate of women's rights versus trans rights, and we can live together, in her words, with joy and love. The Honourable Member for Guildford spoke about young people today. And I think she's right, and it's wonderful to see the totally different approach that the younger generations have to questions of sexuality and gender identity. And I join with her in celebrating that. She also asked me for clarity on the conversion practices timeline, and I will just say again that I'm working really hard to publish our draft bill as soon as possible. The Honourable Member for Macclesfield again made a very powerful speech, and he is right that his election as the first gay MP for Macclesfield matters. Can I also thank everyone he mentioned from Macclesfield Pride and Stride for Pride. I understand the concerns that he outlined and the fear that he described in the trans community, and I want to say again that every trans person in this country deserves to live life safely and with dignity and respect. And on the ILGA ranking point, I would like to say to him that I would like to see us climb those rankings again. And I'm very proud that we will be hosting the IDAHOT Plus Forum in London next year, which will be a really important moment for LGBT rights in this country. The Honourable Member for Aberdeen North made a very wide-ranging speech, but let me just pick out a few. It was a very good speech. Let me pick out a few points. On IVF, I will take away her comments and say that we do recognise the unacceptable variability in access to funded fertility services. And I also agree with her and the member for Basingstoke on the importance of not forgetting the B in all of our debates. The Honourable Member for Glasgow North made another very moving speech, and I remember the speech that he made in the last debate where I had the pleasure of being here on the front bench listening to him. I found that a very powerful speech then, and I'm glad that his constituent found that a very important and powerful speech too. I also agree with him in his sentiment that pride is not just a march, but is everywhere, and I thank him for it. The member for Brighton Pavilion reflected a real fear amongst her LGBT constituents. It's a fear that the government recognises, and we're determined to ensure that every trans person can live safely and with dignity and respect. The member for Basingstoke, my friend, is right that we must never stop fighting for progress. And can I also say that I greatly value his advocacy on behalf of his trans constituents. My friend, the member for Southend West and Lee, I would like to start by also sharing my thoughts and best wishes to the families of all those who lost their lives in the tragic Royal Navy helicopter crash yesterday, and thank him for his remarks on that. And can I also thank him for his campaigning on the pride flag? And he is right to challenge all of those who want to stop the LGBT plus community expressing their pride. And I want to join with him in thanking all of the activists in our communities who make Pride Month and the whole year round so joyous for the LGBT community.
I thank the Minister for allowing this intervention and for her warm words of the fantastic speeches that we have heard and the action that so many members have taken in this place and out of this place. But on the point about it's been mentioned that there's one party that's wanted to stop Pride and to stop Pride flags being flown, but there's actually two. There's Restore and Reform. And who are they working for? My question is, who are they working for? Would the Minister agree with me that we need to not just look at what it is that they're saying, but who they are being funded by? Whether it is Elon Musk, a transphobic megalomaniac, or whether it is overseas crypto bros with very dubious records.
I thank her for that important intervention, and I would just say I certainly think I will challenge, and it's important that all of us do continue to challenge any hate wherever we find it in our politics. I also want to say to my friend, the Honourable Member for South West and Lee, just a big thank you for all the work that he does on campaigning for LGBT rights. My friend, the Member for Bracknell, made a very powerful speech. And can I just say, as somebody who grew up gay in his constituency, how glad I am that the LGBT community in Bracknell Forest have him as their representative. He made a very powerful speech, and can I say how much I agree with him that we must treat all of the debates that we have with the dignity and respect that people involved in those debates deserve. My friend, the member for Harlow, is a fantastic ally and a fantastic champion for Harlow. I would just also say that Stephen Vince sounds like a wonderful uncle and a wonderful person, and I thank him for bringing his story to the House again today. And I also agree with his important points about the importance of LGBT representation in literature, something which was very important to me, and certainly I am delighted to see the expansion of LGBT literature that we have seen in recent times, which I think is a really important step forward. Madam Deputy Speaker, the range of voices we have heard today reminds us of something really, really important, that pride is not a single story. There are many stories, some of struggle, some of joy, but all of them are connected by a shared demand for dignity and respect. As I said in my opening speech, pride is not just about celebrating how far we've come, it's also about recognising how far we still have to go. And the members who have spoken in today's debate are right. We do have so much more to do. This government will continue to stand with LGBT+ people in this country and around the world. We have acted to right the historic wrongs committed against LGBT veterans, committed to a trans-inclusive ban on conversion practices, equalised hate crime laws, funded LGBT+ focused domestic abuse services, put our HIV plan into action and invested millions to promote and protect LGBT rights globally. And we will always champion unity and hope over hatred and division. Pride is not just about celebrating our LGBT+ community, pride is also an antidote to shame, and our task is to ensure that every LGBT+ person can live openly and happily, safe in the knowledge that this is a country that embraces them for who they are and will always protect their rights.
The question is that this House has considered Pride Month. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Steve Barclay.
I'll just let people... Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A 9-year-old constituent of mine, Jack Moat, died in 2015, 2 months after an operation was carried out on his hips by an orthopaedic consultant at Addenbrooke's Hospital in Cambridge. Jack's mother, Elizabeth, said he spent his final weeks in constant agonising pain. At the time, she had been told that his treatment had been properly reviewed and that no concerns had been identified. But an independent clinical review later found, and I quote, evidence that fatal physical harm was caused. A 9-year-old boy in constant agonising pain. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, as you will be aware, as the case has been referred to the coroner, and as a result of the sub judice rule under which we operate, I am restricted in commenting further on the details of Jack's specific case at this stage. It is, of course, vital that the inquest can ensure that the full truth is fully established. But I want to ensure, and the Minister is someone respected across the House, and I wanted to ensure that through this adjournment debate, one of the key things on behalf of Elizabeth is that I can encourage the Minister to ask for a full briefing from her officials on the full aspects of this case, which is not constrained by the sub judice rule. She is able to get that briefing from her officials. And I hope, therefore, that she will be fully cited on the issues that it gives rise to. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, what I can say at this stage is regarding the wider regulatory landscape regarding clinicians, and specifically the role of the GMC, on which, indeed, there is currently a live consultation titled Reforming the General Medical Council Legislative Council. And as the Minister will know, that consultation is open until the 23rd of June. So this adjournment debate is timely, given that consultation. Now, the issues at Cambridge University Hospital NHS Found and Trust raise very serious wider patient safety concerns in the context of this consultation, and specifically where concerns are raised but a trust does not act, where a trust does not act even after a whistleblower has raised concerns, where other clinicians fail to intervene, where regulatory oversight does not step in. It is vital in the context of their consultation that the GMC takes the opportunity to review how they reform the issue of medical practices that are problematic in terms of how they are carried out expeditiously, and to ensure that they're not strung out over a period of many years, as I will come on to highlight. And where shortcomings in medical practice are discovered, the GMC should act immediately to protect patients, rather than waiting for the outcome of a coroner's process, which may take many years to conclude, during which time potentially further harm could be caused. And I hope the House indeed will revisit the circumstances of Jack's case once the coroner's process has been concluded. And I hope the Minister will commit to returning to the House to make a statement at that point, so the issues which cannot be raised today can be debated without restriction. Alongside that issue with the GMC, I want Madam Deputy Speaker to raise two further points. And firstly, a second point relates to the GMC's judgment, and specifically its poor judgment in relation to anti-Semitism. Now, the Minister on the bench will have noticed her own department's response just this morning to Lord Mann's recommendations to tackle what he describes as routine ostracism of Jewish people in the NHS, the government's advisor's description. And indeed, ministers quite rightly have said that all racism in the NHS is abhorrent. Yet current practice at the GMC, to me, falls significantly below the expectations set out in Lord Mann's report. And given that his recommendations are very welcomely accepted by the government and accepted in full, then there must be an expectation that the consultation and indeed reform of the GMC reflects that. So will health ministers require the GMC to change the current threshold for what they see as a standard compatible with an NHS clinician? Let me give you a specific example that illustrates the current gap between the GMC and what I see as the government's response to Lord Mann's report. Just a few weeks ago, Madam Deputy Speaker, the NHS clinician Dr. Martin White was seen as fit by the GMC to be allowed to join the GMC Specialist Register, a senior role within the NHS. Yet when I was Secretary of State for Health, I reported Dr. Martin White to the GMC, following quite abhorrent social media comments. And whilst it's distressing to read it out, I think it is important for the House to hear exactly what this doctor that has just been put on to the GMC Specialist Register had to say. For example, ha ha ha, Sieg Heil, ha ha ha, gas the Jews, ha ha ha, just kidding. But have you seen these YouTube videos about the Holocaust? They're pretty convincing, IMO. This is a doctor. You know, in another tweet, ah ha ha, you thin-skinned baby man. How are you still so prominent at the BBC? Did you and Tony Hall kill a prostitute together or something? Another tweet talked of Jew bank goblins. Gives a sense of the character that we are dealing with. Now, interestingly, and obviously I had a sometimes challenging relationship with the BMA during my time as Health Secretary. But even the BMA, who Dr. White unsuccessfully tried to sue, but even the BMA said that he was someone that could never return to represent them in any elected office. So the BMA found him unpalatable, but not, it seems, the GMC. And this is not an isolated case. The Campaign Against Anti-Semitism has said, and I quote, "Britain's regulatory bodies are failing the Jewish community. Time and again, doctors who spew anti-Semitic bile online and in the streets are being allowed to continue practising medicine." And again, that was a flavour of Lord Mann's report this morning. And indeed, there are other examples. I won't go through them all, but just to give one example, Dr. Rehana Ali, a consultant neurologist who was reinstated just last year, who said the architect of the October the 7th attacks was a legend and called for Israel to be dismantled and claimed 9/11 was conducted by Mossad. So such examples, which I have no doubt horrify the minister, given her good reputation in the House. I'm sure these horrify members on all benches of the House. But it does point to why this consultation is timely, but why, in response to Lord Mann's report, we need to see action in respect of the GMC. The third issue, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted to highlight was just regarding sort of the wider poor performance of the GMC. I mean, this is an organisation spending north of £100 million on staff costs. It's got over 1,700 staff. And yet, doctor fitness to practice hearings are taking almost 2 years to process on average, with a recent increase in cases open for 3 years or more. Now, why this time matters is because the NHS must continue to pay suspended doctors in full until they are formally found to be guilty of misconduct or incompetence. So this just adds to the grievance that families feel when they see a doctor being paid for years, even though there are very serious concerns regarding their fitness to practice. Never mind the fact that during that time, quite often if they do continue to practice, there may be risk ongoing to patients. Further, in October last year, it came to light, again, just last year, that the GMC had allowed doctors with restrictions regarding their overseas practice to then practice without restrictions here. Something which clearly could put patients at risk. And it's notable that even the Medical Defence Union has called for new legislation so the GMC can overhaul their processes. So can I ask the Minister whether she will use amendments in the health bill as an opportunity, and if not, which legislation she will use in order to address some of these issues regarding the GMC. Now, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also, in a spirit of balance, want to be very clear about what I think is an important distinction when dealing with regulatory bodies. And that is between the sort of cases I've highlighted to the House today and those of medics who have made a genuine mistake, often in a highly pressured environment, and where indeed we want to encourage a culture of openness and learning. And indeed, I think going back to the 2011 case, the Dr. Bara Garba case, I think a lot of the backlash to that was indeed the sense that using the clinical reflections that have been made in good faith as part of that learning then being used in legal proceedings, or the extent to which possibly a trainee was being scapegoated, were part of the concerns of the wider profession. But I hope the House can see there is a marked distinction between the gravity of the cases that I am highlighting today and those of an under-pressure clinician who has made, in the heat of a pressured situation, a genuine mistake, and where there is a spirit of openness and transparency in how that is then addressed. And I think that is a distinction that I'm sure the Minister herself can draw. And indeed, can I welcome the fact that, if I understand it correctly, ministers are minded to give the Professional Standards Authority greater powers, including ensuring it has the information necessary to make decisions on exercising its right to appeal fitness to practice decisions, and to enable a more agile approach to regulatory performance monitoring. And if that is what the Minister says in a response, then I would see that as very welcome. So in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, how we better protect patients is a long-running issue. I know a number of my predecessors as Secretary of State for Health were focused on this. Indeed, the member for Godalming and Ash in particular focused very extensively on patient safety when I was his deputy in the department. For my part, when I was there, I focused very much on trying to give families more voice within the NHS with things like the Martha's Rule or greater transparency on data. And it's clear from the government's response just this morning that the current ministerial team are also focused sincerely in this area in terms of how patient safety can be better enhanced. But that does require a regulator in the form of the GMC that is fit for purpose. I think there are significant areas of concern, and I hope the Minister will use legislation before the House alongside the current consultation in order to address some of the concerns that I've raised today.
Dave Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by thanking the Right Honourable Member for North East Cambridgeshire for bringing this debate today and his advocacy on behalf of his constituents. I do hope that Jack's family can gain some small solace at what must be a terrible time for them by his story being raised in this place. I have the great privilege in this place of being a co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Survivors of Mohammed Fayed, the former owner of Harrods. And I do say that is a privilege because I have the privilege of working with dozens of survivors who can bring their stories to us, and the members of that APPG can drive forward the agenda of really bringing those crimes to light and making sure that we can dismantle the systems that enabled that abuse for so long. Which is why I wanted to take the opportunity tonight to place on record the very serious concerns that survivors of abuse by Fayed and his associates have about the failings of the General Medical Council in relation to his case and the associated ones. I'm sure Right Honourable Members will know that Mohammed Fayed has been accused of systematic trafficking for sexual abuse aided by a network of enablers. Almost 500 survivors have come forward to tell their stories so far, and there are believed to be many more. Fayed has rightly been called the UK's Epstein. One dimension of the network that enabled his abuse relates to invasive medical exams that he had doctors perform on female staff at various companies that he owned. They were billed as standard company medicals, but involved invasive gynecological procedures and STI testing. In many cases, survivors say results were delivered straight to their abuser without their knowledge. These women have been left with significant trauma, and if you've heard from directly from them, survivors, as I have, you would no doubt be astonished by the very serious consequences of that abuse. And yet the doctors who carried out these tests have not paid any price. Survivors are still waiting for justice. In one case, one of those doctors who's been accused is still practicing on Harley Street today. The General Medical Council says it has a zero-tolerance approach to sexual misconduct, as it should, and as I'm sure all Right Honourable Members would expect them to. Yet survivors tell me that their complaints to the GMC have gone unacknowledged and unaddressed for far too long. Now, this is simply unacceptable, as I'm sure we would all agree. It is appalling. These women have been left with nowhere to turn. Medical staff who should have been prioritising their safety and their health, who should have been a safe port of call to report abuse, those medical staff were instead complicit in it. The GMC should be acting to strike off any doctor found to have participated in these disgusting abuses, and I welcome the attention that the government is rightly giving the issue. It was a difficult day yesterday, being part of a meeting between the all-party group and the Prime Minister, where the Prime Minister was the first sitting Prime Minister to meet with a group of survivors of historic sexual assault and abuse. And the PM in that meeting made it very clear that that was the first step in ongoing engagement on that. So I wonder if the Minister might be able to carve out an opportunity to meet with me and the co-chair of the group, the Honourable Member for North East Fife, to discuss where the GMC's responsibilities in this regard lie, and if this consultation that's currently open might be the opportunity where we can try and feed into that and make sure that the GMC is acting in a space where they've failed far too many women for far too long. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Member for North East Cambridgeshire, for raising this extremely serious matter this afternoon very powerfully on behalf of his constituent Elizabeth and the tragic loss of her son Jack. And our thoughts are obviously with her and the rest of the family. And it is a great privilege, isn't it, Madam Deputy Speaker, that in this place we find ourselves as members of Parliament undertaking with tragedies, but we are able to give constituents a voice, and that is a great honour, a sad one, but one we take very seriously, and I commit to working with the Right Honourable Gentleman as we move forward from this debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, the General Medical Council is there first and foremost, as he said, to protect patients and maintain public confidence in the medical profession, and it is the regulator of all medical doctors, anaesthesia associates and physician associates practicing in the United Kingdom, defining standards for ethics, competence and patient safety, and has a duty to investigate concerns about doctors' performance or conduct. Now, the Right Honourable Gentleman mentioned the Verita Review in his remarks, so let me start there. In January of last year, Cambridge University Hospital commissioned Verita, an objective investigations company, to undertake a review of the hospital's governance. And meanwhile, the Kennedy report into the missed opportunities surrounding Dr. Storr's case is still ongoing. Verita's report was published in October and it made 23 recommendations. These broad themes that emerged from that investigation were firstly, that doctors needed more oversight, clinical supervision and performance management. Secondly, improving safety governance through better board-level visibility and escalation pathways. Thirdly, proper oversight of clinical reviews, ensuring they are acted on promptly and changes are made. And finally, a change in medical culture and behaviour so staff felt empowered to hold their hands up when things go wrong. The Trust has accepted the findings, published an action plan and apologised to affected families, as I understand it. Madam Deputy Speaker, we do expect the hospital to implement the findings of the review in full, because Jack Mowatt's family deserve absolute transparency from the authorities, and they have the absolute right to know that lessons will be learnt when things go wrong. Now, the Right Honourable Gentleman has written to the Department recently on the 15th of May, and his letter makes very clear that this is one of the worst and most distressing cases he and his long experience has ever encountered. And having read that, I agree with him, and I know he does not use those words lightly. And I can confirm that the GMC have done the right thing now and have launched an investigation into the conduct of Kildip Storr. Now, as I said, the GMC are an independent body, and I know he understands this, and so he knows that I can't go into all the specifics of an individual case, and he knows that from his time as a Health Secretary. It would be wrong for me to give any further commentary on a live investigation, not least because that could prejudice the outcome and be a barrier to Jack's family getting justice. Suffice to say that I am just as appalled as the Right Honourable Gentleman is that this has gone on for so long. It has taken, then, almost a decade of missed opportunities for the families to start getting the answers they deserve. Now, I understand the former Minister for Patient Safety, my honourable friend, the member for Glasgow South West, met some of the families in November. He also intended to go to Cambridge to meet with families and representatives of the Trust, and I can today confirm that the new Minister for Patient Safety, my honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Edgbaston, is willing to meet with the Right Honourable Gentleman and the Mowat family to discuss the shocking circumstances of their case. And I hope that they can take some comfort from knowing that while my honourable friend is new in post, she absolutely takes these issues very seriously. She's been a champion for her own constituents who face patient safety failures in her own trust, and she will be following this case very closely indeed. Moving on to some of the other issues that the Right Honourable Gentleman mentioned, it may be helpful for me to outline the broader principles that are governing the GMC and its framework. Where an allegation is made about a doctor, the GMC has a duty to investigate and, where necessary, take action to safeguard the health and well-being of the public. And in serious cases, they can refer a doctor to the Medical Practitioners Tribunal Service. These proceedings can result in doctors being removed from the medical register, which strips away their right to do legally practice medicine in this country. The MPTS is a statutory committee of the GMC, which means that it operates separately and independently, which is crucial to maintaining public confidence in its findings. And the tribunals have a legal duty to protect the public, and we have clear expectations of them. This year, we are taking action to modernise the regulation of all healthcare professionals in the UK. And in March, we published the consultation on reforming the General Medical Council's legislative framework. The reforms would make the process for assessing a doctor's fitness to practice swifter and fairer, and as we have heard, the consultation runs until the 23rd of June. Now, he tempts me at this stage to consider amendments to the health bill. He knows from his experience that I'm not going to commit to doing that, but obviously I commit to discussing further, subject subject to the outcome of that consultation, and I encourage others, and including the Honourable Member for Lichfield, who's also raised the shocking case in the L58 case, to engage with that consultation. And obviously we will consider the outcomes of that in the light of other things, obviously, to before bringing before to this House but currently we expect to lay the General Medical Council order later this year, subject to those conversations, and I'm happy to ensure that I can commit with the Right Honourable Gentleman and the Member for Lichfield if there's any further meetings or meetings with officials, given the tight deadline to support that going forward. If I can, Madam Deputy Speaker, just touch on the MAN review, which the Right Honourable Gentleman also highlighted. The NHS, as we all know, was founded on the principle of treating everyone equally and with respect, and we have been crystal clear that racism and discrimination betray everything the NHS stands for and its ability to provide safe, world-class care. And that is why the former Secretary of State, my right honourable friend, the member for Ilford North, asked the noble Lord Mann to conduct a review into anti-Semitism and other forms of racism in the NHS. And as the right honourable gentleman said this morning, Lord Mann published a series of robust and practical recommendations, and we support every one of them. He's made some read out some shocking statements again this evening from his time when he was Health Secretary that he has reported on. I can't comment on that now, but can I assure him and other honourable members that in the weeks and months ahead, we will work with all organisations that have been named in the review, including the GMC, to ensure that partners across the system are supported in delivering meaningful change based on those recommendations. Madam Deputy Speaker, trust is the glue that holds our institutions together. The public have an absolute right, of course, that they can trust their doctor. And where things do go wrong, they have the right to swift and transparent justice. I can't imagine to begin what Jack's family, and especially his poor mum, are going through. And the system that we build has to do right by families like that. I thank them for their consideration in discussing this with us, and I know there are many other families involved, and I absolutely commit to working further with the Right Honourable Gentleman and others in this case to do just that.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Order, order.